Welcome to today's special school board meeting. The special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. To ensure a safe and productive environment, please note the clearly marked emergency exits. Do not block exit doors, and all attendees must be seated except for media. Once the room reaches capacity, attendees will be directed to the overflow area. If the fire alarm sounds, exit the room calmly, continue outside the building, and remain there until the authorities give clearance to return. Thank you for your cooperation. All please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we begin, we reaffirm our strategic plan goal, 100% proficiency for all students, guided by our vision, educating today's students to succeed in tomorrow's world. As an A-rated district, we remain committed to sustaining this achievement while empowering every student to reach their highest potential. Our theme this year is Believe, Empower, Achieve, One Broward. Today's special school board meeting will operate in accordance with School Board Policy 1020, and the board will review the items as advertised and presented by the superintendent. The superintendent released a revised agenda with certain changes for this meeting and published it on the school district's website. The chair finds pursuant to Section 120.525 Florida statutes that good cause exists for such changes and accepts the revised agenda. May I have a motion and a second to close the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Thompson. All in favor of closing the agenda, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposers say no. The agenda is now closed. We will soon hear from our registered public speakers. We ask that decorum be maintained and civility and respect be shown during public comment. Our general counsel will assist the chair in maintaining decorum during this period. We also want to remind our public speakers of the rules and expectations regarding the agenda public comment portion of the special school board meeting, as well as board policy. Attorney Dupree-Bruno, please explain the rules of public comment.
Madam Chair, point of order, if I may, before our general counsel speaks.
Go ahead.
There's been a lot of disappointment over the last few days in the actions of this board in changing today's setting to a formal school board or special school board meeting when it had initially been set as a workshop. I was hoping if Madam General Counsel would be gracious enough to explain the legal ramifications and the permissibility of what was done at the last meeting of this board after hours, if you will, and just explain to the public why they are not getting the workshop that they overwhelmingly sought on this very important matter involving the organizational chart. Thank you.
Through the chair. Basically, the school board special meeting will allow the board to take a vote, but they will also have the opportunity to fully ask any questions that they may have. Staff will be able to present. There will be public comment. So it's not much different aside from the fact that they will be allowed to vote at the end.
I apologize. I appreciate that, but that wasn't the question. The question was the legal ramification, the legal permissibility about what this board did in changing a scheduled workshop to a school board meeting, which was a vote that was taken, what I, again, will quantify as after hours, the last time that we met. Was that legally permissible? And if so, under what Broward County School Board policy and or state statute? Thank you.
So 286.011 is the statute that governs notices, and this meeting was properly scheduled and noticed pursuant to what is required by law. And the board always has the opportunity to cancel, change, move meetings at their desire and their discretion. That is completely within their purview and statutorily allowable pursuant to 286.011.
So I appreciate that. So I guess the best way to frame it is, despite the overwhelming majority of the public wanting the workshop to be taking place today, as well as this particular board member wanting the workshop to have taken place today, what the board did was statutorily permissible in your professional legal opinion?
Yes, sir. Regarding public comment, thank you, Madam Chair. Public comment is governed by School Board Policy 1020 and is intended to provide input on the board's duties, decisions, and the overall operation of the school district. The school board is viewpoint neutral during public comment. Per School Board Policy 1020, public comment procedures require that speakers must state their name, city of residence, and whether they are a lobbyist before beginning their remarks. All remarks must be directed to the board as a whole. The board will not respond to or engage with speakers during public comment, and no action will be taken unless the item is on the agenda. The chair may adjust the order of speakers, recognize speakers, and enforce all time limits, and the chair may reduce speaking time or establish a total time limit for public comment when necessary to ensure all speakers have an opportunity to be heard. It's to the chair's discretion. Speakers must limit their comments to matters related to school board business, and for agenda items must remain relevant to the specific item. Comments may not address matters that are pending litigation, quasi-judicial proceedings, active investigations, or administrative hearings. Solicitation and lobbying activities must comply with applicable school board policies. Abusive language defined as profanity, threatening, or name-calling is prohibited. In addition, clapping, hissing, booing, shouting, yelling, or other disruptions from the audience are not allowed. Speakers who fail to follow proper decorum in the chambers will be ruled out of order by the board chair. Failure to comply may result in the microphone being turned off or a recess being called. After a warning, the chair may also direct removal from the meeting and the building by law enforcement or the sergeant at arms. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Attorney Dupree-Bruno. The board wants to hear from you, and we appreciate your cooperation in maintaining a respectful, orderly, and productive meeting environment. When it is time for public speakers, I will call 5 speakers at a time. When you hear your name, please line up behind the podium with only 1 person at the podium at a time. Please follow the staff's directions when lining up and approaching the podium. When your 3 minutes is up, please yield the mic and exit the podium and follow staff's direction. May I have, oh, and I just, for the record, Mr. Spellberg, our student advisor, is online. He's listening and is available for questions if anyone has questions for him. May I have a motion and a second on item 1?
Madam Chair, Lori Aldes is online too.
Thank you, Mrs. Alhadeff. May I have a motion and a second on item 1, Superintendent's 2026-2027 organizational chart?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. It is moved and seconded to move item 1 to the floor. I will name the first 5 speakers, so if they could please approach the public speaking podium. Melanie Birkin, Makai Henry, Delvin King, Brandon Mons, and Victor Hernandez. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair and Superintendent and our board members. My name is Melanie Birkin. I am from Davie, Florida. Wow, a little nervous, didn't want to go first on this item. For the org chart, it still seems a little top-heavy, but I am grateful that it appears that many of the mental health positions have remained. I know that's below the line, and we've got above-the-line items here for the org chart. The one question I do kind of have is, I know that the job description is the next item for the director position, but I did have a question for the name. I'm not sure under Director Wellness and Mental Health that covers child abuse, foster care, and homeless individuals, as well as social work and family therapists. I'm just curious where child abuse and foster care fall under mental health or wellness. I mean, sometimes names are important. We've always been the Department of Student Services, and we are there to support student services. And I feel like sometimes when parents are looking for the help they need, when we change the names to names that are the buzzword of the day, it is difficult still to find out where exactly to find the support or ask the questions where to direct the questions and find it on the school board's website. And I do feel that name may not be the necessarily most appropriate name. With regards to the mental health positions, though, thank you again for keeping a majority. And it is important, even as I've mentioned before, even as enrollment numbers have declined, mental health is always going to be an issue, unfortunately, and we do need all the supports we can get in order to address our students and our families and staff the way that they need to be handled. I thank you for your time, and thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Board. Brandon Mons, Coral Springs, 33071. I'm going to address probably a less addressed area of the org chart than some of my steward colleagues here, I think. I've been a proud district employee for 20 years, most of that time as Director of Vocal Music and the Performing Arts Department Chair at Western High School, and also for the last few years as one of our stewards. According to publicly available district data, 50% of our elementary schools no longer have a designated art teacher, 30% have no music teacher, 11% have neither. In middle school, less than 10% of our sites have an orchestra program anymore, and less than 10% of a designated vocal music teacher, although they do have facilities. I'm here today because the org chart seemingly does nothing to recognize the unique programming needs in the fine arts. Our organization should reflect the robust programs we should be offering and to staff administrators appropriately to implement them. Music and art reductions didn't happen overnight. They keep happening because there seems to be no one empowered at the right level of the organization to prevent this. Music, like the other core subjects, has fantastic curriculum specialists right here in this building, extraordinarily knowledgeable and subject matter experts. But there are districts in Florida facing the same exact challenges we are, but because their charts staff positions like senior fine arts administrator and have district administrators of visual arts, elementary music, secondary vocal, secondary instrumental music, and so on, the programming remains robust even as they're facing similar adversities to us, such as enrollment loss and school site closures. So I asked the board to consider whether there might be a connection or a correlation between these ongoing program deficits and the enrollment losses driving this entire conversation. As we know, parents and students have more choices than ever before. When they don't see rigorous arts offerings in their neighborhood school, why wouldn't they seek them elsewhere? Interestingly, tomorrow's workshop will include more thought exchange survey results from Redefining Schools, and the top student priority, I think it's on page 6, is, quote, maintaining rigorous programming and electives. Where will these students go if we don't respond? The superintendent's own rationale for his reorganization, states that certain departments require dedicated oversight because they serve, quote, highly specialized and distinct functions. Music and arts also do. And under ESSA, music is explicitly included as part of a well-rounded education. Our students earn honors credit, AP, dual enrollment, Cambridge credit. It's an academic subject, not extracurricular, and our organization chart should treat it that way. We need administrative supervisory oversight, commensurate direct reports to ensure robust programming. 100% proficiency for all students includes these subjects. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much. I'll read the next 5 speakers: Tracy Chandler, Vanessa Matute, Nadine Martinez, Ruth Martinez, and Maria Podesta. So if you heard your name, please approach the mic.
Excuse me. I'm so sorry. I was part of the 5 from the first. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Hi, my name is Victor Hernandez. I'm from Miramar 33023. Good morning, Superintendent, board members, and district leadership. I'm here today to speak about the value and necessity of Beacon School Services Department and the measurable impact it provides to the district every single day. Our department supports instruction, operations, and safety across the entire district while already operating with limited staffing. Further reductions would not eliminate the work. We would simply see slower service, higher costs, and increased disruption to schools. Our technicians maintain specialized training across the full audio, visual, electronic technician scope, allowing us to provide an average 24-hour turnaround for classroom technology repairs, audio-visual systems, IPTV infrastructure, as well as installation and training on school television studio equipment. When equipment fails, instruction stops. Our team ensures teaching can continue without prolonged interruption. Equally critical is student and campus safety. The Beacon School Services Department services and maintains over 18,000 security cameras district-wide. Every repair completed quickly helps prevent surveillance blind spots and ensures campuses remain protected. Reduced staffing directly translates to longer response times and unresolved safety risks. Keeping this work in-house is also financially responsible. Between last year, July, and this year of April, Beacon School Services saved the district nearly $450,000 by completing services internally rather than relying on outside vendors, which are consistently more expensive and slower to deploy. Beyond repairs, our technicians train school staff, provide rapid on-site support to district leadership and schools, coordinate projects, and manage a high volume of service requests that keeps classrooms functioning daily. Closing or reducing this department does not reduce need. It increases outsourcing, raises operational costs, delays instruction, and shifts technical burdens onto teachers, administrators, and school budgets. The Beacon School Services Department represents efficiency, safety, and fiscal stewardship. Maintaining and supporting this team protects instructional time, safeguards students, and saves taxpayer dollars. Thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm Maria Podesta from Dane Elementary. I'm a 34-year veteran teacher. I love what I do. I'm trying to keep loving what I do. Please listen to all these people. They just have such great ideas on how you guys can save money. I don't know what else to say. Everybody keeps saying the same thing. I hope you're listening. Very disappointed with me having to pay insurance, but I know that's another thing. Palm Beach County seems to have it together. Can we ask them maybe we can collaborate and see how they're able to give their teachers a 3.5% raise? Again, we need to look at the top, not the bottom. I'm in the front lines. Listen to your teachers. Listen to us. We're right there. We're in the classrooms. We're touching the kids. We don't have a guidance counselor. I need a guidance counselor at my school. We're so desperate. We're trying to get a media specialist. Everything is falling apart. School is not fun anymore because we don't have all these nice things, these clubs and art and music and all that. So if we want to keep the kids here, we got to make learning fun too, right? Testing. I love that we're an A. My kids are more than a scale number, more than a test score, but yet I keep having to say, but I really need you to make progress. I really need you to go up 2 points so I can make this bracket. And, you know, it's a lot of pressure. I'm sure you understand that. I hope you do. I really don't want to keep taking days off to come here. I miss my kids. It's testing just next week. Please do the right thing. Listen to these men, women, teachers. There's just so much great advice. Are we listening? I appreciate that you're looking at me. We need to start from the top. Nobody in here makes over $150,000 or $100,000 or $90,000. 34 years, and I'm making like $65,000, and that's because I'm doing summer school, which I don't want to do, but I have to do. Please do the right thing. I am trusting in you. I'm putting my faith in you. I'm trusting in you. After this, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. You know, you want our teachers to stay here, right? I'm hearing all these principals leaving to Texas, and they're able to do all this stuff. My focus is in teaching, and that's all I want to keep my focus on. And instead, I'm having to come here and talk about organizational charts and what? I didn't know so many people were out of the classroom making all this money. It's just shocking. I thought I'm going to stay at one school. I'm going to stay at Broward County. I'm going to give it my all. I'm going to be this great teacher, which I am, but I can't afford it. I love my house. I've been in Broward County all my life. Well, how am I going to survive? Please do the right thing, okay? We have faith in you. I know you could do it. Hands in, hands out. All right. Thank you.
Nice.
Good morning, Tracy Chandler, Plantation, Florida. The thing that I love about math is that it's supposed to make sense. It is a core subject in school, so the school system should be doing it correctly, but the math isn't mathing. Our state has calculated a set amount that each student is worth, but public education isn't about treating kids as though they were nothing but imaginary numbers. Our state has been formulating ways to privatize education, but since when is it legally okay to transfer public money to private enterprise? Charter is for profit. Private is for profit. Kids are not for profit. Despite what many politicians seem to think, math is not magic. You cannot defund public schools and expect a wand to produce results where we are expected to make a negative times a negative equal a positive, but lack of money plus lack of resources equals a negative outcome. See how the math isn't mathing? Meanwhile, the school board and governor keep hiring temporary superintendents, letting them mismanage money and leave with a hefty severance package. Then they purchase unnecessary items like polycams and expensive cheap Lenonos, and only allow contracts from the highest bidders, all just to fatten their paychecks of those in charge, making sure teachers and staff don't ever see the cost of living increase. It gets worse. While teachers see a fraction of what they're worth, their class size multiplies, leaving parents divided over whether or not public schools remain the correct answer. This is not the right order of operations. Remember PMMDAs, DAS? We should all be yelling, penalizing educators, massacres, data, and success. Those on top making decisions don't want the public to realize that they are the denominators in this formula. The numerators are supposed to be the students and the staff who work miracles every day without a wand, the top paid Crystal Palace workers who scramble to justify their salaries are remainders. And sometimes we need to round down instead of up, but never on the backs of the people actually making a difference. We could start by offering a teacher and staff a minimum of 3.14% raise, because they're the ones who deserve the biggest piece of the pie. Thank you.
Good morning, board. We need to stop meeting like this, but in all seriousness, my name is Vanessa Matute. I am a licensed mental health counselor. I specialize in trauma and in suicide. I am here because of the SSIS positions. The SSIS positions means eliminating some of the staff members who work directly and consistently with high-risk students every single day. While many mental health professionals are on campus, but they're tied up completing assessments, 504 plans, compliance tasks, paperwork, SSIS are the door that is constantly open for the students, not only for the students that are on our caseload. When students are overwhelmed, anxious, failing classes, struggling at home, or experiencing suicidal thoughts, they come to us. We are the people students see throughout the day for check-ins, de-escalations, course recovery, emotional support, prevention services. My office is rarely empty because students know there is always someone available to listen and to talk to. I currently work with approximately 90 high-risk students, but like many SSIS staff, I support far beyond my caseload. We interact with students all day, every day. We build trust, relationships with students who not otherwise seek help. Removing SSIS removes one of the most accessible layers of support for students on campus. Again, if we are truly prioritizing students' mental health and safety, we cannot eliminate the positions for the people who have their doors constantly open for the students. Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Nadine Martinez, licensed clinical social worker specializing in trauma and child welfare. As a student support instructional specialist, I'm here to advocate against the elimination of the role. As an SSIS, I work directly with students in crisis daily. Elimination of this role impacts the access to care for our high-risk students. The SSIS is a gateway resource at the forefront of crisis. To reemphasize, elimination of this role dismantles a critical pillar of support students rely on daily. It would disrupt our daily and direct work with students, impacting their ability to trust, build stable and consistent connections with trusted adults, and impacting their access to care. The SSIS role works in collaboration with APs, the mental health staff at school, security, and teachers to ensure that we can provide wraparound support. Our department supervisors have carefully curated our team. They are an invaluable resource to our team, the students, and the schools that we serve. Their leadership provides next-level support, insight, and opportunities, and encouragement for growth. Our students deserve consistency, continuity, safety, and access to care, support, and resources that help them succeed meaningfully. Thank you.
Before the next speaker, I'll read the next 5 names. So Nick Watkins, Henry Smith, Ernestine Ramirez, Alan Jablanowitz, and Michelle Bonsa. Welcome.
Good morning. I'm a little nervous, so please forgive me. My name is Ruth Martinez. I live in Tamarack, and I work at Coconut Creek High School. I've been in service to Broward County Public Schools for 21 years. Regarding the proposed organizational chart, I strongly urge you to vote no. Your directive to the as I understood it, your directive to the superintendent was to reduce staffing while minimizing the impact of that reduction to teachers and schools. Meanwhile, principals are informing SAC committees that there will be reduction in positions, even at schools that are at or above enrollment. And this means that at the elementary level, there could be a 28-to-1 person ratio. At the secondary level, a 45-to-1 person ratio. Most classrooms can't accommodate that many bodies without serious safety concerns. Facilities and cafeteria staff are being mandated to do more with less and are also experiencing layoffs. The organizational chart shows cuts and delineation of positions, but only at the D salary band and above. There's no transparency to the full scope of this chart. What will happen to positions whose tasks were reassigned to administrators with hefty supplemental payments? Will those positions be reopened or eliminated? If they're eliminated, will those administrators continue to receive those supplements, sometimes in the excess of tens of thousands of dollars? I understand that some of you were teachers once, so I ask you to please think back to your first 5 years of teaching. Did you feel valued? Did you feel supported? Or did you feel, as I feel today, undervalued, disrespected, and unappreciated? You say you want to empower each student to reach their full potential. What about empowering your teachers and your school staff to reach their full potential? As we close out the 2025-2026 school year, in a political climate where the average voter has lost faith in government, you have the opportunity to rebuild trust with transparency and accountability throughout all levels of this district. I strongly urge you to vote no to this organizational chart and take the step to rebuilding your employees' faith in you. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Alan Jablanowitz. I am an IND special needs teacher at Maplewood Elementary, an A school. Okay, my rhetorical questions last time got me a lot of feedback, so I'm going to give you some again today. We have a multi-billion-dollar budget, and yet there's no money for staffing or raises. Many of you have businesses. Rule of thumb in a business is that when you are losing money, or in our case, losing students, which is money, what do? Well, you add more staff. You do more things to spend more money. That might not have been the smart way to go the last several years since we lost 50,000 students. What do? Do you keep adding people? Do you keep automatically saying no when contract negotiations come up? I'm not getting into that, but understand that it's an automatic no. There's no money. There's no money. There's no money every year. But don't worry, your members, all the teachers and ESPs and TSPs, they're used to it. And that's not right, because we're an A district, and you want to keep us being an A district. So how do you do that? By keeping the people. And they're going to be leaving. Slowly but surely, they're leaving. Why are they leaving? Because of the budget. And that's where we come up to this organizational chart and looking at what we can do to save the jobs, to save it. You have to do that. This is serious, right? Everyone's nervous. I'm a BTU steward, I'm a part of the BTU executive board, and all I keep hearing is people are nervous. That's not what we need to do. We're an A district, keep it. We have to stay focused. And if we stay focused, on what we want, and that's simple. We teachers prevail. The ESPs prevail. Why? Because we love our jobs, we love our kids, and we want to do better. And we will do better. But we have to, the organizational chart is something that we have to think about the money. And where are we going to get more money? Okay? Please, think about it before you start voting on it. Think about it. We're very dedicated to our craft. We really are. Think about it. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Ernestine Ramirez, Miramar, Florida. My name is Ernestine Ramirez. I am a program supervisor for the Before and After School Child Care Department. I am here for the second time to advocate for my position. Our department oversees and supports over 240 programs across the district, ensuring safety, compliance, and quality for our students and the families we serve. With the current staffing model, that's about 60 schools for one program supervisor. Cutting 2 positions means that workload would literally double, leading to poor quality and inevitably burnt out from the remaining employees. Reducing our team does not reduce the number of schools, students, or expectations for the county or state. It reduces the district's ability to effectively manage them. With this recommendation, the department cannot effectively service all the schools in the county and maintain safe, compliant, and quality programming. This is not just an operational concern, it is a major concern for student safety in our before and after school child care programs. Before and after school care generates millions of dollars for the district, supporting working families and provides students with a safe place before and after school hours. I respectfully urge you to reconsider this recommendation for our department and develop a plan that is safer for our students. There are millions of dollars at stake, and since the before and after care department generates their own revenue, it should not be a department that is reduced. Our income pays for ourselves. I heard many speakers behind me speak about facilities losing their jobs and then getting more work added onto that. Many of these programs, the before and after school programs, pay for these positions. Cutting our positions, 2 out of the 4 program supervisors, again, reduces our ability to manage quality programs, running to us delimiting those programs at those schools, and in turn, those facilities losing their positions because now they don't have an aftercare program. So again, I urge you to please reconsider my position and to please take another look at the before and after school child care department. It is always something that is left on the side and not looked at, and I really urge you to do that. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, Henry Smith, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I'm here today with one purpose: to bring clarity and transparency to a situation that, despite other efforts, has not been fairly addressed. I am facing unemployment, not because my position was eliminated, not because of performance concerns, and not because of lack of experience, but because a staffing decision tied to another role entirely. What makes this situation especially difficult to understand is the inconsistency in the reasoning behind this decision. Last year, the foster care and child abuse programs were merged into one. At that time, I was selected to lead the newly combined program. I would like to believe that my knowledge, skills, and abilities related to child welfare had something to do with that decision. The previous district attendance coordinator, who had approximately 4 years of attendance experience, was not renewed, and another individual was placed in that position. Now, less than a year later, I am the one not being renewed. Despite having nearly 2 decades of experience, the explanation given to me was that retaining my replacement would allow the department to preserve the benefit of that individual's nearly 1 year of attendance experience. I respectfully ask that this decision be viewed through the lens of fairness, consistency, and professional value. It is difficult to reconcile how nearly 20 years of institutional knowledge, leadership, and service can be outweighed by less than 1 year of attendance experience. This is bigger than one position. It is about ensuring that decisions impacting people's livelihoods are made with transparency, equity, and sound reasoning. Excuse me. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak and simply ask that this situation receive thoughtful reconsideration. The staff and the most vulnerable students deserve stability. Thank you.
Thank you. And before the next speaker, I'll read the next 5 names. Robert Cozell, Satsi Mahar, Liga Yerke, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, and Zyra Climes-Lynchus.
Hi, my name is Michelle Bonstani. I'm from Davie, Florida. I'm sure you're tired of hearing from me, but I will have to say that we started an aftercare program, and unfortunately through my chemo, it all got messed up. And if I didn't have Ernestine come, she's a hands-on work, like she helped get that program running. She helped me through the darkest days, and I'm kind of sad that when we look at the organization chart, we cut the people who help the schools. Like last school board meeting, I was getting texted by teachers, Miss Bonstani, can you take so-and-so? He's running around the classroom, cursing, screaming, and that's what I do while I'm working. I work in a fine arts school that is supposed to be competing with a charter school. We should have, like, if we're reimagining, like that money needs to go to, hey, we're gonna have the best vocal teacher, the best band director, because we're competing with a charter, but there was a hiring freeze. The principal was teaching, the assistant principal was teaching, the counselor was teaching, the reading interventionist was teaching and then couldn't take all the groups. The literacy, like we're working so hard and there's no support. It's really difficult, and I know that absenteeism, I mean, I've never worked in a generation where teachers go, that's it, I've had it, I'm leaving, and they leave. They leave. Like, that's not how it is. I do not want a kid to go home. I'm going to take that child. I did 5 IEP meetings, was teaching 5 kids at the same time. I told the parents, kids come first. We got to make sure our kids are a priority. The organizational chart is not going to help the foundation of our schools being able to service the children. They're addicted to technology. I mean, I can't believe I have 5-year-olds begging me to get on a computer. I'm like, no, we're not getting on a computer. Cut out some of these programs, let the teachers teach. Put the money with teacher assistants. We have a pre-K program with 12 children, no assistant. There's a hiring freeze. But you know what I told the district? You could say, let's hire 12 people because nobody's coming for the jobs. So that's the reality of it, but you have to put more money in the schools so that the community wants to come back to public school and not go to a charter where their kids are in smaller groups. They have excellent music programs, excellent electives. Please think about this before you make these decisions. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Nikki Watkins, Davie resident, parent, staff chair at Western High School and Central Area Advisory Council, legislative representative. I am here today because I'm deeply concerned that the district keeps looking outward for answers while failing to fully value the expertise it already has within. Broward County Public Schools is filled with highly educated, highly experienced professionals, including PhD level and master's level specialists and school-based leaders who understand our schools, our students, and our communities. And beyond that, the district already has a district advisory council with representation from students, parents, educators, administrators, staff, and community members. These voices are not theoretical. They are informed, current, and connected to what is actually happening in our schools. Yet too often, these recommendations are overlooked and treated as secondary, even though the district's own advisory structure is designed to surface exactly this kind of guidance. The District Advisory Council has been discussing enrollment, staffing allocations, budget, and programmatic changes already. As a highly involved parent, small business owner, taxpayer, and community member, I can tell you this clearly. Families are exhausted by empty promises, by being shuffled around, and by being spoken to as though their advocacy is inconvenient. And if someone like me, who knows how to navigate systems, can be treated dismissively, then I worry deeply about the less connected families, what they are experiencing, like the parents of the 4,500 homeless students served by the HEART program, who already only has 10 staff, being cut to 7 staff. We are not an interruption to this process. We are the reason this system exists. Parents, students, and communities are why these jobs exist at every level. And if trust is low and morale is low, it's not because people care too much, it's because too many people feel unheard, while decisions keep being made farther and farther away from the classroom, which is why I thought this poem was very relevant. The Cold Within by James Patrick Kinney. 6 humans trapped by happenstance in bleak and bitter cold. Each one possessed a stick of wood, or so the story's told. Their dying fire in need of logs, the first man held his back. For the faces across the fire, he noticed one was black. The next man looking across the way saw one of not his church and couldn't bring himself to give the fire of his stick of birch. The third one sat in tattered clothes. He gave his coat a hitch. Why should his log be put to use to warm the idle rich? The rich man sat back and thought of the wealth he had in store and how to keep what he had earned from the lazily shiftless poor. The black man's face bespoke revenge as the fire passed from his sight, for all he saw was his stick of wood was a chance to spite the white. The last man of his forlorn group did not accept for gain. Giving only to those who gave was how he played the game. Their logs held tight in death's still hands was proof of human sin. They didn't die from the cold without, they died from the cold within. Leadership must be willing to share sacrifice, not protect status while others absorb the risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Before the next speaker, I just want to remind everyone who is here to speak publicly to please make sure to sign up as a public speaker with staff out front. So please make sure you do that so you're on the list to speak.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Lisa Yurkin. I'm representing the Federation of Public Employees today. I've got a little story. You ever go out to the Everglades and you see the birds flying up there, and then they dive into the water and they pick up their fish and they go back up and they go about their way, right? And that's how they survive. Well, this org chart reminds me of that, because the folks on the top of the org chart here are the birds. And all the rest of us, especially the non-instructional, instructional, all the rest of us are the fish, just waiting to get plucked up and carried off. You know? Think about it. That's what's going on. But let me tell you this about that. Okay. Carol Brady, who's a business representative for the Federation, did a Chapter 119 record request on vendors. And what she found is over $10 million is being poured into vendors on IT that are working remotely. Orlando, California, Volusia County, they're not here, okay? We got supervising people here when they're not here. And this is just one example of Vendapalooza. And this Vendapalooza is costing hardworking, dedicated employees their jobs, and they can do it better, more efficiently, and more effectively. We'd heard from Beacon. All that Beacon does, shout out to Beacon, because they have valuable jobs that no one understands all the dynamics. You don't really realize what is under there and all the things that they do and how they sustain this district. Let me say something about transportation. Y'all are cutting underneath this org chart, the fish in the water, the ESC folks that handle transportation, the attendants, the ESC attendants for transportation. They're being cut. Oh my God. Well, you'll say, well, there's too many of them. Well, now really, is there? That's always the answer, you know? It's always the answer. We're always short folks in transportation. We all know that. Even though you're cutting lines, we all understand that. Let's hope that's not leading to some type of privatization situation, because we absolutely will oppose that, because we have outstanding drivers and attendants. that take great care of our students and have direct contact with students. Direct contact with students. I don't know. You know, we get tired of being the fish. We really do. Some of us are floating dead on top of the water like it's been a red tide. Don't y'all feel like we've had a red tide? We got some kind of red tide happening here. While those birds fly off, make their nests, and do what they do and have some, you know, big old time. And I think it's time to take some of them out. Let's take a better look at this org chart. Get some of these birds grounded. Let them find another job. Maybe Houston.
Good morning. My name is Stacy Marr, live in Pompano Beach, teacher, Broward County, almost 15 years. I'm here today on behalf of the EPs, the ESPs, the TSPs, all these groups notified of their potential layoffs, your organizational chart. These layoffs were decided upon without following established procedures and will directly affect our students. Instead of announcing layoffs among the top heavy administrative staff here in your Crystal Palace, the board has chosen to eliminate positions with direct student contact. This is not only fair, but it's dangerous. You're attempting to pit teachers against teachers. Instead of supporting the educators who keep this district running, while we appreciate the 39 ESC and social worker positions you saved a couple weeks ago, let's be clear, 39 is not enough. I witnessed your PowerPoint shuffle. You claim we aren't top-heavy, yet we spend millions on consultants in high-stakes testing, the very things driving students out of our district. The directive was supposed to be start from the top and work your way down. Instead, the directive has been ignored. We are tired of the silence. We're tired of the lack of respect for our profession. Lee County, they're trying something different. Will it work? I don't know. But at least they're trying. We need a real plan. Maybe the answer is to start cuts from your salary, from your positions, from the people in this room. Stand up for your teachers, stop the layoffs, protect our schools. Thank you.
Good morning. Robert Kozel, Oakland Park, Florida, 33311. I have been a Broward County teacher for over 20 years, and I have seen many changes, usually at the expense of teachers. However, this new organization chart is now aimed at all district employees. So I ask you to please review and proceed carefully. I don't want to see anyone lose their job in this district, especially with the current economy in Broward County. Still, I understand that changes must be made. Reducing employees seems like a temporary fix rather than a viable long-term solution. I consider it similar to putting a Band-Aid on a bullet wound. Instead, I urge you to look for substantial changes. And one suggestion that I have come to offer you is a 3-year plan to change all schools to a 4-day school week, starting with your high schools. Savings on food and transportation alone would be significant. The school day would only need to be extended by 1 hour to make up for the core class time being lost by eliminating a day 5. And I would also suggest that the eliminated day be Monday instead of Friday, since that is the day most holidays fall on. So I offer you to consider, as part of your innovative options for repair in this district, to look out and find other solutions. Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. So you keep hearing the public doesn't trust you. And the reason people keep bringing it up, because I'm pretty sure most of you know it, is in the hopes that you will start doing things you've never done before. And that involves saying no when you should say no, and saying yes when you should say yes. And if you wanted to find out who failed to learn this lesson, go back to 2017 and watch the removed board, because they had a history of saying yes to all the wrong things and saying no when they should have been saying yes. And as a result, 5 of them were recommended for removal, and you don't see them here anymore. In contrast, notice Mrs. Rupert is still with you because she was saying no to things that you should say no to. There's no mystery as to why she survived the last grand jury investigation. She was not playing along. So I appreciate that Madam Chair loves protocol and decorum and all that, but you know what I love? Compliance with public records law. Compliance with procurement law, even. I do not have the MGT documents, but I do have the emails, and it made for very interesting reading because I went through them all that I did get. So, and we'll get back to that in a second. This org chart is the board's responsibility, and you should be using data and best practices to create a framework for the redesign. Part of controlling is establishing standards for your superintendent to follow, which has not happened. Just for fun, I sent you guys a handout on what my expectations would be if I were the board or advising you, and it was actually my job to do that. I don't know how you're going to make recommendations. You don't even have the salaries, or at least they're not being shared with the public. How are you going to know what you're cutting? You don't have the job descriptions attached to today's items. So MGT recommended investing in AI and other automation, but not at the expense of necessary functions. It'll be very interesting to get the actual documents to see the disconnect and misinterpretations between what they were saying and what they're actually doing here. They did recommend 15% cuts in each department, which shed some light on some of the random seeming things. And I'm going to point out a couple of pages here. On page 3, they mentioned the communications department. I'll make no bones that your chief of staff is one of my favorite targets these days. All he did was add the word communications with marketing, consolidated an executive, but didn't actually consolidate. And then on page 9, they mentioned consolidating assistant directors and directors. Why do you have a random assistant director of student services not reporting to the director of student support? It makes no sense. Say no.
I'll read the next 5 speakers before the next speaker approaches the microphone. Pachuska Ville, Thomas Handwerk, Kamika Newman, Lorraine Morris-Fatchin, and Cassandra Jackson-Brown. Welcome.
Could I speak or wait?
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know what was happening. Okay, Zyra Lenches, Deerfield Beach. I'm hot. It's hot in here. Okay, so I was struck a little bit by, Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Hepburn, hello. I was struck by your comment, Dr. Hepburn, when you asked the board about the organizational chart and saying, if you guys change it, how are you going to evaluate me? Well, you're not evaluated on how well you make an org chart, sir. You're evaluated based on student outcomes, and Florida Statute 1001.42 tells you so. We don't evaluate how many deputies you have, chiefs, deputy superintendents. It's really on student outcomes, teacher retention, and fiscal sanity. Claiming you can't be held accountable unless your specific org chart remains untouched. It's like a captain saying he can't be blamed for hitting an iceberg because the board suggested he hire fewer deck officers and more lookouts. The chart isn't a personal staff list, sir. It's a public budget. If the superintendent feels he can only lead by protecting administrative bloat while the district faces a $90 million shortfall and possibly referendum not passing, then he's giving you the evaluation you need right now. Pay attention, board members. You aren't here to manage his vision. You're here to manage the taxpayers' money, and we want to know where it is and why y'all keep spending it the way you do. Don't let the reorg games distract you from your fiduciary duty. You set the goal, he manages the resources you provide. If he can't do that, again, that's his evaluation right there. Fix the chart and put the focus back on the children and teachers.
Thomas Hamburg, Sunrise. It's already been established that these positions are valuable. Schools do not function without them. So today, the question is no longer whether these cuts are harmful. That question is settled. The question is whether the board will address the problem that is actually driving this crisis. This is not an efficiency problem. It cannot be solved through cuts. It's a political problem imposed from outside the district, and it will only be solved through sustained political action. Broward is not unique. Districts across Florida face the same math as a result of the same policy. Charters, vouchers, so-called choice programs are pushed aggressively by the governor, are draining public districts, funneling students into segregated scam schools that allow student funding to be laundered. Conditions will only change when districts stop covering for the governor and start forcing accountability upward. You must act immediately and decisively. Stop describing these layoffs as enrollment decline. Adopt a formal resolution stating that the service cuts are the result of state-level charter and voucher expansion. Silence allows Tallahassee to frame this as local mismanagement. Shift responsibility where it belongs. Coordinate with other affected districts and stand openly with teachers, staff, parents, and students. You're blessed with a workforce that spends its own money, absorbs impossible workloads, and is deeply discontented because they see the damage every day. Their anger is an asset. Escalate beyond this room. Use the press. Mobilize parents and teachers. Launch media blitzes. Invite expert testimony and cameras. File lawsuits. Turn meetings into battlegrounds. Your sole duty is to ensure that children receive a fair quality education. You have no duty beyond that. When state policy undermines that duty, it is your ethical responsibility to confront it as aggressively as possible. Administrators manage damage. Leadership acts to stop it. This is your moment. Thank you.
Good morning, board members. My name is Kamika Newman from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I'm here to speak for all voices, big and small, who feel silenced by contracts, obligations, and fear of retaliation and cannot speak for themselves. Many board members here today have forgotten that you are elected officials. You work for the public. The public does not work for you. While saying this, my dissatisfaction in this board is evident. I'm asking for a refund of my tax dollars. Will it happen? Probably not, but everybody in this room can understand why. This board made a decision back in August that has left a severe financial impact for the Food and Nutrition Department of the Broward County School Boards, and I'm going to explain why. The Food and Nutrition Department of Broward County School is a self-sustaining department. That means that no taxpayer dollars, no general funding from the district pays for anything in that department. The money from that department comes from the U.S. Department of Agriculture and the reimbursable meals from each school. Therefore, I cannot understand how they are being strong-armed into doing what this department wants when none of your funding pays for anything over there. It is from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. With this being said, those funds help to purchase food, support operations, pay employees' salaries, and ensure that there is enough money to repurchase food so that we can continue to feed the children in this district. The employees of this district are expected to feed children when they come there, but many of them go home unable to feed their own families and their own children. Asking hardworking employees to absorb rising insurance costs, shrinking paychecks, and withheld raises is unconscionable. I said, thank you, but you can't get a raise. Also, we raising your insurance, and we know that you sustain your own money, but you can't use that money to give your employees raises, even though you can, because we made a debacle on our side, so it would look bad if your employees get raises and we don't have the money to give our employees raises, so we can't look bad. But those people, they work for that money. Do you know what it's called when people work for money and then someone else dictates what they can do with that money? They have a name for that. That is financial exploitation rooted in systematic inequality. That's definitely what it is. It's not appreciation. You can't appreciate somebody for the money that they worked for. I want every one of you board members to take a test. When you get paid next Friday, take your paycheck, give it to somebody else. Let them manage your finances for the money that you work for, and then you come back at the next board meeting and tell me how that worked out for you. Because that's basically what you're asking the Food and Nutrition Department to do. At the last board meeting, the former Director of Food and Nutrition, along with the Director of Finances, tried to explain to you what your wish would do to people, thousands and thousands of employees. You heard them because everyone in this room can hear. You did not listen to what they were trying to tell you. And that is your fault, not theirs. This board needs to figure out how they're going to accommodate that. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Lorraine Morris-Vachon of Sunrise, Florida, a 35-year vet, teacher, and also a proud graduate of Plantation High School class of '86. Good morning, district leadership. RESPECT. I am here to tell you what this means to all of us that are here. We all want you to do for us. What we want you to do for us is to give it to us here at home, Broward County Schools, is respect. Can we get just a little? I stand here today on behalf of the Broward Teachers Union, stewards, and the educators and staff members who show up every single day for our children, even when they're tired, they're overwhelmed, and uncertain about their own future. And today, I came with one word in my spirit, and that's respect. Not just respect as a slogan, not respect as a talking point, but respect in action. Because behind every position listed on this org chart is a person, a teacher, a counselor, an employee who stayed late, brought supplies out of their own pocket, answered emails after hours, comforted children in crisis, and carried schools through some of the hardest seasons we have ever seen. So when layoffs are discussed, when restructuring is proposed, we need this district to remember that people are not disposable. Our educators and the rest of our bottom org chart friends are not just numbers. They can be moved around on paper. They are the heartbeat of our schools. And what our members are asking for is simple. Talk to us with transparency. Lead with compassion. Handle this process with dignity and give educators the respect they have earned. Because respect sounds like timely communication, respect sounds like honesty, respect sounds like making sure employees are supported before decisions are finalized. Our members understand that challenges exist. We understand budgets, we understand enrollment changes, but understanding the challenge would never require silence about impact, and the impact is real. There are educators finishing this school year while quietly wondering how they will provide for their families, where they will work next year, or whether their years of service truly mattered. So today, we are asking district leadership to see the human side of these decisions. The Broward Teachers Union will continue to stand beside our members, advocate for our members, and fight for the respect every educator deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, 1 second. Could you repeat your name for the record? I didn't capture it.
Lorraine Morris-Vachon.
Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Cassandra Jackson Brown. I'm Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I've been in the district for 19 years, and I'm here on behalf of the SSIS, who up until 3 weeks ago was not in this position of being eliminated. 2 weeks ago, thank you, Thompson, Board Member Thompson, for putting in the motion to save our whole department. But once again, we're still here and on the chart as being eliminated. We are first responders at our schools. We're accessible to all students. Even though we carry a load of 65 or more, we have access, are accessible to all our schools. We work with our colleagues, the social workers. We work with the family counselors. We work with the school counselors, the APs. We are there when they can't be there. So once again, I ask you to reconsider your decision in getting rid of our department. I heard Dr. Zeman mention at a board meeting that he has ways that you all could make cuts and keep the budget intact. Please explore it. We are here for the whole mental health team. We're part of that team. We have direct impact on students. We see those students every day, Monday through Friday, as soon as we touch down on our campuses. Reconsider. Thank you.
And before the next speaker, I'll just read the next 5 names. Dr. Trudy Germanovich, Judy Trenzo, Venice Jackson, Anna Fusco, and Liliana Ruido. If you could please approach the mic. Welcome. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Petruska Ville from Tamarack, Florida, and I hold a master's degree in mental health counseling and school counseling. Once again, we're here, unfortunately, still in a state of confusion and chaos, and with no clear understanding what direction we're going. This is a public meeting. If you want people to believe and to have the power and to achieve greatness, you have to lead with that. You have to give us the guidance to understand where we're going. Because Dr. Martin Luther King says the ultimate measure of a person is not where you stand in moments of comfort and convenience, but where you stand at times of challenge and chaos and confusion. I work for the Mental Health Department, SSIS. We are here to provide support. This is Mental Health Awareness Month, and we're not doing okay. The teachers are not doing okay. School staff members are not doing okay. District staff members are not doing okay. We're supposed to be providing support to the kids. We're in a crisis. The kids are in a crisis. If the adults are in a crisis, where are we leaving the kids? How can we provide good support to the kids? How can we actually come in and achieve these goals that you want us to achieve, to maintain an A-rated school system where we're in chaos and confusion? The leaders are not leading. Yesterday was Mother's Day, and today I'm coming in, I'm getting messages, emails from students. You're like a mother at the school for us, and if you're not here, how are we gonna move forward? How are we gonna be successful? We work with the team. We don't only support the students, we support the staff. We're here for the staff. Because when the staff is burnt out, the school counselors right now, testing, I should be there supporting them because they're doing testing. Some of them are proctors. So when there's a crisis, who they're calling? Who's part of the text train like, hey, Ms. Ville, you're gonna be the front person because we're proctoring today. But instead of being there to support the staff and support the school, to maintain an A-rated school, I'm here. And I'm not doing okay, and we need to make this right. You need to make sure we can believe in you all, have the power to do what we signed up to do, and to achieve greatness and to get that A. We're not here for the money. Because if we wanted to, we could all leave. Other districts are paying us. I came from New York City, and I decided to take a pay cut because I wanted a different lifestyle for my child. But trust and believe me, the money I was making in New York, I'm not making it here. So we're not here for the money. We're here for the well-being and wellness of our children, our personal children, and the children we foster when we go into these school systems, these teachers. We're not just teachers. We're not just bodies. We are people that are here to provide support and be able to achieve, to believe the power that we could achieve greatness and success from our children. Please save the SSIS and supervisor's position.
Thank you, and I'll just call the next 5 names as well. Terry Preuss, Sheena Newton, Rochelle Soffer, Erica Hansinger, and, go ahead.
My name's Dr. Trudy Germanovich of Fort Lauderdale. So many issues, but I have to address the fact that written comments were a problem also this weekend. I received frustrated private messages from people who tried but could not get the Granicus system to work. At the beginning of the year, I spoke out about how the entire website had several glitches and nowhere for anyone to report problems. People who cannot come in person need a place which works to have their public comments considered by this board and the public. The public should have had access to make a written comment up to 8 a.m. today for this very late noticed special school board meeting, because that's what's in policy. And you're going to eliminate many lower level jobs that are critical to this organization. They only had till 2 p.m. on Sunday on Mother's Day. Why didn't they have till 8 a.m. this morning? Please direct the superintendent to follow policy as far as written comments. I made sure the board saw the comments by sending each of you a long email, which I hope you got, with the comments that were submitted. In comparing the positions that are being eliminated on this org chart, I can only point out that too many critical positions of counselors, ESPs, teachers, and support staff that have been working directly in the schools, and yet they are listed to be eliminated. I ask again, why can't this superintendent follow the lead of Lee County superintendent? She found over $23 million by eliminating upper level administrators. That's not what's happening here. This superintendent seems to believe that the upper level administrators are indispensable. There were a minimal number of eliminations of those above the line in the district positions. There have been a history of having high-level people go into schools and simply tell others what they're doing wrong. To put it simply, this is where micromanagement of teachers and principals and other staff begins, and that should stop right now. In searching, I was able to find and compare an organizational chart from the early 2000s when Broward School District had not yet lost students. That was not top-heavy organizational chart. It was a very short organizational chart. They put the resources into the schools. This org chart should not be passed in its present form. You need to keep the people that are doing the work. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good morning, Liliana Ruido, BTU. And I want to start by saying, I trust you. I trust you to do the right thing today. I trust you that you are going to consider all of the people, all of the employees that work one-on-one with the students, those who are putting down fires out there. I do know that the majority of you who are sitting up there were teachers once, and things have changed. Things are not the same, and it's very concerning right now for some of the teachers thinking, okay, I have a job today, but I don't know if tomorrow I will. I'm gonna say again that I do trust you. I do trust you to believe in what we do out there. I do trust you for you before you cut or eliminate certain positions. Look at certain positions that probably are not as needed in the directive area, I will say, and reconsider those who are in the front. That I will say that part, but the other part I will say, I am kind of concerned because you keep saying that you are going to cut teachers, but when we go to schools, classrooms are overcrowded, and it's concerning that when you see a classroom with 50 students, 60 students at times, you think, okay, we always say and we always preach that we care about the students and we want to do the right thing by them, but it's kind of impossible when you have 50, 60 students at once. So I'm going to ask you again to reconsider what you are doing, and before you make any cut, don't forget also those who work straight with mental health, like guidance counselors, social workers, SSI, I would say you gotta see how you do it, because we live in thriving times. Things are not the same. Our students need lots and lots of support and guidance. And by you cutting this type of position, I would say you send a very strong message that, we say is about the students, but you will let go certain positions that are directed to help our students and keep our students, in a way that they feel comfortable, they have somebody that they can trust and they can speak. And that's why, again, I'm gonna say, I do trust you, because I understand sitting up there is not easy, but at the same time, you have a duty to represent us. You have you are the voice. You have the final decision when you vote. And everybody here knows that teachers out there are struggling, and they should not be touched. Again, I trust you. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Please state your name for the record, please. Judy Tronzo. Judy. Is there a Judy?
Is there a Judy?
They're out of order, so just say your name. Just,
Okay.
you go ahead.
She was called already.
Okay, go ahead. State your name for the record, please.
Venice Jackson.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Venice Jackson from the training department. All right, I'm going to start off with a couple of things. First, I spoke during one of the first meetings, and at that time it was brought up employees that have been here for over 20 years, such as myself, within 5 years of being able to retire. Now, I've seen somewhere in the contract where it says that you're not supposed to eliminate somebody that is within a few years of being vested. So how do you decide not to eliminate somebody that's within a few years of being vested, but you'll turn around and you'll eliminate an employee that's a few years from retiring, who has dedicated their life to this department, to this organization, making little to nothing, peanuts. And now here we are at the end of our career possibly, and then you'll say, okay, never mind that she has 25, 28 years, whatever, we'll go ahead and eliminate that person. Somebody please help me make that make sense. The second part of that is, I know that you have to make cuts, and it's hard, a hard decision to make or whatever, and you said that you wouldn't touch anyone that was directly responsible for the children. Transportation, we're the first ones that they see. Those bus operators and those bus attendants, those are the first ones they see, okay? Without the proper training, this can make or break their day. Okay? When they come in with those bus operators and those bus attendants or whatever, then they have to be trained in order to know how to respond to crises, students having bad days, ESC students, students that can't speak. They have to be trained in order to handle these type of things or whatever. So how on earth in a transportation department do you have a training team and no training supervisor? That would be me. All of that training comes through my department. Every bus operator, every bus attendant, if they need to be retrained, if they need to go back through training again because they're lacking management skills, if they're lacking communication skills, if they're lacking passenger management skills, all of that comes through my department. So I'm trying to understand, how do you have trainers that are out on the road, and that's their primary responsibility, to be out there on the road teaching these new people that are going to start working with our children, okay? How do you decide that you're eliminating these, okay? How do you decide that you're eliminating bus operators or whatever? Now you have students on the side of the road for extended periods of time because we don't have enough bus operators. Or how about this? Now you have them on the bus for 2 and 3 hours because the route is extended because you don't have enough bus operators. Now you're going to start to get phone calls from the parents because their child is urinating themselves or something on the bus because they've been on the bus for so long and they didn't get a chance to go to the bathroom before they left. Or how about this? That parent that's about to get reprimanded because they're late for work every day because the bus operators are doing so many different things and all of these additional routes are being attached to their route, so that they can get these students, because we can't leave any students left behind. So while I understand you have to make cuts, the sacrifice has to be worth the reward. And in transportation, it's not.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Erica Hansinger. Good morning, school board members, superintendent, district leadership, and members of the community. I'm a parent, an educator, BTU steward, and proud City of Sunrise resident. I'm here today because the decisions on this organizational chart are not just boxes, titles, and budget lines. They are children, they are families. They are the adults who know how to step in before a crisis becomes a tragedy. This weekend, I witnessed a child have a serious mental health break. I will not say her name because she deserves dignity and protection. But I will say this, it was bad. She was overwhelmed emotionally, up and down, physically aching, repeating herself and trying to survive feelings that no child should have to carry alone. And in that moment, I was reminded that schools cannot run on luck. I am one person, I am one parent, an educator in the City of Sunrise residents. I know how to research. I know how to ask questions. I know how to call agencies, email the right people, push through red tape, and advocate because advocacy is in my blood. But I keep asking myself, what happens to the families who do not know where to start? What happens to the grandmother raising a child who does not know what heart is? What happens to the guardian who does not know which office to call, which forms to sign, which agency to contact, and how to explain that a child is in crisis without being ignored, blamed, or bounced around like a basketball? This is why these positions matter, because trained counselors, social workers, family counselors, family psychologists, and mental health professionals are not just helping children, they are helping families navigate systems that can feel impossible when you are scared, exhausted, working 2 jobs, and trying to keep a child safe. Because we cannot hope the right adult happens to be nearby. We cannot ask teachers to be counselors, social workers, crisis responders, case managers, trauma specialists, and classroom instructors all at once. Teachers love children. We show up, we make the call, we stay late, we do human things. We love, but love is not a system. A hallway conversation is not a mental health plan. And a child in crisis should not have to wait for the system to figure out who is still on the organizational chart. Programs like Hart and McKinney-Vento matter. School-based counselors are vital. They actually have boots on the ground. Family counselors matter. School psychologists matter. These are not extras. These are safety nets. I also want to publicly honor people like Melanie Taylor. Melanie was the one-of-a-kind counselor who became a light for families, including mine, during one of the hardest seasons of my life. She helped my own children feel seen and supported. That work does not always show up neatly in spreadsheets, but it shows up in children who stay connected, stay hopeful, and stay alive. And yet, after 13 years of serving the district, you let her go. So when we talk about eliminating, absorbing, redistricting, or realigning these positions, I need us to speak plainly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, Terry Lopez-Proyce, Vice President of the Broward Teachers Union. I don't even know what I'm going to say or what can be said at this point. It's a bit horrifying to see that with all that we have fought as a society, that I'm looking at billionaires just bilking us. And I'm talking not just to you guys because what you have to do is difficult. I'm talking to the public who are not aware of how these things are working, of how laws are being made by people who are invested in charter schools and private schools and vouchers, who are making decisions up there and in Tallahassee. Someone spoke earlier about how we lost many people in our board. Yes, we did, and it was filled with others. And those others have made some of the decisions that you are dealing with now. And the people who are against public education, the people who are guiding these decisions are the same people who are breaking up unions. Oh, and not all unions, no, mostly the ones where the teachers and the nurses are. I don't know, maybe people with ovaries, I don't know. How can they carve out the police and the firefighters and say that only our unions are going to be destroyed? Well, let's not pay them, and in the meantime, we'll just destroy the unions, because the unions are the ones that are fighting for the people. Every year we're told there's no money, and every year we find a way to get a raise. And this year, even our forensic financial people, as well as yours and all of the bargaining unit agents, have known there is no money. Well, I've been hearing since 2011, since I started coming here, when I was appointed by Representative Murray to the District Advisory Council, I've been hearing how you don't budget, not you necessarily. This board has never budgeted for the employees at the beginning. No, you don't budget at the beginning. That just doesn't make any sense, does it? It's the biggest expenditure. How many times did I have to hear Nora Rupert, Robin Bartleman say, why aren't we putting money aside for the teachers and our employees first? People over products. Too many people with grubby hands who already have a lot of money are making these decisions, are paying off people in Tallahassee, here, in all of our government, and if the public doesn't wake up and smell the roses, I don't know what to say. Because we found out that 12 to 20% of teachers vote. Unless they're members of the union, then there's about 60 to 90% vote. Well, of course, then they're going to destroy the unions, so we don't have any teachers voting on these kinds of things that are happening here right now. There's no money. It's going to testing, billionaires. It's going to vouchers, billionaires. It's going everywhere except with the kids. And I've been saying, and President Fusco has been saying over and over again since we were elected in 2016, people over products. The Nordic countries have figured that out. They're not using computers anymore. They said, no, those Americans are nuts with all their computers. We're going back to paper and pencil, and we're going back to books. Get the message.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Rochelle Sofer, Coconut Creek, Florida. I'm glad I've got some eyes on me today. I don't have to ask like I had to ask last time. So some of you guys greeted us with good morning. I really wanted to say back, who is it good for? It's good for you all, not so much those of us here who should be with our kids, teaching and instructing, but we're taking time out of our own day to appeal to you guys to save the jobs of those who we work with. So I know that some of you finally got the message. So last week when I said I don't trust you, well, that's changed. I trust some of you. You're building trust, but we're not quite there yet. See, those who are elected up here, I'm trusting you more, okay? I'm feeling a little bit more love, but I'm not feeling the love for those who are in the schools, in the district, directly with the children. The bus drivers, you heard their plea, or maybe you didn't because you were too busy with your cell phones. The SSIS, we heard their plea, did you? Were you on your phone or did you actually hear us? Here's the thing, I'm a little feisty again, and I'm tired of being so feisty with you guys. But I'm here to save the jobs of my colleagues as well. So when we're offering a company, a vendor, up to $150,000 to recruit kids to come back to a local middle school, why can't we offer that to a school social worker who might be cut? That $150,000 at $850 a head comes out to about 118 kids. That's 2 social worker jobs, my friends. Why do we have to go to a vendor? Why can't we keep our own employees employed and offer them the same? See, this is where we keep swinging and missing. We had someone say to me, well, I'm not a soccer parent, I'm a baseball parent. Well, stop striking out, guys. Stop striking out. Stop pissing away the money to vendors when we have employees who could be doing it ourselves. I see, again, eyes are anywhere but on me. That is so not appreciated. In a classroom, I would all be going right up to you on your desk, because I don't know why my words are less important than what's in front of you. Just looking, watching. Because it was abundantly clear last week on my speech who was paying attention, who was not paying attention. I defended most of you, but the one who was not paying attention, the camera said it all. And I hope for those who are here in the audience that we're panning and seeing who's not paying attention, because I want it to be known. Rochelle Sofer, Coconut Creek. You hear the name? I'm not going anywhere. Some of you might.
Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Judy Trenzo, and I'm, microphone. All right, like this, yeah. Yes, right, because I'm short, thanks. Okay, so I'm still nervous. This is the second time speaking in public, and I'm only doing it because we matter, and most importantly, our students matter, who's your grandchildren and your child. I know the school board screwed up the budget. I understand that. I know we're paying for several superintendents now, some of them working in another state, making more money. I know that. I don't think we can control that, so I'm trying to let it go. It's kind of challenging. But I just don't, it's hard to put into words. I don't know why we have to be here. I don't know why we keep coming, but in my opinion, I don't know if anybody's listening. Now, hopefully I'm wrong, because there's times when I really want to be wrong, and this is one of them. But we need the referendum. That's important. We shouldn't have to pay for our health insurance at all, because it's not like we make a lot of money. But Anna Fusco, if she says something needs to be done, then I trust her. She's the best. And it's a shame that you guys don't listen to her, because if you did, this place would be running really well. But anyway, it's not, and that's how it is. So I just think that we should not cut people at the end. All of us are working with the students. We see them, we know them. We work overtime. I don't know if there's a person in this room that hasn't worked hours on their time because it impacts the child. I'm supposed to be testing right now, but instead I had to do a TDA to come here to speak. I would rather be helping these students graduate, but I can't, because if I don't do that, there could be many people in this room, including myself, without a job. And then how do we pay our bills? How do we put food on our table? How do we keep a roof over our head? And why do we have to have those questions? Most of us, I've been in this school district for 24 years, 25 years, something like that. So I just never fathomed this situation. Now, I understand there's a budget cut, but construction people are getting paid per job and not per hour, which is why they're off taking a nap.
Thank you so much. Can you, excuse me, can you state your name again for the record?
Judy Trunzo.
Thank you. Is there any more registered speakers? Go ahead. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Hi, my name is Sheena Newton. I'm the Assistant Director of the Business Support Center, and I'd like to say good morning to everyone, board members, superintendent. I'm kind of upset and depressed right now because this is happening to me. I've been very loyal to the district for 29 years. I actually prepared a speech. I can't even read the speech because of how I feel right now. I've been here for 29 years and I gave my all to the district, to the students. I did everything possible. I never been written up. I've been a good employee, don't have an attendance problem. But unfortunately, I did receive a letter to be non-renewed. Not so much my job being cut off the org chart, it's just that I'm being non-renewed due to someone that's gonna take that position who got cut off the org chart. And I just think it's unfair because I show so much loyalty to this district and I don't feel that I'm receiving that loyalty back. And it really hurts me to my heart because I graduated from this district. Class of '89 at Dilla High School. I worked my way up in this district. I went back to school and got my degree, and I moved up. I'm one of the little babies that started in here and moved up in this district. I worked hard to get where I am today, and I feel like everything has been stripped away from me in 29 years of service. And I just feel it's so unfair to me. And I'm saying this from my heart. Please look at this. I just don't see why someone who's been dedicated to students. I was over internal funds account. Every principal in the district call me. I give them advice what to do and what not to do according to state statutes. I am a stickler to following the rules. And anything that keeps the district out of trouble, I was there to do that. I was an auditor in this district. I served in many different capacities, and I worked my way up, and I just feel like my life has been taken away from me. I have 2 kids in college. Now I have to tell them they won't be able to go to college anymore because I won't be able to afford it. Unfortunately, that's what's going on in my life right now. And I just felt like I needed to share that. I didn't want to do it, but I just feel like you need to know, because it's things that you do not know what's going on with people who pour their heart out to you all to make this district to be a A district and to be successful, one of the best districts to work for. But the way I feel, I don't know that anymore. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any further speakers?
My name is Mackay Henry of Davie, Florida. I was a student from Nova High School. I graduated in 2023. My mother's been a union teacher for nearly 20 years. I think the measure on this on the table is really detrimental to our students, to our staff. The board is largely concerned about budget cuts and the nature of the amounts of money in the general funds budget. But we have to understand, if we're going to cut hundreds of teachers from our staff, if we're going to cut hundreds of educational professionals, we are going to be doing a disservice to our students. We are going to be doing a disservice to their county. If we're concerned about the number of students in our schools, over the long term, we are going to be dismantling public education in this county. Because if parents know that the people who are going to be taking care of our kids, keeping them safe, aren't going to be employed in our district anymore, we are going to be dismantling our confidence in our institutions, right? And consider under this operational plan, there are 57 campus monitors who are set to lose their jobs. There are nearly a dozen elementary school counselors set to lose their jobs. There are nearly, I believe, 3 dozen IISPs who are set to lose their jobs under this organizational plan. I think we are doing them a disservice. This will only serve to dismantle public education in this district, because when parents start to lose confidence in this district, they won't be willing to send their kids to this district. And if we're really concerned about keeping students, keeping enrollment here, then this plan only hurts the people we are most concerned about. I think, frankly, as it's constructed, it's an anti-school safety agenda if we're getting rid of those campus monitors. This is the same district where Parkland happened, and we said never again. We can't allow this to happen in our communities. My name is Mackay Henry. I'm running for school board in District 6. Thank you. Son of Broward at sonofbroward.org. Thank you so much.
Next speaker, please.
Just a point of order, there's a delay because people are in that other room, they're not hearing their names. President Fusco is definitely speaking, and some others probably as well. Thank you.
Okay. General Counsel, can you go ahead
Point
and
of
come?
order, Chair. Can the General Counsel speak on policy
Board
as
Member
far
Al-Hadef.
as campaigning?
Board Member Al-Hadef, I just called on General Counsel to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure that the public is aware that there is no campaigning during public comment. There are very specific laws, both state and federal law, that prohibits political activities during a government meeting and other government matters. So we would appreciate that you are in compliance with state and federal law, as well as board policy.
Vice Chair, point of order.
Thank you, General Counsel. Board Member Al-Hadef.
No, that was me.
Thank you.
Okay. Board Member Thompson, did you have something to say?
Yes, could you just reread the list of names? That's what our chair usually does to make sure no one's being.
Okay, so
because
we
they're in
have
other
one
rooms.
more speaker, which.
But she usually reads the names that weren't checked off.
Okay, so Anna Fusco and Delvin King. Okay, Anna Fusco, go ahead.
Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union President. I was hoping y'all would have caught that last one. So you heard it from a lot of people today. And again, Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union President, represent 3 groups here that all of them are affected on the org chart. And let's call it what it is. We cannot miss the message that you guys gave. Do not affect employees that directly impact students. How many more times is that going to happen? So I'm hoping you guys fix that today. It's on you. Don't let that little tactic, you can't get into everyday operations. This is not everyday operations. As I said at the last few board meetings, you're not going to see the impact now because they're here. What you will see that impact will happen the first week of school. Mark my words. You guys, make sure you got that on video. It's going to come back because I will be the one to say, I told you so. So I suggest you all follow the lead of Nora and Adam, who have been steadfast on making sure that nobody gets impacted that work with students. Jeff, I really hope you bring back that call to not have 3,000 employees laid off, jobs cut, positions gone. It's not going to work. I'm telling you, we are at skeletal in our schools. I don't know how you don't know and see it. I challenge you to walk a week with me, really walk a week with Anna Fusco and get the real stuff that's going on. Not the dog and pony shows you get because everybody's afraid. And I'm not trying to insult my admin. We have grown together. All working groups are working together. 100% of the working groups, the 90-10, thank you for that. That is huge. That referendum's going to win in November. It's going to be big. We were hoping when you did do this decision to cut these employees and fix up the budget that you still wouldn't come at us with the insurance. But yet, you still are. And I need you to speak openly about really where the budget is before you do this org chart of why you're doing it, really where we're impacting of why you're coming after employees to pay into their insurance. There's multiple reasons. Why the Broward Teachers Union took that position to be the less impact for the employees of Broward County Public Schools because your attorney and your superintendent wouldn't push back the impasse. So if we don't ratify tomorrow, we're at impasse on Wednesday night. There's that. I'll be standing before you as our judges, which we know what you're going to do, what you think you have to do. I hope you could change your minds with this impactfulness of 1,000 people being let go. It's going to impact our schools. I'm telling you over and over again, do not pass this org chart. We're making significant changes today.
Thank you. Mr. Hill, is that it for speakers?
That concludes our public comments.
Thank you. I now turn it over to the superintendent. I'm sorry, General Counsel, you may go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that those that were called that did not come to the mic, that we make sure that perhaps they didn't hear us. So I just want to make sure that we put that on the record.
Okay, so we only have one speaker, Delvin King. Is Delvin King here? Okay. Very good. So I now turn it over to the superintendent for remarks and a quick presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Holness, and thank you, Chair, school board members, staff, public. Today's item is more than an organizational chart. It's about an operating framework required to lead Broward County Public Schools with clarity, accountability, and discipline during a period of significant financial and enrollment challenges. As superintendent and chief executive officer of this district, I'm accountable for the framework, strategies, and execution of both district operations and teaching and learning. That responsibility requires an organizational structure that clearly defines leadership, aligns resources to priorities, reduces duplications, strengthens coordination, and ensures that every major function of the district is connected to student achievement, school support, operational effectiveness, and long-term financial stability. The proposed organizational chart is an important component of that work. It reflects board feedback, which is highlighted in yellow shading on the org chart, and a deliberate effort to align staffing and leadership responsibilities with current conditions while preserving our core mission: high quality instruction, safe and supportive schools, essential services, and meaningful support for students and families. These decisions are not easy, and I recognize the human impact of any staffing reorganization. However, responsible leadership requires that we make difficult decisions in a thoughtful, transparent, and student-centered manner. My commitment is to continue leading this work with accountability, compassion, and focus so that Broward County Public Schools is structured not only to meet today's challenges, but to operate more effectively and sustainably for the future. I'm going to have Beacon, if you can pull the presentation up for me, please. And so we can dive right into slide 2. Thank you. So just want to remind the board of why we're here and how we got to where we are as far as the difficult decisions that we've had to make. We've heard about the number of students that we've declined by or reduced by in the past 10 years, but I want to make it more recent. In the past 3 years, we've declined by approximately 25,000 students, which equates to about $225 million in revenue loss. Every student that we receive, we get revenue for. Every student that we lose revenue for. And then as a result, some things that have not happened in quite some time is also aligning our staffing, as we've aligned some of our school or facilities reductions to meet the reality of our declining enrollment, and that's reducing by 1,000 positions. Next slide. Also, as you've heard from the public and myself, especially, that this is not a unique problem to Broward County Public Schools. This is going on across the state and also across the nations. And depending on where you are, many variables contribute to this. South Florida, we have affordability issues, immigration issues, and also for national, that's common again amongst all school districts, is the decline in birth rates across the country. As you can see, this is Survey 2. To Survey 2, we actually collect student enrollment data in October of every year. And so this is October of 2024, 2025, compared to just this past October in this current school year. And you see the decline in enrollment for 7 of the large school districts in the state, with Miami-Dade having the largest because they're about 100,000 students more than us. So not a unique problem to us. We also continue, as with all of these districts, continue to lose enrollment throughout the year after that October count, which equates to our number of 10,000. And so that's how we get a projection from the state. We look at our numbers that we steadily lose throughout the school year, and we create a good prediction for the upcoming school year. Next slide, please. Also, specific on a timeline, there's my initial initiative and also board direction of reducing our positions by 1,000. We took that to heart in ensuring that we're not impacting our school sites. And we did a extensive analysis, also working with a third-party assurance vendor, just to make sure we're on the right track and understanding how our benchmark looks compared to other systems our size, and getting some comparative analysis and examining our risk and reward during that process. We also had a workshop, that initial workshop, where the school board gave some discussions and also some directions that we've embedded into the current org chart that's before you today on the agenda. But today is the final decision point for this recommended plan. And as you've heard from most of the speakers today, and I've heard throughout some other constituents, is that uncertainty is real. And so we need to make a final decision so we can move forward, contact any newly impacted employees, and start revving up the system to support our impacted employees, just to make sure they land in a comparable employment opportunity that's going to benefit them, and also start our process, which usually starts this time of the year, all over leading up to the start of the school year as well, all the personnel components that need to happen, that takes some time to do it the right way. Next slide, Beacon. Also, as I said before, this initiative has not concentrated on school-based positions at all. It's concentrated on district-funded positions, and we've kind of put the district positions into 2 separate buckets: central office and central operations. Central operations are key components to ensure that our district is operating and high functioning at the operational level. Those positions in central operations, they do not reduce one-for-one like a central office position or even school-based positions when you have a decline in enrollment. So it's easier for us to mitigate the risk on central office positions, because you can't mitigate that type of risk in central operations when you lose a bus driver, or when you lose a food and nutrition staff, or when you lose facility staff, because many of those key components still have to function even in the midst of declining enrollment, because we still have the buildings, we still have the routes. So we concentrated many of of our efforts on central office because we can mitigate that risk. We can ensure the services that are being provided and operate in this district can continue with less positions in the central office realm. And as a result, total reductions in central office are 22%. Only 9% of those 22% reduction is actually with filled positions, with people in those positions. For central operations, only 11%. And only 1% of central operation positions are actually filled with current employees. School-based positions, we have not touched those at all with this initiative. That is 0, 0, 0 with this initiative. Next slide, Beacon. Also, just to emphasize central operations and how it functions, it does not reduce one-for-one with enrollment, i.e. Transportation. If we have 50 kids on that bus today and there's 35 kids on that bus next year, we still need a bus driver. So we can't reduce many central operation positions that correlate to a reduction in students. So we were very strategic in ensuring that we're mitigating the right amount of risk when it comes to central operations, and that's why you're going to see fewer cuts or reductions in that area versus others. And this just goes over, we have 6,100 employees that are funded from the district and not on school-based budgets. And 3,000 of those positions are central office, the rest are central operations. And again, just emphasizing that only 9% out of the 22% that we've reduced in central operations actually are filled positions. So the positions carry the least amount of risk so we can continue operational success across the district and doing what we need to do. Our priorities and principles in this whole entire strategy was about protecting the classroom and also ensuring that we can manage the risk versus the reward. Next slide, Beacon. And so as we did our analysis, we can't just evenly across the board implement reductions. We really have to, we've sat back as a team and also myself and actually analyzing the risk and reward and knowing that it's not even. And several questions that we asked ourselves. So the operational risk, what's the capacity needed to keep our schools successful in the midst of declining enrollment, in the midst of reducing staff at the same time? What's the cost reward? What reductions create the best recurring savings while mitigating risk across the board? And then for vacancy opportunities, right? That was forefront in our minds. For positions that we're going to have to reduce, that have employees filling those positions, what reductions can equate to the least amount of employees being impacted by, while also ensuring that we have positions in recurring vacancies that we know of year to year that we can staff those individuals in. And also just maintaining service continuity across the board. We're trying to minimize disruptions as much as possible with this initiative. Next slide. Again, so for the 1,000 positions that were reduced, only 300 of them actually are filled with current employees, and 700 of them are vacant positions. This goes back to our hard hiring freeze that we implemented in around December, just to ensure that we're not bringing in new employees that we ultimately have to cut at the end of the year. So we were very strategic in that, knowing that we're going to have some vacancies and not impact as many employees as anticipated. With that said, all across the board of BCPS, all of our staff, all of our employees, the current employees that are being reduced, that are in positions that are filled, are only 1% of the entire organization for Broward County Public Schools. 80 to 90% of those impacted employees will qualify for projected openings, and they could take advantage of those openings if they see fit. Currently, it equates to a $54 million in savings for the district. Also, placement strategy. We are prioritizing our employees that are impacted through this initiative to ensure that they have priority to be placed in positions that are vacant or currently open. And I know the HR team has already placed some of those positions, and they're continuing to work with those impacted employees as well, just to offer the opportunities for positions that are available now, and we know that will be available in the near future as well. And so looking at qualification reviews for certification, experience, and matching them up for those projected vacancies. And also if there's a instance where a person doesn't qualify for a position that we offer, we have a strong partnership with CareerSource. They've been working with our HR team since January to prepare themselves to assist us in this initiative, just to make sure our staff have comparable employment opportunities as we move forward. As I said before, May 11th, today, is the decision point for the recommended reductions. There's a lot of next steps that happen starting tomorrow. If there's additional impacted employees, we need to notify them immediately. But we also need our entire organization to have a level of certainty about what is going to happen after tomorrow and how we're going to support our staff, and also principals and school leaders, knowing what projected openings they're going to have with the employees that will be available to fill those positions moving forward, and all the tangible things that the HR division does starting now all the way to the beginning of the school year to fill positions across schools and across the district. Also, I know we're going to discuss some org chart shifts and even probably some positions below the line as well. One thing I asked the board is, one, if there are recommendations for certain shifts to bring back employees or to delimit positions, that you give the opportunity to myself and my staff to really discuss those, so we can examine those operational risk or organizational risks, just to make sure we're not diminishing capabilities of doing certain services that we need to complete. Also, to remain cost neutral, you know, these 1,000 positions in our reduction is for a purpose, and that's to align our staffing to our enrollment realities now and also in the future. And so asking that if we do delimit, or if we bring back positions, that it is cost neutral for the duration of the discussion, and staff can help you out with understanding the cost for those positions as we have a robust discussion. With that said, my recommendation is we're protecting educators at the school level. We're protecting our core operational services. We've heeded the board's direction in 1,000 positions, and we are working steadily to implement next steps by notifying any newly impacted employees, making sure they're aligned to current vacancies, and preparing our organization to start the next fiscal year and also the next school year. That's all I have for you, Madam Chair, and I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
Thank you so much, Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to speak today, and I appreciate the public sharing so articulately thoughts and ideas, other ideas about how to save and the like. I want to make sure, though, that we in this room are aligned around, like, the central problem. So over the weekend, I looked up what the 4 states close to us pay for public education and compared it to Broward County. All 5 states have a dominant political party in their state legislature, but they have wildly different funding for our kids through public education. I'm going to start with Alabama, the one on the far left. If Broward County or the state of Florida funded education the way they do in Alabama, we'd have $1.3 billion more in Broward County. If Florida funded education the way Mississippi funds education, we'd have $380 million more per year. Even Alabama, with Alabama's per capita funding, we'd have $200 million. And Georgia, who funds it quite well compared to the 2 to their west, we'd have another $540 million. Madam Chair, we've lost 25,000 students over the past 3 years, equivalent of $225,000. If an average person in Broward County schools makes fully burdened $75,000, how many positions is that?
Dr. Hepburn?
$225 million, that would be almost 3,000.
And Dr. Holness, I can't ask you a question directly, but I understand a little bit now why you brought that item. Because the decline in revenue just over the past 3 years would be equivalent to 3,000 positions. And what this board said was, Dr. Hepburn, I need you to bring us 1,000 this year. And Dr. Hepburn did that. I think that some of the work that's been done needs to be noted. And the hard part, in my mind, is really shown on sorry about that. Slide 4. Here we talk about the board giving the superintendent direction. We talked about it for a long time. Dr. Holness brought an item. We made it formal. We said, please bring us 1,000 positions. The analysis period, though, I think is undersold. What's difficult about identifying a cut is that you have to say, hey, how much do I need to do? And then the second is Dr. Hepburn and his staff had to do the analysis phase, which is where are those positions? And they did that hard work. The Florida School Board Association came here and gave us some training not long ago, and they told us we were supposed to tell the superintendent what to do, not how to do it, right? And this analysis phase is very difficult. In some cases, he had to go to his head of HR and say, sorry, Dr. Lozano, but I need 20%. And he went to academics and he said, I need this much, Dr. Cohn, go work with me, let's figure this out. Those kinds of decisions, those surgical decisions on where the cuts were taken have resulted in what? Most of these cuts are taken out of central office staff. Some are taken out of central operations. Today, they are not taken out of schools. Does that mean that we have eliminated the lack of revenue that we have? No. This is 1/3 of the decline in revenue in Broward County. So just think about that when you stand up and talk about these cuts. These cuts are the beginning, not the end. And these cuts came because Florida does not fund education according to the constitutional rule that says they'll fund high-quality education. Plain and simple. Remember, we'd have $540 million more if we just funded education like they do in Georgia. They don't do that in Florida. We are at the point where we have to make cuts, and they're legitimate cuts. They're hard cuts. They will cut services that we think matter. And I just wanted to kind of take a minute and say that as someone that's done a lot of budget cuts in my career, the hard part isn't standing here at the end and saying, is this right or not? The hard part is coming up with 1,000 positions. What else do we know about those 1,000 positions? 700 of them are unencumbered, which means there is not an employee in those. 300 left are encumbered, and 80 to 90% of those jobs have people in them who are fully qualified to apply for jobs for which we know there's going to be a vacancy between now and August 11th. So out of 25,000 positions in Broward County, 1,000 positions were closed, 300 had an incumbent, and 10 to 20% is 30 to 60 people don't right now have a job for which they're fully qualified to apply. And this happened because Florida does not fund education properly, plain and simple. And so this board has to make some very hard decisions on how do we make a silk purse out of a sow's ear? How do we do some kind of magic to continue these things going on in Broward County? So, Dr. Hepburn, I appreciate the analysis you've done. I don't think that everyone appreciates how hard it is to look people in the eye and have them, either you tell them that their position is being eliminated or that they work in a staff of 12 and it's going to become a staff of 9. These are really, really hard decisions. Dr. Hepburn did not enjoy I mean, I could ask you, Dr. Hepburn, I'm just going to skip that step. Dr. Hepburn did not enjoy looking for 1,000 positions, but 1,000 is the beginning. Remember, it is 1/3 of the loss of revenue that we got when we went down 25,000 students in the last 3 years. So, Dr. Hepburn, I think your conditions are reasonable. I do believe absolutely today is decision day. May 11th is decision day. We owe it to those 300. We owe it to that 30 to 60. Those human beings that are affected by this directly today, and by all the other people who work around somebody that's affected today, they deserve to know about this as soon as possible. The second rule, I think, is also wise. You know, this is going to save us is it $54 million, Dr. Hepburn? Correct. Thank you so much. So 54, but still, that's not the $225 million that we're behind. So it's part of it, but there's more to come, and we have to be smart about this. So if somebody wants to change something here, and I do not, if somebody wants to make some changes of it, then, dollar in, dollar out, dollar in. I think that makes sense. We need the money. Dr. Hepburn, there have been some comments today about positions in schools lost, and there's a point in your deck that says that this did not reduce any positions. Why are some positions in schools being reduced for next year?
Yes, so that's correct, Dr. Zeman. This initiative here does not have anything to do with schools. Schools naturally fluctuate in funding based on student enrollment. We're expected to lose up to 10,000 students next year. And school leaders, even some of the teachers, are used to understanding, hey, you're 100 students less for the upcoming year than you are this year. You're gonna have equivalent funding less, which equates to positions at the school level. So yes, when you have up to 10,000 reduction for the upcoming school year, there's going to be some impact on staffing at schools. But this initiative, we put guardrails around schools that this initiative is not going to impact schools, because there's going to be a natural impact from the fluctuation of student enrollment, as it's always been in the past.
Thank you very much. And again, just for public consumption, this cut covers 1/3 of the reduction of the past years. How did you cover the rest? I mean, this is $75 million. We had to find $225 million. What other things have you done over the past 3 years to reduce the cost of Broward County Public?
Yeah, so we've gone through many contracts over the past 3 years, or 2 years since I've been here. You also have that natural reduction that goes on in schools. I know General Counsel cut me off if I'm speaking too much. Also negotiating healthcare concerns as well, and then some things that we're going to tackle for the upcoming school year as well, and continue to monitor over time. So there's many strategies that we're implementing to close that gap.
And in all those strategies, Dr. Hepburn, did you follow the board's direction, which has been, I think, to summarize what the board has said for the past few years, that cuts in schools are the last places to cut? Is that the strategy you've continued to?
That's the strategy we've continued to implement.
And last question, Dr. Hepburn, if we needed to find more cuts than what this is, and projected next year's enrollments could be down again, are you going to continue that strategy of avoiding at all costs reductions?
Yes, that's our priority. We will continue to prioritize district staff and not touch school-based staff.
Terrific. And Chair, I have no changes to recommend that meet Rule 1 and Rule 2, and I appreciate the need today to make some decisions just for the humanity of the people that work for us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mrs. Al-Hadaf?
Thank you. So I know that this is very hard, and the people in this room care about the district, and conversations about structure and staffing are never easy when we're talking about people we respect. But that care is exactly why we have to act. Our enrollment is declining. That's not a projection. This is our reality. And when enrollment declines, resources decline with it. We have a responsibility to make sure our organizational structure reflects the district we are today, not the district we were 10 years ago. The superintendent's reorganization does exactly that. It reduces redundancy. It puts decision-making closer to where learning happens. It is leaner. It's not a flaw, and that is the point. Because the alternative is not the status quo. The alternative is a state takeover if we drop below the 3% fund balance, and that is not an outcome any of us can accept. We can make the decision now thoughtfully with care for the people affected, or we can delay and make a worse version of this decision later under more pressure. I choose now, and I support this plan, not because it is easy, but because our students deserve a district structure to serve them for the long term. I do, however, would like to make one amendment to separate the Chief Facilities Officer and the Chief Operations Officer into two distinct positions. I believe the scope of the responsibility is too critical to consolidate. So I move to separate the Chief Facilities Officer and the Chief Operations Officer into two distinct positions.
Second. Motion made by Mrs. Al-Hadaf, seconded by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on the motion.
Wow. Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. No surprise, I completely support this motion. One of your standards should be if a grand jury made a recommendation, had a finding or concern, you should not accept an org chart that tells you to do the opposite. So what Mrs. Alhadeff is proposing is to separate so that, because what's been consolidated is both the people doing the work and the people tasked with the compliance for that work. And those two cannot go together. Every grand jury report has cited this as a problem, so this is a fix, and I hope you'll be in favor of fixing it. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Board member discussion? Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Chair. Just in following the Rule 1 and Rule 2 that Dr. Hepburn suggested, where would this, to Dr. Hepburn, where do you think this falls in line with your plan, and how will we counterbalance the savings cost?
I'm listening to board discussion. So,
Do you have a suggestion? Because I'm not comfortable voting on it if there's not a counterbalance to that.
I think some board members might have
Yep.
some recommendation. Excuse me.
Sorry.
Ms. Dupree-Bruno?
We are not in public comment right now, Ms. Fusco.
Ms. Fusco, please yield the mic. Please yield the mic.
Excuse me, point of order, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
We are not in public comment at this point. Please. They're in the middle of discussion.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. To Ms. Thompson's point, I'd actually like to make a suggestion.
This is your first warning. Okay, we will now recess the meeting for 5 minutes. Thank you. We are back. Just as a note, we're going to be changing the procedure. The waiting rooms for members of the public who are waiting to speak were changed around. So there are some rooms that are on a delay that I was not informed of. So what we'll do moving forward today is we will just wait for 2 minutes. We'll set a timer for 2 minutes after each motion is made to wait for any public speakers who are on a delay in this building to come and speak. And we will just wait for that time period. I just do want to reiterate, screaming, yelling from the audience is not appropriate decorum for this public meeting. So I think we can all see that we want to hear from our public speakers. We've been very accommodating, but we will not tolerate the behavior of screaming and yelling from the public. So with that said, there have been several minutes available for everyone to have heard the motion. I will again call for public comment on the motion to separate out the COO and Chief Facilities Officer position. And if staff could set another timer for 2 minutes, just in case anyone who is in a room in this building who is on a delay, to go ahead and make their way to the boardroom to deliver public comment. So public comment on separating out the CFO and COO position, the motion made by Mrs. Al-Hadaf.
My name is Dr. Trudy Germanovich, and I want to make sure that anyone in the other rooms that might not hears what's being said so that they can come and make a comment. I'm glad you listened. You need to listen, and that's why people get upset. But I do agree with the separation. Now you just need to find out where you're going to find the money. It's all about the money, so find the money. Thank you.
Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union President first. I apologize. I was not trying to be loud and rude. I'm naturally loud, and I ran here, so I was out of breath. So I was catching up to my breath. So it made me even louder. I appreciate you acknowledging me. I would say go forward with the motion if it needs to be done to make sure it's done correctly so nothing comes back that could, potentially give some backlash. And you have your attorney. I'm sure she can lay it out. I think Jock Adams is still in the audience, is still down here too. So with collaboration of your two attorneys, you'll get the best possible answer to either vote the motion to a yes or vote the motion down. But I think if it's going to be something that is put in place that has to be done, that would be the best process. Thank you.
Any other public comment? We'll wait for the timer that was set for 2 minutes to run out. So anyone else in the building can make their way to the boardroom. Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. I would like to make an amendment to Mrs. Aladef's motion to add and combine the Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer with Operations to be called the Chief of Strategy and Operations.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Hickson, seconded by Dr. Holness. Public comment on the motion, and I'm again setting a timer for 2 minutes for anyone who may be in a different room in this building to be able to make their way to the boardroom.
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I'm sorry, I'm still recovering from the 2 rules. I had to read up on what those were. I don't know how you can propose, like now Mrs. Hickson is supposed to explain how the costs would work. You weren't given the costs. The public wasn't given the costs. I support the idea of what you're doing, but we then all have to frantically look at everything that falls under those 2 departments to make sure that you didn't create another potential problem. If you separate strategy and actually 10 years ago, strategy and operations were the same department, but what falls under that box has changed so much that I'm not sure you would be back to where we were. But it was strategy and operations. The word innovation came about from your last superintendent, even though strategy and innovation are kind of redundant. So I think either one could work.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Dr. Trudy Germanovich, and I like this proposal. However, again, this is why it would have been better if this was workshopped. And I understand you're in the timeline and people, all of that. However, we need to think about these things more than you have time for when you're constantly trying to figure out, all right, I still haven't heard where the money's coming from. So, you know, all of these things need to be explained more clearly. I don't understand where you think you're going to get the money from, and that is one of the things. In other words, I want to know, are you moving these things around just to satisfy the fact that you need to keep these 2 separate, but then you're going to, there's always going to be more money if you're going to keep them separate. So anyway, I don't understand it, probably because it hasn't been explained very well. Thank you.
Hi, Zyra Climes-Lanchis. I'm not sure if I support the motion or not because, as 2 other speakers have stated, this really should have been a workshop, and I get why it isn't, but I'm just not certain that it's the right thing to do, money-wise, and I just hope that we do the right thing today. Thanks.
Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union President. Again, this is another, I didn't care either way if you workshopped it or school board meeting it. It doesn't really matter. We knew either way it was going to happen. I know you guys are being rushed by the superintendent to get this done because there's this fear that people don't know if they have jobs or they're going to keep their job or are they going to, whatever it is. And I think that ship has sailed, okay? So out of 25,000 employees, we're only looking at maybe 300 because that's Alan Zeman's words. It's only 300. To me, one person matters. I'm never going to take away that position. And I'm going to make it clear also, in this org chart, you are taking away from students. You can use the word district all you want. You want to get that mega feeling out there that I say whatever I say and it's just going to be heard in the universe. We're going to believe it, we're going to believe it, we're going to believe it. Please don't do that. I'm telling you right now, everybody is hired under the district, and people that work in schools no matter where the building is. Do what you want with this piece, just do it right so it doesn't come back on you guys.
Thank you. Next public speaker. All right, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. Just wanted to explain why.
Hold on, Ms. Hickson. I believe there are other public speakers.
Hi, Petruskaville. So I wanted to speak to where he made a couple of points on the slideshow, speaking that he's not eliminating people that work in the schools. That's not true. SSIS work directly in the schools every day. We report to a school. I understand the titles logistically, oh, we're district employees, but every day we report to a school. We don't report to a district office and being sent here. No, every day I report to Nova, middle school and high school. Every day I'm there as a staff. I might not get paid under their school budget. So that's what we need to break down for people to understand the finances of all this logistical aspect and titles and labels. Yes, I may not be a Nova employee, but I go there, I report there every day. So yes, you are affecting people that work directly with kids. So just because I'm a labeled district employee, but I report to Nova High School and middle school every day. So I directly work with children, so we are getting affected.
Any other public speakers on the amendment? Mr. Hill, I set the timer for 2 minutes to allow people, so that went off a little while ago. Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. I just wanted to explain why I made the amendment to the motion. It's no surprise that I agree with Mrs. Alhadeff on this. I've agreed with her since we've been talking about it. There are 3 grand jury reports that tell us that chief operations and facilities should not be one position. So I just don't think it makes sense for us to put it together, although that's how it ended up on here. So first, I feel we need to separate them. Second, the idea was if you're going to add another chief back, which is what this does, you have to find a chief to consolidate. And so the Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer is the newest one of the chiefs that we have, along with Student Services, which I did bring up last time, and that was not voted to be able to reduce that. So as was mentioned before, operations and strategy used to be a department together. So that was why I made the amendment. So if we're going to add a chief, we have to reduce the chief, and that's what this does. So it should balance out the cost. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Board Member Hickson. I appreciate you bringing this amended motion because, I was the board member suggesting that we reduce the number of chiefs, and I'm happy to see this come forth because we're splitting COO and Chief Financial Officer, but we're removing the Chief of Strategy. We're consolidating that with the Chief Operating Officer. So we're, in essence, we're still reducing by one of the chiefs. So I think this is a good move, and I appreciate it, Board Member Hickson, and I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thank you so much, Chair. On this amendment to the speaker, to the presenter of the amendment, I feel like this is a strong option, like a very strong option. One of the reasons it's important to do this is not just the grand jury, which I think took on the entire facilities infrastructure, not just the fact that what the chief did, but what the facility staff and some members above them did. But chief facilities officers have become very expensive in the last 10 years. In the last 10 years, the United States has doubled the under construction projects by scope. That has come with a doubling of the price of construction over the past 10 years, right? And so it's not surprising that the person we need to because of everything the grand jury said, to come to Broward County and lead an organization that has $6 to $8 billion worth of facilities backlog needs to be someone who's paid well. And so we can either kick the can and wait till we get applicants that we don't think are really equal to the task, or we can leave this at pay band T, the highest pay band below the superintendent. Is that part of your amendment to leave it at T?
My amendment didn't change anything in the pay part of it.
It's T now, Ms. Hickson.
So if that's what it is, I guess that's what it would say.
I just wanted to make sure because that's important. The second question is, I think then what's shown on page 12 of the org chart things, all of that would still report to the Chief Facilities Officer only, and all the things that are shown on page 19 under Strategy and Innovation would now report to Strategy and Operations Officer.
So I'm going to defer to the superintendent, because I believe we're going to actually take a recess
Yeah,
after
so-
the meeting for them to hash out what goes where.
Yeah, so those type of changes, we'll take a recess, and staff and I will make the shifts for those specific pages for Chief Strategy and Ops and also Chief Facilities Officer, and bring that back to the board. So it shouldn't take no more than like 30 minutes of us going through this quick session and getting the updated org chart back to the board.
And would that recess, Chair, happen before we vote?
So Dr. Hepburn suggested that we get through all of the motions that pass or do not pass, so that they can take the entirety of the changes and during that 30 minutes and make their adjustments.
Thank you so much, Chair. So I like Ms. Aladef's idea. It's nice because there are two really big chief jobs, ops, with all the business lines they have to run. An area, by the way, which we still haven't explored all the efficiencies that we're probably going to have to explore going forward. So it's going to be a big job for the next several years as well. And operations is what we do, right? That's just so essential. So I like this amendment to the motion. I think it's going to make us a better school district. But part of that is because the chief facilities officer is going to be at a pay raise, that we can really recruit, a world-class chief facilities officer to lead this team. And I know the superintendent's working really hard to fill project manager jobs and other building department jobs and things like that. Right now, we're at about 50% staffing. Is that roughly right, Dr. Hepburn?
Yep, correct.
Yeah, so 50%, I don't care what you're leading. If you've got 1 out of 2 jobs filled, you're not going to do as well as if you had those full. So I'm looking forward to those changes. But this is a good amendment. And to Dr. Holness's point, it still keeps us down 1 chief, which I think is really, really important, probably a beginning of what's going to come in the future. Thank you, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. Any other board discussion on the amendment? Ms. Bowman?
Thank you. So just to look at the pay bands again, when we did some changes the last time, we put together the chief facilities officer and the chief operating officer, and we put that as a T-band.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. So if we're taking them apart, are they both staying at T-band, or are we putting?
The COO will be S, and the Chief Facilities will be T.
Okay.
Yes.
And we will be removing 1 chief from the original makeup that you had, but
Correct.
it's not really removing 1 chief from how we had it.
No, from the original.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board discussion? Mr. Severa?
Thank you, Chair. Seeking some brief confirmation here. The operations chief and the facilities chief were both funded for 25-26 school year, correct?
Combined, they were funded as from the direction of the board of the first org chart.
But for the 25-26 school year, they were funded, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And the ops chief was, of course, one Wanda Paul, correct?
Correct.
Is she still getting a paycheck, Dr. Hepburn?
I have to follow up with you on that one.
I'd love to know the answer to that, sir. Thank you.
Any other board member discussion on the amendment? Dr. Holness?
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, I just have a question, a follow-up on Board Member Bullman. I know that in our last discussion, we had combined the Chief Facilities Officer with the Chief Operating Officer, and we changed the pay band for the Chief Operating Officer to a T. So with this moving forward to having a split, can you explain to us what the pay bands are going to look like, and so we can determine if we need to revisit that and change the pay bands?
So from listening to the board and the discussion, with the split, the Chief Facilities Officer would remain a T. All the other chiefs would remain an S. So there's only 2 T funded positions under my purview, and that's the Deputy Superintendent and the Chief Facilities Officer.
Okay, so I believe the last time the Chief Operating Officer was moved to a T.
Correct, in the combination.
In the combination. Yep. So with this split, what will the Chief Operating Officer be?
An S.
Okay, so the Chief Operating Officer will be S, and the Chief Facilities Officer will be a T.
Correct.
So voting on this motion, that would be the understanding going forward.
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board discussion on the amendment to the motion? Ms. Rupert?
Dr. Hepburn, why the differentiation between T and S?
Yes, great question. We're moving into the next era of our capital program, and in order for us to move in the right direction with great implementation, stand within scope and on budget, we need to find the best talent possible, and so we need to increase that band to a T. I can tell you right now, most folks in that role in the private sector probably make 2 times as much as what we pay. And so in order for us to be able to be successful, have some success in recruiting great talent to move our capital program forward, and we know the results of the past with our capital program, and we need a great leader to move it forward.
Okay, thank you. Could you also remind us about what salary level is a T? What's the range?
Yes, Dr. Lozano.
And an S, sorry, SNT.
I have it up, Dr. Hepburn. So for an S, the minimum is 123,000. The maximum is 224,000. The mid-range is 173,000. For a T, it's 164,000 for minimum. Middle is 200,000, and maximum is 252.
Okay. So when you go and do your bargaining, when you're looking at people for that position, then you're obviously, I would assume, going in at the middle price, even though I would kind of want you to go in at the lowest. But I understand and to actually recognize the need that we have for capital. I just wanted to be very clear on the actual salary that we're talking about. So thank you
Yes,
for that.
absolutely.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other board discussion on the amendment to the motion? All in favor of the amendment to the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
Aye.
The amendment passes unanimously. Back to the discussion on the motion.
Chair, I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. I'm happy to vote for it, subject to Dr. Hepburn coming and show us what would fit under there, but I don't want to vote on the final item until we see that.
Dr. Hepburn?
So you don't want to vote until you see the whole entire structure under those chiefs?
I just think, I mean, our job is to approve the org chart, really to approve the job descriptions that are memorialized in the org chart. I think it's only responsible for this board to see where the functions fall under those 2 roles before we make a final vote on this item. Would that be okay?
So I think the way that would work, that, and I don't know if Ms. Dupree-Bruno wants to weigh in, but, and, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but logistically, then we would have to recess after each motion so that they could, you know, bring back the changes that would.
And I'm kind of interpreting it just like Ms. Leonardi, similar. So you're voting on the chiefs. When we bring it back for the direct reports under those chiefs, you can easily make motions to change anything.
Okay, that's fine. I appreciate it. I just needed to understand. We're not approving the final org chart with this vote.
Correct.
Vote before the recess. We'll get that at the end.
Correct.
Thanks so much.
So the motion as amended is to separate out the COO and Chief Facilities Officer position and turn the Chief Operations Officer position, combine that with the Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer. And Ms. Hickson, I know you renamed it.
Right, so it would be called the Chief of Strategy and Operations.
Chief of Strategy and Operations. So now the motion as amended is to, we have a Chief of Strategy and Operations and a Chief of Facilities. Any other board comment on the motion itself? I know Ms. Hickson, you had the floor. You're good?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Rupert?
Okay, I'm sorry.
You would ask to speak on the motion?
No, I'm okay.
Okay. Dr. Holness?
Yes, Dr. Hepburn, with the renaming mentioned in the motion by Board Member Hickson, do you see any concerns with that particular name, or would that be appropriate for the combining of both?
No, I think the name is appropriate. I don't see any issue with the name.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other board discussion on the motion as amended? All in favor of the motion as amended, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
Aye.
Motion as amended passes unanimously. We are still on, now we're on the item, Mrs. Al-Hadaf, I believe you still have the floor.
Nope, I'm good. Thank you very much.
All right, Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I have a couple of questions, and then I have another motion to make. So to the superintendent, can you just, I know you explained it a little bit, but can you explain how we ended up with not just the org chart, but the list of positions? That is, and I'm going to give you a little leeway there. So this is not something that came to the board. This is something that we directed you to find the positions, and you then went to the chiefs and told them they had to reduce their departments by a certain percentage, if I'm not correct.
Correct.
And this decision was made by the chiefs of the department based on what they believed would be the less impact to their department. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. So I just want to be clear on that it wasn't just arbitrarily that this happened, and I believe you started in January?
Correct. Actually, December, a lot of deliberation since December to where we are now, and a lot of analysis, a lot of looking at service models of how we service certain departments and service schools, a lot of planning of how the new models would look as we start preparing to open schools and start communicating with our school leaders about how certain services will look different and how they will work and operate. So a lot of meetings and pushing throughout since December.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And also just, there was a public speaker who mentioned Lee County. So I just kind of want to truly compare us to what happened in Lee County. So Lee County eliminated 50 positions that were what they called executive and director positions. Broward County Public Schools eliminated 62 executive level or director positions. So we are very in line. If you actually look at what was removed in Lee County, they also looked at their central office and deleted some of the mental health services and some of those things. So I just want to compare apples to apples. So here in Broward County, based on the org chart that we're talking about right now, we have 9 chiefs and 14 regional offices. Lee County will have 8 chiefs and 4 regional offices. So they're a much smaller district than us. So I just want to be fair, and when we're discussing things, their superintendent did, I believe, a similar job to what our superintendent did based on the enrollment that they had. I also wanted to address some of the things a couple of the public speakers said, that you are correct. As Dr. Zeman mentioned, we do not get the funding that public schools should get from their state legislature. Voting matters. Someone said it was up to us. It was ethically our job to tell the state that and to ask for more money. I can promise you that we do that. As Ms. Thompson has mentioned a number of times, we go to Tallahassee, we go to Washington, D.C. It's on our legislative platform. We ask everybody to share that. So we agree. We would love to not be in this position. I can tell you how hard it is. It's been very difficult to even sleep thinking that there are people on here, as you've all mentioned, you all have everyone who's on that list has a personal story. It is their livelihood. This is not easy for anyone, but unfortunately we find ourselves in a place, as many businesses do. I mean, you all saw what happened with Spirit Airlines. Poof, one day, all those people just lost their jobs. We don't want to do that. The superintendent has been really intentional about people who are going to possibly lose their jobs, setting them up with Career Source. He's been on TV saying, hey, if you're a company and you need employees, please reach out to us so that we can do this together. So I just don't want it to go unnoticed that we all understand the human side of this. This is heartbreaking for all of us, as it is for you. And we wish we weren't here, but we are. Based on that, I have a question for the superintendent. There was an employee that came up to speak to us, and we've actually gotten a few emails about it. What are we doing to make sure our employees of 27, 28, 29 years who are close to retirement land in a place that allows them to reach that retirement.
Yes, absolutely. As I said before, we're prioritizing staffing for all impacted employees for our vacancies and for our openings, and in constant discussions with career sources to make sure that happens too. I don't know if Dr. Lozano, if you want to add any additional information to that, but we've been very focused on ensuring that all of our employees are taken care of, especially we have the data to know what vacancies normally happen year after year across the whole entire district, just to make sure we can place employees in those anticipated vacancies throughout the summer.
So I'd like to do a directive. I don't know if it needs to be a motion, so I guess I'll ask. But I'd like to direct or make a motion to have the superintendent make sure that any employee of 25, any employee close to five years or closer to retirement has an individual plan with the district on either finding a job here or at another governmental institution that allows them to reach their retirement.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Hickson, seconded by Dr. Zeman. Public comment on the motion. I'm setting a timer for 2 minutes to allow people in the building to come speak.
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I support the motion. This would have helped the audit department not lose an employee who was, I think, a year away from retirement a few years ago, and certainly would help people now when their boxes are being inexplicably, actually, no, their box wasn't inexplicably eliminated. They were. Someone else planning to move into their box. So I support the motion because it's been a real witness protection program around here where people you like, you kick the person you don't like out of the box and all kinds of foolishness going on. So I support the motion. It's the humane thing to do. And it should be something that they can actually do until retirement, not like giving them a bad option. It should be done with fidelity. Thank you.
Hi, Sheena Newton. I just want to say I support this, and I really thank you all for thinking about us, who's been here a long time serving you all and trying to make this a successful district. I'm greatly appreciated at this moment. Thank you.
Melanie Birkin, Davie, Florida. I support this motion and I thank you, echoing those that came before me. I thank you for honoring and respecting those that have served this district loyally and to ensure that they are able to at least continue out their years until retirement. So thank you so much.
Terry Lopez Preuss, Vice President of the Broward Teachers Union. I support the motion and would also like to thank you for thinking about these things. We've gone through some grueling honesty from the people who are losing their jobs. What you're doing is not easy. I recognize that. But this shows that you care about those of us who've been here. So thank you.
Zyra Climbs Lanchas, Deerfield Beach. I just wanted to share a quote with you because I do support the motion. It's a Simon Sinek quote, and he says, leadership is not, I'm sorry, I have the wrong one up. I have the wrong one up, wait. And my time is running out as I look for it. Can you imagine? Simon Sinek says leadership is not about those you have in charge, but those that you lead. So it's really important that you care for the people that work here. Some people don't feel like that's happening, and I know you have to do a hard thing, but the people that remain are gonna wanna know y'all have their back too. You know what I mean? Because if they don't feel like that, they're gonna walk also. Thank you so much.
Dr. Trudy Germanovich, I support the motion, and I want to point out that often, and I've seen this happen many, many times, teachers, as they get to be older, they often are pushed out of the system. They're pushed out because if they're on annual contract, they can be fired. So I know what these people are going through, and this is not right. And it has happened for years, and I wish you'd put it in policy that you can't do this kind of thing. Because I don't think that anyone that's given that kind of time to this organization should ever be pushed out. And it happens all the time. Sorry.
Tracy Chandler, Plantation, Florida. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You heard the pain in her voice. Not just her voice, she was speaking for so many other people. As a veteran employee of Broward County Schools, as are you, it means a lot. At the end, when you think you've reached the pinnacle or you see the light, and then someone turns that light off or threatens to turn that light off, there's everything that you have given your blood, sweat, and tears to. So thank you. I support this motion.
Hi again, Judy Trenzo. Obviously, there's not enough time in the day to say everything. So the people in the schools are being impacted because all the principals have been told to let go, I think 10 or 11% of the people in the schools. And these are the people that are working with your children, your grandchildren. So yes, we are being impacted. And I don't know if you know or not, but you do now. And you can check, you can see that it's real. The other thing is, instead of cutting people at the end, at the bottom, why not cut the salaries at the top? I don't even think they would notice if it's, you come into this world with nothing and we're gonna leave with nothing, so I think they'll be okay. And I think that's the main things, and then just like you're cutting things, I understand, but not let it be people.
Victoria Trujillo Cordelisi, Hollywood, Florida. I am in support of this motion. Debbie, thank you. Thank you so much for bringing that up. It is a very polite and decent thing to do. And thank you for considering so many people's positions in the district where we have put in so much time. I know that these decisions are not easy. We are all listening. And I truly understand what needs to be done. But there are right ways to do things. And this is one that is the right way to do things. So I am very grateful for you bringing this up.
Luis Machado, Margate. Well, I appreciate that the board is taking a measure to protect teachers who are getting close to retirement. That affects a lot of us, and it would be a horrible thing, terrible thing for some of us to be pushed out when we are close to that time in our lives. So thank you for that. And I would like to echo something the superintendent said earlier regarding the other position they were discussing, that in order to attract the best talent, you need to pay them accordingly, which is true. I agree with that. But I would hope that that same sentiment would be applied to all the teachers, because we are the ones who make this place work. Everything else is to support us. So if we are not paid well and respected, then you will not have the best talent. Thank you.
Anna Fusco-Broward, Teachers Union President. I appreciate the motion, and I hope it gets passed and support it. And not a bad idea to make something in policy, because people also look to get into education, no matter what position you're in public schools, as a career. You know, we may have some that come in and out and say, I'm just a stepping stone, I'm moving on. But the mass majority, especially the educators that work in schools with students, this is a career. They look forward to it. It's no different than a firefighter, a police officer, a nurse. We're all civil servants. And we all come into it as a career. We want to give back, we want to nurture, we want to help. And then when they start seeing it that, well, you know, you got a couple speckles in your hair, or you're up there in age, and you're already out anyway, you know, just retire early, people paying attention to that. I've been saying it for a long time. It's not the first time you heard me say it. You had a couple people come past few meetings. Everybody knows I have 6 months to retire. Not me, talking about people. So please pass this motion.
Any other public comment? Board member comment, Ms. Hickson?
No, I guess I'll reiterate what I said. So the motion was to direct the superintendent to either find a position in the district for someone who's 25 years in, or, has 5 years left to retirement or less, or to help find them a government job that would keep them in the FRS system. So I just wanted to make sure I was saying the whole piece.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, and to Ms. Hickson, as always, thoughtful change here, and I appreciate it. I just want to ask Chair whether or not making a plan for people with more than 25 years has any conflict with our collective bargaining agreements.
Ms. Dupree-Bruno?
So I was going to say just a caveat that whatever is decided, of course, it has to be in compliance with the collective bargaining agreement as well as any relative statutes.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thanks so much, and thanks again, Ms. Hickson, for bringing this. This is going to mean a lot to the people that are affected.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that I better understand the motion, so Board Member Hickson, is the motion implying that the superintendent will either find a position within the district or a position outside of the district? So if those two conditions are not met, then what happens?
So find a position in an agency that allows them to remain in FRS, because that's the point, is if they're that close to the FRS. So it could be another governmental agency, whatever, but to help them find either something in the district or an agency that will allow them to remain in FRS.
Okay, so it's a definitive direction that he must find a position for someone who's 25 years or more in, either with the district or another entity that offers FRS.
So I wouldn't say it's him finding the position, but making a plan to help them find a position either in the district or with another government agency.
Okay, and I support the motion, but I guess I'm trying to look at what if there is an anomaly where there's a particular staff that he just couldn't place in a government entity and there's no position that he could place them here. Would he be going against the direction of the board?
Dr. Hepburn, what's your interpretation?
My interpretation is to create a plan to assist employees that are 5 years away from normal retirement date. Within that plan, ensuring, if possible, at the greatest extent, to place them in a role here in BCPS. If not, I work with our external partners that are in FRS, because not all government entities are in FRS, to work with our external partners at FRS to see if there's any comparable openings that fit their skill set and qualification that we can assist in helping them get employed.
Do you see a problem with, do you see any obstacles with that?
No, I don't see any. Go ahead, Ernie, if Dr. Lozano, I'm sorry.
Well, I know Mr. Bruno wants to add something as well.
As I just process, I don't see how this is different from what Dr. Hepburn directed HR to do already. We're already working on plans with every employee. Again, once we finalize all the positions, we're able to see the available vacancies. We're currently working with our government partners to find vacancies. So our team is currently working with each impacted employee throughout the process to ensure we can support each employee in landing in the next best place for each individual.
Okay, so Madam Chair, because I guess I'm just trying to clarify if it's a guarantee, and General Counsel seems like she wants to comment on it. And if that guarantee is not met, then is there a liability that we have concerns with?
I would just, I'm sure Dr. Hepburn would agree to the extent that this particular review is in compliance with the current collective bargaining agreement and, of course, all applicable laws that may be in existence.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other board member comment on the motion? Ms. Pullman?
So I appreciate the motion. We had talked about it, I think, at the last meeting as well, so they're doing everything that they can to place employees. I think on the slide you said that there was a 80 to 90%.
Correct. 80 to 90% of the employees will be placed in vacancies based on their qualifications. So it's an opportunity that will be presented to them as a placement, and it's up to them to actually take advantage of that opportunity.
Okay. So I guess the only question I have is if we make it a direct, is there any, there is no real difference from what's happening already? And if we can't, if you're unsuccessful in placing somebody, is there going to be some kind of repercussion for that?
You see?
There should not be any repercussions for that. I mean, as Dr. Hepburn and the team are trying to find placements, it's a gamble when you're looking to see where somebody's going to fit, as well as what you can do with your outside agencies. And again, we want to make sure that whatever we do is in compliance with law and our current collective bargaining agreement.
But we'd basically be using a standard of good faith. There's no guarantee
Correct.
that this is going to go through, so.
Correct.
Which is the same thing that's happening right now.
Correct.
So
That's
as
the
long
same.
as we're using good faith and making our best efforts to reemploy the employee, then that should be the standard. There's no guarantee that we're going to be able to do it.
That's correct.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Dr. Holness?
Okay, so Madam Chair, just for the record, I want to be clear that the maker of the motion understand the interpretation given by General Counsel as well as the superintendent. So when we vote on this motion, there's not concern with liability.
That's correct. Everything I've heard is
Is what you are implying. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Pullman? And if everyone could just make sure they speak into the mic so that everyone can hear.
So I guess the other question with this, just as a follow-up, if we're using a good faith standard, and to Dr. Holness's point about liability, are we creating liability for ourselves right now by doing this, if this is what we're already doing? And how are we?
Well,
Will there be a, I guess a rubric or a set of steps that have to be taken for each employee? And if we can demonstrate that we've done that, then we've, I just don't want to open up a lot of liability
I know,
where someone
I know.
says that you didn't try hard enough, and then, how
Yeah.
are we fixing that?
No, so we can create a rubric and criteria that's standard and consistent across the board. Because their standard of what they expect is probably totally different of what we're capable of doing. We can't force an external entity to hire you, and we can't force qualifications and skill set that you don't have upon you as well. So.
Right, and another potential issue that I see is if you are losing a position X and position Y is available, but you're getting paid less for that,
correct.
then is someone necessarily happy with that?
Yep,
So,
correct. No, I see where you're going.
Yes.
I don't know. There just seems to be a lot of potential issues that I see with that.
So this is why we're going to make sure that whatever it is going to be in compliance with the collective bargaining agreement and all relative law that is applicable. What I'm hearing is direction, if this motion passes, to the superintendent to utilize and plan, have a good faith attempt to try to help individuals who are very close to retirement, 5 years and above. There's no guarantee that positions will be provided, but there is going to be a good faith attempt, which is what is already happening now with all of the other employees. So that is my understanding of the motion that is pending on the floor.
Dr. Holness again?
Thank you. Madam Chair, the maker of the motion, Board Member Hickson, based on that comment just made by General Counsel, is that the understanding of your item?
Yes, I wanted to put into
I understand.
into a motion where we vote on it in its procedure now, that everyone understands that anyone 5 years or sooner close to retirement, the district is going to take steps to help you be able to secure a job either in the district or an outside entity. As Dr. Hepburn, someone might not like the job. I mean, we can't control that. but I want to just put it in writing that we are going to make every attempt. I understand we're doing that now, so I think that's why the superintendent doesn't have any concerns about it, but I just want it to be something that we put in writing.
No, I understand, and I appreciate the motion. I just wanted a yes and no on General Counsel's comment just now. Is your motion aligned with General? They didn't. Okay, thank you.
Great. Anyone else? Any other board comment on the motion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 All opposed, say no.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
I still have a couple more. I have a question, but before we do that, Mr. Jay came up and mentioned something, and he talked about that teachers and ESPs, they love their jobs, they love their students. And I just wanted to make a comment that tied into the pay that happens. So here's a conundrum that happens with educators, because the state gives us less and less, but we do love our students. We do want to be successful. So we still continue to perform. We still continue to make sure our students have what they need. We take it out of our own pockets, and we still get the A. But then the state says, look, you are still able to do all this stuff with less money, so you don't need it. And I'm not even saying it's good or bad, it just is what it is. So unfortunately, we find ourselves in a circle where the state continues to give us less money. We continue to do a fantastic job with our students, but that's because that's who we are. So I wanted to say thank you to everyone for doing that. And I've been meaning to say that for two meetings now. Couple of other public comments I just want the superintendent to clear up. Dr. Hepburn, the consultant for bringing students back, is that just for one school or is that for the whole district?
That's for the entire district, and then just a reminder to the public and the board, they only get paid if the student is successfully recruited and stays past the first FTE count.
Thank you. I believe there was a newspaper article that gave the impression that it was only for one school, and so I wanted. Then we also heard from the public that we're paying for more than one superintendent, so can you address that?
I hope, no, they're only paying for one, that's me.
Right, so the payment that we had for our previous superintendent, that's long gone, and we're only paying for one superintendent. So thank you. The other thing is about charters having better music programs and electives. I would like to say that as a countywide school board member, I have been to every school more than once, and I will tell you that there's nowhere that touches the electives and the music programs that we have here in Broward County Public Schools. So I just wanted to say that in public. All right, two more things. Page 9 of the org chart, there's an assistant director of student support who has no one that reports under them. So can you explain that position to us? Page 9 of the actual org chart. It's under Chief Student Services Officer, and it's just all by itself.
I'll let Ms. Hollingsworth add some detail about this position, but this position was added, I want to say last year, heeding the constant communication we receive about the lack of direction and assistance to many of our parents. So this is kind of like that air traffic controller in assistance to make sure our parents can get the services that they need and having one source of information. Go ahead, Ms. Hollingsworth.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Simone Hollingsworth, Chief Student Services Officer. And Dr. Hepburn, that was a great analogy, the air traffic controller. That individual does work with all the schools as well as district departments to help facilitate and really have that cohesion of what student services as a whole offers, both to schools, the district, and families.
Okay, so why is there no one underneath the box? Because it just looks like they're by themselves in a box here.
Well, they report to me.
Yep, they report directly.
No, I get that. But what, this
Yeah.
doesn't really indicate.
Yeah, we only needed that one position at that time, and then we were able to successfully recruit somebody that had a lot of experience in ESE services to have that great understanding and knowledge and skill set to be in that position to support.
All right, it just seemed odd by itself. I have one last, well, two things. So Granicus, just to bring up to the superintendent, I got a number of emails about the Granicus issue and signing up, so if someone could please address that. One more question, and then I have a motion. We got a bunch of emails about some reductions in Beacon, and some of the concern was about Beacon goes out to make repairs. Can you address how that, if this reduction happens, how we are going to keep up with the repairs, and what is it that Beacon actually repairs?
Go ahead, Mr. Sullivan. Excuse me. I know that's a collaboration between his division, excuse me, and also the IT division. Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I was talking to a reporter in the back, so I didn't miss the entire question.
So we've received some emails about if the Beacon department was reduced, that there were some concerns about repairs because they go out and make repairs. So can you tell us what they repair and what is the plan to make sure that that isn't, that they're still getting serviced whatever needs to be repaired?
Sure. So my understanding there's 10 of those positions. We reduced it by half, so now there's 5. Those positions primarily deal with our older equipment. And as we phase out to new equipment, the need will be reduced. Of course, when you reduce, there could be an impact, but we believe we'd still be able to maintain the level of services as we age out of some of the equipment that those individuals are responsible for.
So can you give us an example of what that equipment is?
It's like AV equipment. It's also security cameras, but again, those are the older ones. So as we get new cameras, and I'm sure Mr. Davis could agree and jump in if he likes to add, but the newer cameras, those wouldn't necessarily be repaired by us. That we would first see if they had warranties and go through that route. So again, as we replace our old systems with new systems, it reduces the needs for some of these positions.
Okay, because some of the concern is that we would be we would get consultants and stuff to make those repairs, and that wouldn't, to me, be a true cost savings. So if we could, give an idea of what that...
No, absolutely, and that's a great question. And just to dampen that concern about consultants, as we look to make revisions in staffing on the org chart, those are some of the lines that we didn't want to cross. We don't want to get rid of position only to hire consultants to do the work. And what Mr. Sullivan is alluding to, as we replace old and worn out equipment that requires us to repair it because it's out of warranty, all the new equipment that we're replacing it with has warranty, and the warranty includes service. And so we don't need the additional people to provide service to new equipment, which actually makes the warranty invalid once somebody touches it during a warranty period.
Okay,
Yep.
Thank you. One more question in my motion. So we had a public speaker talk about food and nutrition services. So are we eliminating any positions in that department? Or was she talking about the food debt services that?
I can't remember. I think she was talking about food debt services, but if there are any delimits, it's because of redefining.
Okay, so we're not, typical, they're not on here.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, my last thing, I have a motion. I move to reinstate 19, well, before I say that, the chart that you gave us doesn't really have any changes, because I know we had a discussion at a workshop about making some changes to the under the line positions, but this chart came back to us as is. So is that, as it stands right now, those positions are what we see on this chart?
That is correct.
Okay. So with that being said, I move to reinstate 19 of the SSIS positions and reduce school social workers by 19 positions.
That's a second. Okay, guys, come on.
We need decorum in the audience, so a motion was made. We're waiting for a second.
I did second.
Oh, Ms. Rupert seconded the motion. Public comment on the motion. Ms. Hickson, could you please restate the motion one more time?
So again, remember, we have to add positions, we have to balance it, so that's what this is doing. So on this chart, right now, the school social workers are at 189. and the SSIS are at 2. So my suggestion is to change SSIS positions to 21 and school social workers to 170. So I move to reinstate 19 of the SSIS positions and reduce school social workers by 19 to balance that out.
Public comment on the motion. The motion was made by Ms. Hickson and seconded by Ms. Rupert. Public comment on the motion. And again, I will set the 2-minute timer for people in the building. Could we please have decorum in the audience? So go ahead, Ms. Birkin.
Melanie Birkin, school social worker, Davie, Florida. I'm really just shocked. I spoke at the last meeting. I don't want us to be us against them, but when it comes down to it, if it has to be, school social workers can do everything that the SSIS claim to do and more. They may be trained mental health professionals. They may be able to train to do threat assessments, but the reality is when they find a student who wants to die by suicide or kill other people, guess who they have to bring them to? School social workers, school counselors, and school psychologists. So I can't even find my words right now. I'm so disappointed. School social workers are part of the mental health team with school counselors, family therapists, school psychologists. We've always been. We've all always worked together. We don't hide in our offices as that's been implied here, and I am just disappointed. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Ms.
I
Rupert.
withdraw my second.
Okay. Okay, so General Counsel, with the second being withdrawn, do we need to continue public comment?
Well, you still, I think you still need to move forward with public comment because it's been a.
The second was withdrawn, so there's no motion on the floor.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so the motion was withdrawn, so there's no need. Is there another second? Okay, so the motion was withdrawn, so there's no need for further public comment. Thank you. All right, any further board member comment?
Ms. Hickson has the floor.
Yeah,
You're done.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to speak on this. And I also appreciate everybody who came in today. Let their voices be heard. Let their opinions be stated. Your message has been clear. You don't want this. I hear you, and I don't want it either. And in fact, I think if we are going to get this district back on track and return it to the prominence it was years and years ago, this is one of these defining moments where we have to make the right decision. What are we going to do to save Broward schools? Well, I can tell you where it starts, right here. Vote no on this organizational chart. And I'm going to tell you why. For months and months and months, I've been screaming from the mountaintops that while I understand the need for cuts, we cannot and should not cut any teacher or those folks who interact with our students on a daily basis. Can't do it, and we shouldn't do it. These calls, unfortunately, were ignored by this version of the org chart and the version before that. Instead of starting our cuts at the top, like we should have, we're going after the rank and file. Instead of trimming the bloat that's in this very building, which I'm still wondering why we're still in here and this hasn't been sold yet, but that's a topic for another day. What did we do? We produce an org chart that cuts teachers, cuts counselors, cuts mental health professionals, cuts a ton of positions that have direct interactions with our students every single day. We heard from a lot of folks today. We heard from our SSIS professionals. According to this org chart, if this were to pass as is, their entire department is going to be gutted. We heard from a lot of great teachers today and school staff. They don't want this. I don't want this. And respectfully, I don't think anybody on this dais should want this. I've been extremely vocal about this issue in the past, and I'll continue to do so today. So why are we here now? And where are we? Well, unfortunately, this situation just keeps getting worse and worse. This weekend, I was fortunate enough to speak with some local principals in and around this county. And I found out some stuff that made me a tad angry. And I'd like to share it with my colleagues, and I'd like to share it with the superintendent, and I'd like to share it with the members of the public at large. Because I'm not quite sure how many people know this yet. So, no longer do we have any budget guideline committees in our schools. The collaboration that our principals once enjoyed for decades between their school and the school budget office has been eroded. So what's happening now? Well, instead of collaborating, they are being given directives. The directive, you ask? New staffing models being implemented. Now, for those of you who've been paying attention, in the past, principals, the folks working at the school who know what's best for the school, were given certain funds, and we're always told, and we're always given the ability to decide how to use it based on need. This year, that unfortunately is no more. The new directive is, if you have X students in your schools, you can only hire Y teachers. Why teachers? Sorry for the confusion. So essentially, you're being given a directive at these schools to cut approximately 10% of your teaching staff. I don't like this directive. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's just. How can we continue to cut more teachers in our schools based solely on enrollment numbers, getting rid of the budget committee guidelines that have been in place forever, and now you want to tack on this org chart, which is going to cut, I don't know, almost 200 certified teachers? How the hell are we supposed to teach our kids in these schools if we keep cutting these teachers? How are we supposed to give these kids the quality education when everybody, it seems like that's having interaction with them on a school-based, school staff level, is subject to the chopping block? The answer is simple, folks. We can't. Everybody wants to talk about bringing kids back in, drawing kids back in. There's a lot of kids that go to school in this district. We're the 6th biggest district in the school. We keep cutting these teachers. We keep cutting these school-based staff. We are not going to be able to educate our kids that are there. Forget about others coming back or rejoining us. What about taking care of the ones that are there now? The only thing this organizational chart does is ensure that the KCW staff will have jobs next year. But is that really the goal? Is that why we do this? For district staff? Or we do this for teachers and school-based staff and our SSI workers and our counselors and, the folks that educate and take care of our kids on a daily basis? Protect the bigwigs in the building while screwing over the teachers and school-based staff? I'm not okay with that. But if that was the goal, we nailed it. So if that really was what this district wanted, kudos, they've accomplished it. But for the record, that was never my intention, and that was never my goal. Chair, in looking through this proposed organizational chart over the last couple of days, I want to follow through on my position and my view that I've been very vocal about for a very long time in starting at the top and working your way down. So I've got some motions. I'd like to start on page 3 of the organizational chart. Above the pay band T line, we have an executive director of enterprise analytics. We also have an assistant director of enterprise project management. Page 3. My motion is to cut the executive director of enterprise and have that one position be created, which the executive director or whatever title we want to give can fill that. I don't want 2 positions being used for that same job.
Second. Motion made by Mr. Cervera, seconded by me. Public comment on the motion. Mr. Cervera.
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I support the motion, and I'll do you one better. Mr. Cervera, I believe that there's another very similar position to this under strategy and innovation. I believe I've mentioned before that's where that position belongs, not in communications under the chief of staff. So if you wanted to cut even further, you could decide which department. Again, it's something that's related to strategy, and they created 2 of these. I think they're both executive directors. So you could cut an additional one and cut 2 instead of just 1, and that would get the job done. MGT found a lot of redundancies in communications, which have not been addressed. They just keep making new positions.
Anna Fusco-Broward, Teachers Union. Could you just repeat the motion real quick? Second.
The motion is on page 3 of the org chart under the chief of staff's grouping to cut the executive director of enterprise analytics and just have 1 director of enterprise, which is the current position held below the pay band line.
And second by Chair Sarah Leonardi. I support that motion.
We'll wait another 30 seconds for people in the building who may be watching. All right, so that's 2 minutes have elapsed since the motion was made. Board member comment on the motion, Ms. Thompson?
Can the superintendent just walk us through the impact of this decision?
Yeah, so I'll tell you why this isn't a new position. The title for one is new, but the positions aren't new. They've been shifted from another division. One of the things that, and thanks for asking, Ms. Thompson, just for the public and the board to really understand some of the complexities, and because of that complexity, the working in isolation over a very long time. So the cabinet, one of the things that plagues us as an organization, and this is not just Broward County, government organizations, school districts, government entities, there's always a routine of working in isolation where we're not working in a more composite organization, solving problems together, ensuring that one division is aware of what the other division is doing, and also leveraging all the technology to support efficiency across the board, and also the project management protocols that need to be implemented so we break down barriers of isolation. Many of the things that have plagued the district over the past decade and more that everybody on this dais and the public has witnessed is because of working in isolation. and the results of that. And so these two positions were realigned from another division to ensure that does not continue, create better protocols, leverage technology, or especially our enterprise software better, and also implement strong project management protocols to ensure that we're breaking down the barriers of isolation and creating a more composite organization so we become efficient but yet also effective at the same time.
Other board member comment on the motion? Dr. Zeman?
We were briefed on these changes. There was kind of a pretty robust discussion. Do you mind moving your poster? There was a rather robust discussion on the need for enterprise integration. Because this is not a new position, it's a realignment of a position, and it's an area in which I think that there's an opportunity for dramatic growth. I supported this when it came up to us, and I support it now. There may be other places where positions can be eliminated and where responsibilities can be merged together, but in my experience, when I see items, it often shows that Broward County can be a collection of pillars of excellence, which means an item comes from one chief and it's deep in that area, but maybe hasn't thought about all the tangential issues that come for it. And so this board has asked a lot of questions where we get, an item from Chief X and we say, how about Y and Z and V and W, and have they seen it? And I think the superintendent's goal has been to try and have better integration across the whole enterprise. And that's why he moved this over to the communications, to the chief of staff to make it happen. So I'm actually looking forward to keeping this as the superintendent recommended. I would love to find other positions that we don't need, but again, we asked the superintendent to find 1,000 positions. He did. And I just don't think that this is really going to be moving in the right direction that we need for Broward County Schools. We need more integration across the enterprise to serve our students even better, and that's what this position represents to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Other board member comment? Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. Dr. Hepburn, can you explain to us, maybe you did, but why it is that we see the same exact position on page 3 and page 7?
Yes, you'll see the same exact position because project management isn't division specific as far as the title and the role. It's across the board. So it's a common title and job description amongst all of our project managers that are supporting different divisions and different departments within the district.
So they're two separate positions?
Correct.
Okay. And why, you have an assistant director that for the enterprise project and management, I don't know, this is so small, office. That's the only person that, on the page 3, which is being suggested to be removed, the executive director. Why does that need to be an executive director? Could it possibly be a director that has an assistant director?
I think so. A director with an I don't. The cost is virtually the same as far as the pay band. So we'll just be playing semantics with the name.
Okay. So then my other question is why? Again, here's where you only have one person reporting to that executive director. So why couldn't you just have the assistant director position? You're still doing the work.
Although this position is under the chief of staff, if you go up to page 2, you'll notice that this position is supporting every individual chief in division. So it's going to be a lot of work to bring that composite feel to the organization as we move forward. These are endeavors to help us accelerate our opportunities to become better and effective in the future. So they're not just support the chief of staff office, they're actually supporting every division across the whole entire district.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other board member comment? I think maybe what a lot of people who look at these org charts want to know is like, what do these people do on a day-to-day basis? So if you could give me like a real life example of what the executive director of enterprise analytics and intelligence would do on a day-to-day
Yes.
basis, and then the same thing for the assistant director of enterprise project management.
Yes, so I'll give you one. Think about our ERP system, which is district-wide. If we didn't have that system, and employee planning resource component, right? That is our.
So I'm going to ask just
Yeah.
like for very plain language.
Yes, I'm trying to give it to you as plain as I can. And that's how complex our organization is, right? I think people rarely understand the complexity that makes the whole entire organization work. But that is one system, one enterprise system that makes the whole entire organization work. If we did not have that system, you would not be paid on time, or you wouldn't be paid at all, to be honest. You won't be able to manage your benefits and all those other components that happen in HR, finance, and also in the procurement office as well. That enterprise system is not isolated to IT. It's not isolated to the finance department. It's not isolated to the to the HR department. If it is, it will not function appropriately, and our system will be lagging tremendously and spending millions, tens of millions of dollars just to fill those gaps. The enterprise, the executive director of enterprise is ensuring that we're leveraging all the resources, specifically technology resources, to accelerate the collaboration in throughout the whole entire enterprise, just to make sure that we're following all our protocols. We understand and collecting feedback from every person within a division, within their departments. The assistant director is implementing project management protocols to ensure that we have a strategy starting from the beginning of even from just simple brainstorming all the way down to implementation. And many of these enterprise software, the transition from starting just from brainstorming to actually creating an RFP and all the way through implementation and completion is a multi-year process. It's not a one-year process. So that's how important such positions are, because if they're not done correctly, the system spends millions of dollars to fill in those gaps. And that's just one example, because we've had to spend millions of dollars over the past 10 years with our current ERP system to fill gaps because of the isolation that has happened in that enterprise system for the school district over a decade. And so that's what you change. A small investment equates to millions of dollars in savings. When we don't invest in these areas, we end up spending tens of millions of dollars to fill those gaps.
Okay, so maybe what I'm hearing is, for instance, the updating of our ERP system, which is what people use to like sign up for health insurance and manage
payroll,
like their paychecks and all of that, get their W-2s.
Everything.
Transitioning that system requires an executive director of enterprise analytics and intelligence and an assistant director of enterprise project management. I kind of hear you on the assistant director of enterprise project management, because that's the person who's saying like, okay, so we're gonna fix our ERP system. This is like, and then work with the necessary employees to figure out how they do that from brainstorming to implementation. So making sure that like what we say we're gonna do, we're gonna do. I'm still a little bit unclear about the executive director of enterprise analytics and intelligence. Like, what does that person do on a day-to-day basis to make things happen?
And so let me find another example for that one. Just had a recent one. Trey, help me out. We had a recent project that we had. Yes.
Yeah, Trey Davis, Chief Information Officer. So I think we need to kind of split the name, right? Analytics and intelligence. At the same time, think of it AI, right? Artificial intelligence. That's what we're using to kind of scale and sustain these gains. One example that I'll give you is the research that was done by this position here to ensure that we could incorporate the necessary insight and using Copilot for deeper analysis to realize at last check $20.41 million in overtime savings year over year. That's one example of many examples. This particular position would focus on unified governance and data, analytics of course, artificial intelligence to ensure that we can sustain those kinds of gains and efficiencies in the future and focus on projects using the position underneath that you referenced, to make that happen. There are thousands of projects that could be done operationally and impacted by AI and other analytics and data across the district. This particular position would focus on the top, largest impactful projects.
Yep, and the example I was thinking of was our last procurement contracting project.
So this person is kind of like an AI person. They take they use AI to figure out efficiencies throughout the organization. Am I saying that correctly, or am I?
That's one
simplifying?
component.
Okay, that's one component.
Yep.
What are some of the other components?
Go ahead, Ms. Davis.
So yeah, it's definitely just one component because it's really about leveraging not only artificial intelligence but human intelligence and making operational decisions. It's also about our unified AI strategy so that we don't have divergent strategies coming out of different parts of the organization, which of course equates to waste. Making sure that we have a unified strategy relative to data. For example, our district bus to ensure that we can harness the data and it's not captive and is unrealized value there. So it really traverses everything from the data spectrum to analytics and intelligence in that mix. And I think Dr. Hepburn alluded to on the chart, you'll notice the dotted lines, which is supposed to represent the value stream that this particular position generates, works across the organization to realize value at scale, not just working in isolation. That's that composite manner of work like we do in information systems.
Okay. My other question is, so right now these positions are under your purview, Mr. Davis, right?
One is.
One is.
One of them, the executive director.
Okay.
Yes.
What does the transition plan look like for switching that person to reporting to the chief of staff? It's the chief of staff, right?
So I'll let Ms. Sullivan detail some of the transition plan, but it's already kind of quasi already started transitioning because we've kind of tasked that person with certain enterprise level projects across cabinet. So the work that's being done, that's going to be done, they're already familiar with it because they've already started doing some of that work with some major projects.
It would be July 1. And I also do want to mention that the executive director position is not only about empowering the management side, but also the school board members to ensure that they have the necessary data when they're governing.
Okay. How much, so we're talking about efficiencies. What is the goal for these two positions in saving the district money?
I can tell you if we had these two positions probably in the adoption of the last ERP, I think that was probably about 10 plus years ago, the district probably would have saved about $50+ million over time.
So do we have a goal for these two positions moving forward though? Like in the next 5 years, they will save the district X amount of money?
So yes, everything that we do more efficiently and effectively is going to help us realize costs, so we don't have to spend a lot of money on the back end trying to fill gaps with the vendor or to hire consultants to fill gaps because we didn't do it right the first time. So I can't put a specific number on it, but I can tell you when we don't implement something with fidelity, it costs us, because of our size and our scale, it costs us tens of millions of dollars in a short amount of time.
Okay. I understand, I believe what you're saying in terms of the purpose of these two positions and the efficiencies. I understand that. I would really like to see a clear goal, if that person's coming into that role or if they are currently in that role, what are their goals for the next year, 2 years, 3 years in terms of delivering on those efficiencies. It's not my place as a board member to manage that piece of it, but I do think if their whole purpose, the whole purpose of those roles is to deliver efficiencies and leveraging, all of the resources of Broward County Public Schools to make us more efficient. I think we should have a dollar amount in mind to justify those two positions. So Any other board member comment? Mr. Severa?
Mr. Superintendent, what's the current salary of the Executive Director of Enterprise Analytics and Intelligence?
If you can give Dr. Lozano's team a second.
$164,800.
Dr. Lozano, could you
164.
Mr. Superintendent, how many first-year teachers can I hire for $164,000?
Dr. Lozano, what's the first year fringe and salary?
Average teacher's salary is $87,000, so approximately 2 teachers. With
We will have decorum in the audience,
with
or we'll have to
salary
recess the
and
meeting. So
fringe,
please, hold on,
with
Dr.
salary
Lozano.
Hold on,
and fringe.
Dr. Lozano.
Just wait a second. The expectation is that we can have a civil and respectful conversation. Staff is trying to respond to a board member question.
Can you
Go
start
ahead,
over?
Dr. Lozano.
Can you start over, Dr. Lozano?
salary and fringe would be 2 teachers.
And just to confirm, Dr. Lozano, the 164 that included that you gave me for this executive director position, that was salary and fringe?
Just salary.
Thank you.
Any other board member discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no.
2 teachers.
Roll call.
No.
Roll call on the motion. School board members Alhadeff,
No.
Bowman,
No.
Severa, Hickson, Holness,
No.
Lenardi,
Yes.
Rupert, Thompson,
Yes.
Zeman. Motion passes 5-4.
Thank you, Chair. May I reclaim my time?
No one took your time. Go ahead.
If I can, moving along, I've got a couple more of these. I'm glad we're off to a good start. I want to thank my colleagues for their attention. Page 11 of the organizational chart. I've got a couple on here regarding page 11. We have an executive director of food and nutrition services. We also have 2 directors directly underneath them. A director of food and nutrition services and a director of food and nutrition services information systems. So in total, if I'm reading this correctly, we have 3 directors overseeing food and nutrition services. Chair, I'd like to make the following motion. My motion is to cut the executive director of food and nutrition services and have their duties and responsibilities split amongst the other 2 directors who are directly below the pay line under that role.
Is there a second? No second?
Thank you, Chair.
I'd like to call the question as item number 1 as amended.
Ms. Dupree-Bruno.
Well, the motion that was pending failed. She can call the question, and the board has to decide.
Even though he's not done talking?
Do you have additional motions that
I
you?
do.
Okay, well, she called the question, the board has to decide.
Okay. All in favor of calling the question say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no.
No.
I believe that fails with 1 vote in favor. With Ms. Alhadeff. Continue, Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Chair. Staying along the org chart on page 11, we have an executive director of student transportation and a director of student transportation and fleet services. At this time, I would motion to cut the executive director of student transportation and fleet services and have that role absorbed by the current director of student and transportation and fleet services, along with the many managers and assistant directors who are below the line as far as transportation is concerned.
Ms. Dupree-Bruno is asking you to repeat the motion, Mr. Rivera.
Oh, sure. Page 11. We have an executive director of student transportation, and we have a director of student transport. Directly under the line is the director of student transportation and fleet services. So essentially 2 directors, if you will. My motion is to cut the executive director of student transportation and fleet services and have those roles and responsibilities absorbed by the director, as well as the many managers who work directly under the director of student transportation and fleet services.
There a second? Motion made by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Dr. Zeman. Public comment on the motion. Again, I'll start the timer for 2 minutes for people to make their way into the boardroom.
Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I support the motion, of course. Keep in mind, you're now splitting facilities and operations up. Back in the day, not so very long ago, we didn't have so many executive directors. I forget what prompted that several years ago. Food and nutrition you have information systems, so that's all of these directors are also new. There used to just be one director for transportation, for food and nutrition. Mr. Rivera, thank you for trying to cut from the top, which is what the public is asking for. I'm not sure why your first motion to cut the other executive director, I believe the box is empty even right now, because the person retired. But this is cutting from the top. And because you're being forced to do this on the fly without a workshop, this is about the only way you can do it, is to start making a bunch of motions. It would have been a lot easier to have a philosophical discussion at a workshop.
Victoria Trujillo Cordelisi, Hollywood, Florida. Thank you, Mr. Severa, for being courageous and the board for considering this. I echo what Dr. Walsh is saying, because this should have more time to be considered. How can we leverage our AI systems to support the people that will be tasked with these jobs? Because it can be done, and I would like to see that explored.
Thank you, Mr. Severa, for the motion. I do support it. And I want to just make sure that it seems like it's going to be a really long meeting today, because we got to go through every little thing. But just remember that if the capital doesn't sacrifice, the districts will starve. Thanks.
Hello, Anna Fusco-Broward, teaching and president. I could see a few more motions are coming because obviously there wasn't workshopped, and I'm glad that you guys said let's keep the meeting going so you can hear it all. Just make sure when you get your time to speak, talk it through about the positions and why are there so many executives, or however you want to call them, and how many are under 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 them, and what exactly is a direct report, how many are direct reports, and so forth, and really get the gist of the positions. I think it's important that people, well, you understand, and that everybody out here understands. And I don't mean just sitting in this little room. Believe it or not, there's multiple live streams going on around the county besides Anna Fusco's Facebook page. So, you know, please don't be afraid to ask questions and see where this is all coming from. And I appreciate people willing to make motions and make some movement.
Any other public comment? Board member discussion? Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair. You know, the last reduction may come back and bite us. We may end up hiring lots and lots and lots of consultants to do that last job. A lot. That is a critical function, and we may consider that again a little bit later. This one is not. This is one where we have an opportunity to use a director position to do what directors are paid to do, which is to run large business operations. And I'm very confident that with the technology we have today and with the staff that we have within transportation, that this can be done by a director. And look forward to this reduction going forward if it does. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. I'd just like the superintendent to weigh in on the suggestion.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Wanza, this position is currently vacant?
The Executive Director of Transportation and Fleet is not vacant. No, it's
No,
not.
it was the director.
The director.
Correct?
Correct.
That was the motion to delimit that position? Just to,
No, the motion is to delimit the.
of student transportation and fleet services?
Mhm.
Oh, that I will have to push back on. I thought it was the director. Yeah, we're talking about the largest transit system in Broward County, to be honest, to ensure that we can get students to and from school, manage also our white fleet vehicles. It's a large department, district-wide, across the whole entire county. So an executive director is definitely needed for transportation.
So can I ask a question? Can you tell us the salary of both the executive director and the director?
Dr. Lozano.
The executive director is 145,000, not including fringe. And the director is 103,929, and that is currently a task assigned position.
Okay, thank you. So the difference is minimal. I'd like to make an alternative motion to eliminate the director of student transportation and fleet services, but leave the executive.
Second.
Substitute motion made by Ms. Hickson, seconded by Dr. Holness to eliminate the director position instead of the executive director. Public comment on the substitute motion.
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. Okay, just as a reminder, my PhD is in leadership. I have an MBA and an undergraduate business degree, and you guys are making me insane. There's an entire study on organizational hierarchies, like that's a whole thing in the world. Maybe not in here. So I appreciate what you're trying to do, but if you have an executive director, it suggests you first had a director. You would eliminate the executive director, not the director. And I really hope this is not about the bodies occupying the boxes. And I'm pretty sure it is. So we should find out who's in the executive director box. Did we just shove them in there? Are they task assigned? Was this to get them more money? Because this makes no sense. You would eliminate the executive and leave the director. You would not have an executive director with no director. That just is not how hierarchies operate.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Right. We've got about a minute on the timer left in case people in the building need to make their way.
There's no one else in that other room.
There's no one else? Okay.
No.
All right, board member.
Chair, point of order. Because there's now no one in the subsequent rooms, are we okay with not doing the 2-minute timer anymore?
Well, I do need to know from staff if people do then end up in that room. Have we cleared that room? Have we closed it off to the public? So right now is the appropriate time for public comment. So if I call for public comment, I need everyone who would like to speak for public comment to approach the podium.
Thank you. So
On the
name is
motion.
Miles McGrain. I am a resident of Plantation, Florida, and this is about the DHH program at Tropical Elementary. Shake your head, but nobody else is
right
listening to you.
now, so pause this time for a second for me. Right now, we're talking about the substitute motion of eliminating the director of student transportation and fleet services instead of the executive director. So if you could comment on that.
Okay, I have no comment on that, but at some point, will I be allowed to make the comment I'd like to? Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Hill or Mr. Sullivan, have we closed off the other room? Okay. Board member discussion on the substitute motion. Ms. Hickson, would you like to?
No, I made my motion.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Dr. Hepburn, for the executive director versus the director, the salary band was stated. If in fact we're just looking at position and not people, how challenging would it be to find someone to provide that scope of work for a salary of a director?
So the for a salary of a director, yes.
Versus an executive director.
Yeah, it will be challenging. We're talking about a county-wide, very large county, very large district-wide transportation system, and some people are often thinking about buses. We have a very large fleet of other vehicles too that services schools and services departments, and that support all the logistics of getting items to and from schools and offices in our district too. So in order to recruit somebody to want to do that type of work in the public sector is definitely difficult.
Okay, so I don't know if you have the answer to this, but comparable to other large districts, this type of a position, would you say the current pay is within the market rate as it compares to other size district similar to Broward County?
Yeah, I would say it's currently comparable.
Okay, and would you say that $103,000 to do that kind of work would rather be very difficult to find an individual to do so for that kind of a pay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other board member comment on the substitute motion?
Can you read it one more time?
Ms. Hickson?
The suggestion is to eliminate the director position for student transportation and fleet services on page 11, but to keep the executive director.
Thank you.
Ms. Bowman?
Not to sound redundant if you've already answered this, but how does this look if we do this? Is this going to negatively impact our students and transportation?
For the director position?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the sentiment of doing these things and cutting, but it's also difficult to tell what the impact is to operations overall, and penny wise and pound foolish.
Yes.
So if it ends up costing us more money, or if it ends up being something that we then have to consult out,
Yes.
I don't want to see that happen.
So the position, as I said, the position is currently vacant. Is somebody that's task assigned in there. If you get rid of the director position, it just increases the span of control for the executive director. And so we will work to become as efficient and effective at the same time as possible. But the executive director position is the one that's absolutely needed,
Okay.
For sure.
Thanks.
Mr. Severa?
Mr. Superintendent, I'm sorry, I think you said this, but I might have missed the last part. The current salary for the executive director and the current salary for the director of student transportation?
Yes, we said that earlier. If Dr. Lozano, you guys still had
With fringe?
Yep.
Dr. Lozano, Chief Human Resource Officer, the Executive Director is $181,250 with salary and fringe. With the task assignment pay currently, the director position is $143,750, again, including salary and fringe.
Mr. Superintendent, how many first-year teachers can I hire if I had an extra $181,000?
Salary and fringe, what's that, 75 on average? So 2? Not 2.
Any other board member comment before I go? Dr. Hepburn, I know that you had talked about, targeting, eliminating positions based on first targeting attrition and vacancies. Was the director position a consideration?
Yes, that was a consideration, and it was analyzed, but also one of the things we looked at is span of controls when it comes to the vastness of the organization. So that was one that we did not initially cut, but we can mitigate this one if it's so the board desire to remove it.
Do we know how long this position has been vacant?
This position has been vacant during this year. It's not been vacant for no more than a year. It was during this year.
Do we know, has it been vacant for a week, a month, 6 months?
Go ahead, Dr. Wands, I can't hear. Yeah, go ahead.
It was around September, October, because the original executive director retired at the end of last school year. Staffing, occurred, and then the current executive director, I believe, was hired permanently somewhere in September or October, and then we went on a hiring freeze. So that's how you had task assignments.
Got it. Okay. Any other board discussion on the substitute motion? All in favor of the substitute motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Substitute motion passes with 1 dissenting vote. Mr. Cervera. Is Mrs. Alhadeff on the line?
She's not online.
Okay. Oh, so I didn't hear you, Ms. Rupert. Can we just do a roll call then?
Yep, roll call on the motion. School board members, Bowman,
Yes.
Severa,
Could I just, everyone speaking into the mic, it's very helpful for capturing the votes. Thank you.
that was a no.
No.
Hickson,
Yes.
Holness,
Yes.
Leonardi,
Yes.
Rupert,
No.
Thompson,
Yes.
Zeman,
Yes.
Alhadeff, not online. Passes 6-2.
Mr. Cervera, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Moving along here, page 12 of the org chart. We have an executive director of physical plant operations. And directly under that position, we have a director of physical plant operations and a director of sustainability and compliance. My motion is as follows: to cut the executive director of physical plant operations and combine that person's workload and responsibilities with the director of physical plant operations and the director of sustainability and compliance.
Is there a second? Seeing no second, unless Ms. Rupert, you would like to second it?
I would like to hear it again.
Sure.
What page you on, Adam?
Page 12, we have an executive director of physical plant operations. Directly underneath that position is the director of physical plant operations and the director of sustainability and compliance. My motion is to cut the executive director of physical plant operations and have that individual's workload split between the director of physical plant operations and the director of sustainability and compliance. And now that I'm looking at it, as well as the many managers who fall directly under them as well.
All right, seeing no second. Go ahead, Mr. Cervera.
Thank you, Chair. Page 13. We have directly above pay band S, we have an executive director of capital programs and an executive director of budget. My motion is as follows: combine those two positions into one, entitled the executive director of capital programs and budget.
If I can help you out there, Mrs. Severa, if you go to, quickly team, if you can direct me to the right page, it's the finance page. That position is not under operations, is actually under the finance office, 17 or 18.
Page
Actually,
17.
17. So that position is the executive director of budget under the the CFO. That you see the dotted line to many of the other divisions, such as operations or specifically facilities for the capital program, also food and nutrition, because they have their own budget or finance line items themselves, so that the CFO 17 on
17.
So that the CFO's office is always abreast collectively of the entire budget and all the restricted budgets within Broward County Public Schools. Again, to break down the walls of isolation, this is something that helps the district move forward in a better way, so we can get rid of all the isolation and the lack of understanding that sometimes happens in the CFO office because she doesn't have a conduit between facilities and also finance. So the executive director of budget is not actual position under ops. That's a position under the chief of finance.
Thank you for the clarification. Madam General Counsel, you heard my motion. Is there anything impermissible or in direct conflict with any portion of the Florida statutes in which I just suggested?
Not from the Florida statutes. The only thing I would say about the motion, it was on page 12, I believe. And 13. You wanted 13. And you wanted to combine them with individuals that are not necessarily within that same reporting structure, is my understanding.
Correct.
Legit.
Let her speak.
All right. Is there a
I'm sorry, I didn't get an answer.
There's nothing from a legal standpoint. The issue, I believe, that the superintendent was pointing out is that you wanted to combine them with the two directors on page 13, I believe it was. But those people are not within the same reporting structure.
Okay.
So they have different lanes.
Okay, so it's a reporting issue. Okay, thank you for the clarification. I didn't get that the first time. Apologies. And thank you to the superintendent for the explanation as well. I'll withdraw that motion. I've got two more, if I may. Okay, IT, or information systems rather, excuse me, page 15. We have an executive director of technology operations. And if I'm reading this portion correctly, there are 4 directors that directly report to this individual. A director of data intelligence, a director of infrastructure services, a director of application services, and a director of technology support services. This is on page 15 of the proposed org chart under information systems. My motion would be to eliminate the executive director of technology operations and have their responsibilities and obligations absolved by the 4 directors who are currently direct reports to that individual.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Severa, seconded by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on the motion. And just to be clear with staff, no one's in the room with the delays.
No, ma'am.
If you would like to deliver public comment on the motion, please approach the podium.
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. Okay, so a couple of things. You guys are good with having assistant directors reporting to executive directors, seems to be a theme. And you may want to get your salary schedules out, because even I'm getting confused as to, because the salary bands are in a range. They're not just one number. I don't know where the 103 was coming from earlier. As far as IT goes, I support any measure to cut and consolidate from the top, or top-ish. You really would have benefited, because I'm guessing you guys didn't get the report from MGT. I only have access to the emails, because that's all they've given me. But they were looking at combining IT and academic technology. I don't know if that gets you there, but that would be a further conversation, because there do seem to be a lot of silos going on in IT.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Rochelle Sofer, Coconut Creek, Florida. I also am in support of this, not because of any elimination of any particular individual, but if we're really looking to curtail the amount of money we're spending honestly, with as much work as you're putting on the backs of teachers and those of us in the schools, if these directors can't have a little bit more on their end, why are you continually giving them more money and not teachers? We're already doing this. So if it's good for the goose, it's got to be good for the gander.
Dr. Trudy Germanovich, I'm in full support of this, and I remember when technology was underneath academics, and I believe that's where it should be. We only had one person, and we were bringing in all kinds of things. I know it's gotten so much more complex. However, that doesn't mean that you can't hire other people to do AI or whatever. You don't have to have these silos saying, this one's just doing this. It's too repetitious at the top. That's what we keep saying.
Hello, Anna Fisker-Broward, teaching and president. Well, you know where I stand. Everything should be generated in the schools. I'm going to say it again. Today is what? May what? 11th. Remember this date. If you don't make more adjustments, come next year, August 4th, when everybody reports back to pre-planning week, and then the students report the next week. Because I will be the first back in here telling you I told you so. You 9 board members truly, truly, truly don't know what is happening. Remember, superintendent gets to talk to each individually. And now you guys are kind of discussing it. Schools are being starved. The 10% thing is accurate. That's not fake. That's real. You know, some of you up there has talked to Lisa Maxwell and the principal, so I know what I'm talking about. So I think stronger things need to be done in this order.
Thank you. Anyone else? Board member discussion, Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Hepburn, could you walk us through the impact of this?
Yeah, and I'll start it off, and Mr. Davis can fill in. Is he over there? Okay. So I just want to remind the board, we're the 6th largest school district in the country. We have 230-something school staff with principals and the like. We are a huge system. Many of the operational components of this org chart are the backbone of this system working correctly and efficiently and effectively, even with the gaps that the team has identified from the past that we're trying to close. And so it is small, I don't want to say small decisions, but decisions like this could disrupt a lot of things, and especially when it comes to IT. IT is the backbone of everything in this district right now. Things that people disregard that may be simple is because of how IT is the highway for many of the components to actually work correctly and get information to or from and all the other initiatives. And I'm not just talking about software, I'm talking about hardware as well. And so with that said, Trey, I'll let you add for the public to get a greater understanding of what this executive director does, and you can continue. Go ahead.
So Trey Davis, Chief Information Officer. I want the board to be very cautious here. And the reason that I'm saying this is because my experience of decades in private sector as well as in K-12 at scale tells me a different story here, what's evolving. What you're going to find is these particular cuts that you're making here are going to end up costing you exponentially more through sourcing than you would if you kept the resource in place. I think it's very important to note as well that just in my tenure, over $12 million in vendor funding and licensing concessions have been realized in my short tenure. Additionally, over $15 million in IT divestments, programs, services, hardware, and software have been realized during my tenure of only 19 months. And let me speak to the positions that you're referencing. The positions that you're referencing have millions of dollars of named projects associated with them that value this district broadly. For example, the executive director of artificial or analytics and intelligence alone, has projects that are tens of millions of dollars. For example, facilities modernization the one position that's driving that to realize that a bearish case, $40 to $50 million over 5 years on energy savings alone, not to mention tapping into the $80 million in labor, the $20.41 million that I mentioned in reduction of overtime, 2 use cases. We have many, many named cases here that you can't do that without this kind of, capital, human capital here. So I would caution the board in making decisions like this that are going to end up costing you exponentially more. And my mantra, cost containment, never at the expense of improvement or innovation. It's easy to cut the money. It's easier to lose out on the innovation that our kids deserve.
Yep, and just to close out, the value of us, these funds and some of these positions that the board has invested in and hopefully continues to invest in, the amount of cost savings realized in just a short amount of time, it tremendously exceeds the value 1,000x. And so that's why I want to, with Trey, can caution the board on some of the decisions when it comes to these ops positions.
Thank you for explaining that. I also know that our Mr. Davis has gone through his department with a fine-tooth comb since he started here and made sure that IT was as efficient and as small as possible. I think when we talk as a district about preparing our students for the future, like Dr. Hepburn cautioned us, we need to look at the huge, big picture. I also know this department has made us the AI capital of the world, which I always say wrong. It's also brought in Microsoft partnerships. It's brought in expanded opportunity. And I would caution the board to vote on eliminating that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bullman?
Thank you. I agree with Ms. Thompson. My experience working with Mr. Davis is that he knows what he's doing. He has a lot of experience both in the private sector and in the public sector, so there's no argument that he brings a wide berth of perspective to this. And this is a shifting environment, whether we like it or not. And it's a huge organization that requires technical support just any type of virus or any attack could just take down our entire school system. So I think we have to be very careful. And again, I don't want to be penny wise, pound foolish about how we're looking at these positions. If they're impacting millions of dollars and you're paying hundreds of thousands, we need to look at that. And I also am concerned about a decision that we made a couple pages back with the enterprise analytics as well, because Dr. Hepburn said that we, for hundreds of thousands of dollars to have those positions, we have paid in the tens of millions to fix mistakes because they were siloed. So we need to be looking at the big picture and how we're best approaching going forward. But even if a different position is being paid less, it doesn't make a couple $100,000 not worth spending in certain areas. So I appreciate Mr. Davis cutting his org chart. I know he saved about $8 million over the past year, 2 years. More than that. And then he's brought in, tens of millions of dollars in benefits to us. So I believe that the way that he has his org chart set up right now is the way that we should be proceeding. Thank you.
And if I may, Ms. Pullman, add to that, for the IT department, it hasn't been just this year of a reorg for them. It's been the past 2 years of finding greater efficiencies and reorganization within that department. And so I know we're talking about this today, but this has been a 2-year reorg. We did a lot of things to change components around and positions for greater value for the district overall.
Mr. Cervera?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to be very clear as to what the ask is here. Because, listening to some of these comments, one would think that I'm asking to shut down the entire IT department in Broward County Public Schools. That's not what I'm asking. we have an executive director of technology and 4 directors, 4, working underneath them. All I'm saying is let's cut from the top, let's get rid of one position, and disseminate that work and that responsibility to the other 4 directors. So their workload goes up by a quarter. Because you know whose workload goes up every single day and they don't get more pay? The people teaching our kids. So all I'm asking is that we treat these people the same as we've been treating our teachers. Don't cut the department, cut the fat from the top, and split up the work over the remaining 4 directors. We're not closing the IT department down, guys. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking for a little concessions so we can save some dough. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
I appreciate it, Chair. I would just ask the board to think about something here. If we want the superintendent of schools to reduce chief positions or executive director positions, we can direct them to do that. We did not. You know what we directed the superintendent to do? Go find us a boatload of money and cut 1,000 positions, and he did that. He did exactly what we asked him to do, and we have the authority to go
Ms.
back and ask
Fusco,
him to.
please stop. Sorry, Dr. Zeman. Ms. Fusco, this is your first warning.
And we have the opportunity to have him do it in different ways if we'd like in the future. But he did exactly what we said, and we didn't put parameters around him. We didn't tell him that he couldn't take positions that were encumbered, and he did. He took 300 of those. We didn't tell him a lot of things. One of the things I'd like to ask you, Dr. Hepburn, is last week in your presentation you gave us statistics on pay band D and above versus pay band D and below. Can you share with me those cut percentages again?
Yes. So directors and above were cut 16%.
Thank you.
And a majority, I want to say probably 1 or 2 vacant, the majority of those positions were filled. They were not vacancies.
And then
below was 15%. So on the chart was 15%. 6 directors and above was 16%.
And tell me again, central office took reductions of 22% total. How about central operations?
Central operations, total of 11%. Only 1% of those positions were filled.
Terrific. And how many positions out of schools did you take in this round of reductions?
0.
Okay. I just would ask us as a board to think a little bit about this, because Dr. Hepburn and his staff get to go and do the analysis stage. They get to go and say to Mr. Davis, we need reductions. He comes back. It goes to Mr. Lozano, who took a 20% schwack, which I think, if I could, Dr. Hepburn, that was the biggest reduction of all the chiefs, HR.
Oh, actually, Mr. Sullivan's division.
Sullivan took the bigger one. Okay, what was that reduction?
What is it, 27%?
That sounds about right. Might be closer to 22, 23%.
All good. My point is that took weeks and weeks and weeks of working together to come up with a good strategy that would allow us to have the staff left over, not the 25,000 we started with, but the 24 we ended up with, that we can go and win. And so these one-at-a-time cuts, I don't think are getting us where we want to go. If we want to give him more direction and say, come back after this round and get us this many positions at this level, he will do that. But he will create something. I think this, Dr. Hepburn, if I'm right, I just want to ask this as a question. Are any of these cuts making us a better team to go win back the hearts and minds of students and parents?
No, and that's why I've been cautioning.
Be careful. We told him to do something, and he did it. He did it where the more higher management people took it than lower. He took it out of central staff first, and then central operations second, 0 out of schools. Will there be reductions in schools? Have there been reductions in schools? Absolutely. We lost 25,000 students. Nobody's happy. 0 people are happy. No one's happy. The staff's not happy. The students aren't happy. The parents aren't happy. But we lost $225 million, and what we have to do is put the best team on the field that we can. And we asked our coach to do that. So if we want to change the rules for our superintendent, I would suggest we do that and have him come back. Dr. Hepburn, if we wanted to ask you to save different or more positions, how much time would you need? Do you need 3 months, a year?
Yeah, we need time because there's a lot of analysis that took place for this.
And you have other budget reductions that are going to keep us above 3% next year. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. To me, that is really fundamental, and everyone needs to know that. These one-at-a-time cuts are difficult. I think it's very difficult to put Trey Davis on the stand and say, justify position 1. And then he comes up with $20 million saved. Another bunch saved on top of that. But I don't think this is a fair process right now to make people justify. If we want to keep going, that's fine. My preference is to say, look, if we want to do something different, let's give the superintendent 6 months and give him some directions to go make further cuts. Or we do what I think a lot of boards would do, which is wait and see how he's going to keep us over 3%, how he's going to work hard to find raises for people next year till we can bridge to the 27, 28 referendum funds. And let's figure out how we can go and build the best team possible. But these kinds of random, okay. These kind of random ideas with the staff having to respond to it, I don't think is going to get us to that team where we have the greatest possibility to win back the hearts and minds of students. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. 2 questions. One I forgot to ask earlier. Dr. Hepburn, when are we going to see the MGT report?
Mr. Sullivan?
I know once we're concluded with this, it will be shortly. It won't be much longer. I can check with them.
Okay, thank you. As I mentioned before, it would have been very helpful to have it before we got to this point. I mean, I know they gave a presentation, but I was looking for more information from that. My other question to Superintendent or Mr. Davis is, what is the likelihood of being able to take the executive director jobs and separate it? So kind of the question that Mrs. Leonardi asked before. Can you tell us what does the executive director of, again, it's too small, technology operations, like what do they do on a daily basis?
Go ahead, Mr. Davis. And then just a reminder, there were 2 EDs and we removed 1 out of that division. Go ahead, Mr. Davis.
Trey Davis, Chief Information Officer. The Executive Director of Technology Operations handles all of the operational strategy and manages the, the return on investment relative to those operations, driving across all our value streams. So one thing that I do want to mention there specifically is that, and I think Dr. Hepburn alluded to this, was last summer we actually went through our restructure and moved from a functional siloed environment to a composite organization, driving value again across the organization. I think it's very important to note that the directors that you're referring to, I don't treat those as, quote, directors that have just personnel and budget responsibility. They are technical practitioners. For example, the Director of Infrastructure Services is our key network architect, so imagine what occurs across the district relative to our network and the availability of things like WAN services, our internet access and all, right? So if these were just personnel and budget managers, then our structure would look very differently. But that's not the case. The expectation there is that they perform at a high level relative to being a technology practitioner as much as they are a personnel or budget manager. So back to the executive director position, that is a critical position in realizing the alignment with organizational strategy and actually what is delivered in the IS world, again, across our value chain or value streams.
Okay, I appreciate all that, and thank you so much for all you do, but I don't think that, I still couldn't walk away telling you what the executive director did. So is there a way for you to maybe say that in a way that someone who's not technical could understand what that is? Because I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be funny. I just really didn't quite get all of it.
No, I appreciate the question. If it needs clarity, I'm happy to give. So again, back to the operational strategy. So, working again with each of the directors, ensuring that, resource allocation is where it needs to be. Investments both on a general fund and a capital budget standpoint is where it needs to be for each of the operational areas. We're very value driven. So if we look at performance and value, there are very defined metrics and expectations for that executive director to deliver with the directors relative to how we invest in technology technology, which of course, is in the tens of millions of dollars, but more importantly, what value is derived. So the reason that I place that value on the executive director's level is because that is how much money, right, is associated with their tenure in that position.
So how does what you as the chief IT person to differ from what the executive, because it sounded like they were kind of managing resources for each of the directors. So can you explain what the difference is then between what you do and the executive director does?
That's definitely more organizational strategy. So I look at things like organizational architecture, the structure, value streams, how we perform, portfolio management, vendor relationships. For example, some of what I've referenced before in the $12+ million in concessions and licensing dealing directly with vendors. I do not expect the executive director to do that. I expect the executive director of tech operations to be focused on operational excellence, high availability of the systems, not on those particular organizational or relationship issues. That, of course, yield tens of millions of dollars on their own. So strategy versus operations.
Great, thank you. And again, thank you for all you've done to streamline and really get us to the top with the different IT things. I appreciate all the work that you've done.
Thank you, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to thank the public and I also for giving your feedback, but I also want to make it clear that the superintendent did come back with cutting 16% of the above chart. Is that right, Dr. Hepburn?
That's correct, Dr. Holness.
Okay, and below the chart, he cut 15%.
Below the chart, we only cut 13.
13%. So when you look at what we, as Dr. Zeman mentioned, had asked the superintendent to do, he did exactly what we asked, and he actually cut a higher percentage of the top. Now, the impact, if we continue, in my opinion, to continue to cut more of the top based upon what has been discussed, the impact can be consequential. Board Member Bullman made a statement that says we have to be careful in how we're being penny wise and might be pound foolish. Now, it sounds good to cut the top, I understand, and he has done that, but I am concerned as a board member about the long-term effect that it will have on everyone if we continue to have more cuts higher than the 16%. As a responsible board member, I have to listen to the superintendent's rationale as far as the impact that it will have on our school district if we continue to increasingly cut more, a higher percentage, which is higher than what he's done at the bottom of our above the chart. So I was the one who supported reducing the number of chiefs, and that passed. We reduced the number of chiefs. I supported reducing the level of positions, but I am concerned, and I'm not here for brownie points. I want to ensure that the district is functioning effectively. I cannot, in my own conscience, allow or support anything that I believe will put our district in a consequential position that impact all of us. And I'm saying this not just as a board member, but I have family who's employed by the school district. My sister is a teacher. I fully understand the whole thing. I was a teacher. But if I am to make decisions that I believe is going to be significantly consequential, where we're cutting positions that give us a whole lot of money just to say we're doing it, I can't in my right conscience do that as a board member. So I, like many of the board members, look at what's being presented to us, and I have to be very, very responsible in how I make the decisions. So some of the decisions may not be popular and some may be, but I believe that it's important that we move in a direction, as Dr. Zeman had mentioned some of his points, that we are not impacting this district in such a consequential way that even those at the bottom starts to get impacted, even those below the top. Because when we start losing money in different areas, it's going to impact everyone else. So I understand for some folks, they may come up with these things and it sounds popular, it's a buzz point, but as a board member, I have to act responsibly. And so I will continue to listen, but just understand, and I believe the majority of us, we're making decisions not just for what is being presented to us, but how it will impact all of us at the bottom, all of the staff at the bottom, including my sister. So that's the basis of my decisions here today, is to make sure that the whole system functions effectively. And if I do anything otherwise, I would not be responsible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Bowman? Oh, it's not here. Mr. Cervera?
Call the question.
All in favor of calling the question, say aye. All opposed, say no. Roll call, please.
Roll call on calling the question. Severa.
Yes.
Hickson.
Yes.
Honus.
Yes.
Leonardi.
Yes.
Rupert.
I have a question.
Could you speak in the mic, Ms. Rupert?
I have a question. Is this just on the motion and not item 1 still? Okay, just on the motion. Gotcha. I'm a yes.
Thompson.
Yes.
Zeman. Ahaldef, not on the line. Bowman.
Yes.
Passes 8-0.
Okay. All in favor of Mr. Cervera's motion on eliminating the executive director position, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
No.
Roll call.
Roll call on the motion. Hickson.
No.
Honus.
No.
Leonardi.
No.
Rupert. Thompson. Zeman.
No.
Ahaldef, not on the line. Bowman.
No.
Severo.
Yes.
Fails 2-8. I'm sorry, 2-6.
May I? Continuing along, Chair, page 16 of the org chart, specifically under HR. We have an executive director of talent management. Directly under them is a director of talent acquisition and a director of HR operations, which is being sought to be removed by this current version of the org chart. I have confirmed with the superintendent that the director of HR operations is a filled position as we sit here today. Here's my motion, and it's twofold. My motion would be to cut the executive director of talent management and to reinstate the position of director of HR operations.
Is there a second? I'll second it. Public comment on the motion? Staff, is there anyone in the rooms with the delays?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I support the motion in spirit. However, the Director of HR Operations is a fairly new position, and the person that has been occupying it was a principal one day and then in charge of HR operations, but not related to schools, as one might think. It was non-school related type functions, and I thought at the time, how in the world would they even know how to do their job? I mean, I know around here we like to take principals and put them in charge of HR. Actually, this is the department we're talking about, which gets us back to the job descriptions. In making these suggestions, and certainly if you're making recommendations as the superintendent, one should be looking at the job descriptions. Do you need this function? What are the qualifications? Because one of the biggest problems around here is having watered down qualifications that you can shove anybody into. And MGT did most of the analysis for this.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Madam Chair, could you repeat the motion one more time, please?
Well, the maker of the motion is not here. Mr.
Okay.
Bruno, I know you.
Could I have
took
my
note.
time back, though? Because I just need to know the motion.
Please let Attorney Dupree Bruno read the motion.
Thank you.
It's the motion to reduce the executive director for talent management and reinstate the director of HR operations.
Okay. It says I have 32 seconds left. Could I have the minute or no?
Mr. Hill, could you restart the time, please?
Thank you. Zaira Lanchas, Deerfield Beach. I just want to say, I don't know if I agree with the motion or not, but rules are not written in stone, and neither are the people who make them. I'm on a Hunger Games kick today, so Katniss Everdeen warned that fire is catching, and this community is the spark. But there's a bigger threat than just our voices. Fiduciary responsibility is a legal mandate. If you continue to protect the administrative bloat at the expense of our students and teachers, you're inviting the state of Florida to walk in through these doors and take the keys. State receivership is the ultimate game over. And if you won't do the right thing and cut from the top, the state will do it for you. And they will start by removing the leadership that failed to act. Do the right things for students and teachers, not the above-the-line system. And may the odds be ever in your favor, because right now they aren't.
Anna Fusco, Broward Teaching Union President. So I appreciate the motion, Mr. Zavera, but that's a wrong area. Actually, the Office of HR and Talent, they're the worker bees. They are working diligently to make sure that all of their 12,000 educators and all of their 3,000 ESPs are properly credentialed and certified and have what they need to make sure that they're in those classrooms. I want to make this clear. I appreciate what Ty did over there, but you know he's no longer going to be working for Broward County Public Schools. He could put his resignation in so he could say whatever he wants to inflate it. You take teachers out of schools, they're the backbone. You're not going to have schools that are going to run. End of story. I don't care how many executive directors or assistant directors you have, they are not the backbone of this school district. They are people that are leading and making decisions. And I'm going to ask this question. Why are we in this big problem? It isn't the teachers that caused it. It's the upper echelon. So you guys keep doing it. Might as well call the question and vote on Agenda 1 right
Any
now
other
and see
public
what it's going to bring
speakers?
to you next month.
Any other public speakers? Board member discussion, Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. I would not be in favor of this. One of the most detrimental things that have happened in the last 15 years is when a very, very important chief position for leadership, for talent development, was axed, and it took us all this time to get back into a district, so just be warned on that. So, thank you.
Any other board member comment? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye. I'm sorry. No.
All opposed, say no.
No.
Roll call.
Roll call on the motion. School board members Honus,
No.
Leonardi,
No.
Rupert. No. Thompson.
No.
Zeman.
Nope.
Al-Hadef is not on the line. Bowman.
No.
Severa.
Yes.
Hickson.
No.
Fails. 1-7.
Chair, if I may, as I close out here, I mentioned this sort of in my opening about this directive that was given to our principals recently about essentially taking away their ability to control where their budget goes to and being given a very specific directive that they can only have a certain amount of teachers based on a certain amount of kids they have in the school. Since we are on the topic about saving money and cost efficiency and things like that in the org chart, I'd like to hear from Ms. Johnson as to whether or not the information I was getting was accurate and who ordered this directive to be issued to all of our school principals over the last, I'd say, a couple weeks.
And Ms. Johnson, I'll take that question and initiate it at least, and then you can finish it up. Yes, there's going to be a reduction in school budgets because of a reduction in students. As I said before, year over year, ever since I was a teacher, and most likely before, if a school does not get the expected enrollment, or if there's a projection of a decline, the budget is going to fluctuate as a result of that. That's just a natural cadence of staffing schools or funding schools at that level. If they don't have the revenue due to not having the enrolled students, they don't get the funding. If they actually have a significant increase in funding, in student enrollment, I meant to say, they will experience an increase in funding to support the needs as far as teachers and other personnel. And a lot of people forget that FTE per student is just not going to teachers, to hire teachers. It goes to a lot of components that support students. It goes to support transporting a student to or from school. It goes to all the ancillary positions to support that school, clerical, instructional support, not just specifically the teacher. So that FTE that we receive per student is actually spread out across the board to support schools to do the work that they need to do.
Okay, so let me touch on that before I turn it back over to Ms. Johnson. Here's where I think this confusion is stemming from. I'm not talking necessarily per se about a reduction in budget. And I realize that as attendance numbers go down, that there may be ramifications as far as budget reductions are concerned. What I'm being told is the way that things were done in the past was the principal would be allocated a certain amount of money, and the principal would make the decisions about how to use that money in their schools based on need, as them being sort of the captain or the CEO of those individual schools. That's my understanding of how it was done in years past. This year, what I'm being told is, rather than following that formula, these principals are simply being told that if you have a certain amount of students, you can only hire a certain amount of teachers. So you're taking the ability for the principal to work how they want to work, their staffing and their teachers in their school. You're taking that flexibility away from them, and you're telling them you can only hire X amount of teachers if you have a certain percentage of students. Is that not accurate, Mr. Superintendent?
So I think, go ahead, Ms. Johnson, if you want to add.
That is not accurate. I don't give that directive at all. The allocation model defines the staffing, and the principal can hire based on the FTE that's allocated.
Okay, so as you sit here today, Ms. Johnson, because I need to make sure I understand this, because I got a lot of pissed off people calling me on this, and I fielded a lot of phone calls on this in recent days. Let's break this down step by step, and maybe you can explain this to me like I'm in 5th grade so I can understand. In years past, has it not been this district's policy to go school by school and allocate them a certain portion of dollars for their budgets in which the principals got to decide how that money was used?
No, the allocation is based, instead of saying dollars, they say in units. Based on the number of units, FTEs, you get allocated that number of units. And that's supporting kids in the classroom.
Okay.
So it's the same thing. Some decide to allocate teachers, or they'll use extra periods.
Okay. So our position today is, going into next year, going into 26, 27, the principals in our schools have full autonomy to decide how they want to use their FTE dollars and decide how many teachers and staff they want to hire.
So no, and that's never been the case. So if I give you money, Mr. Severa, if you're the principal, I give you money and you have 1,000 students, by law, you have to hire a certain amount of teachers to educate those students. So you can't just take the money and so-called have autonomy to go do other things besides educating the kid. And so I think what Ms. Johnson's saying, that the dollars equal a certain amount of instructional units and also non-instructional units as well. So it's the same thing. If I give you money to equate to 100 teachers, or I give you 100 teachers. It's the same thing.
So let me put it this way, because maybe this is the easy way to break this down. Is it your position, Ms. Johnson, that the directive that you gave to the principals this year going into 26 and 27 is the same directive they received for the same past 3 years? Nothing has changed.
I have not gave any directives to the principals. I allocate based on the allocation model.
Okay. So however you allocated and based on whatever models you used, you're using the same algorithm, you're using the same formula going into 26 and 27 as you've done in years past, and nothing has changed.
I haven't changed anything from years past.
Okay. So perhaps all of the principals that have been reaching out to me, very distraught in what apparently they thought they were told, were inaccurate. So I appreciate you putting that on the record as to what the district's position is. My last question on this did the district give a directive to any principal in any school that they needed to cut a certain percentage of their staff, specifically 10%?
So naturally, as the budget team or whatever team has discussions with a principal, if the projection says you're going to lose 200 students for the upcoming school year, your budget will be reduced as a result of that lack of revenue. So the majority of schools are predicted to actually have a decline in enrollment. Probably very few will actually increase.
Okay, but I just want a very simple answer to my question. Was a directive given to any school principal to cut by 10%? Your answer is no, ma'am?
It's no.
Okay. I appreciate the clarification. You're willing to go on record with that. That being said, for now, I'll yield my time, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Chair. There's been a lot of conversation today, so I have a couple questions. One, there was a comment, and I don't think he is still in the room, about art classes and kind of art, music, that kind of art program being an important part of our education system. And I just wanted to request a follow-up for what schools offer art classes and music classes. Especially, I've been hearing some misinformation in my district that none of the schools in my district offer that, and I know that's not true, so it'd be helpful to have a spreadsheet or something so that as board members we can advocate for our schools and let parents know which ones offer music, art, STEM, etc.
Ms. Thompson, do you want last year and next year?
Sure. If we have that data, since we haven't had principal placements. And I wanted to also talk about Lee County, because that's been brought up several times throughout this discussion, saying that they've only focused on upper management. That's just not accurate. They're actually changing their allocation models to schools as well, and they've been given their directive that every school has to cut 3%. It's 3% at a school level, and it's 5% per department at their central office. This is Lee County, not us. So when we are bringing up headlines that we see, it's really important to understand the full picture, that this is something happening in every county across the state of Florida. And it's cuts both to the admin level and to the school level. I wanted to also talk about or address the reason why we turned this to a voting meeting instead of a workshop. And Dr. Hepburn, could you please walk us through the impacts of delaying an org chart vote, especially on schools impacted by a redefining?
Yes, there's a lot of components to this, hence why we brought this early in April with the hope. So number one, the staff that's impacted by this downsizing have a long runway of support from our current HR team and if needed, the support of Career Source. That was the first priority. Second, there's other decisions that are contingent upon approving the org chart, such as principal placements. HR starts working their employee stream to ensure what vacancies are out there so we can start placing our employees in those positions. So there's a lot of dominoes that fall after this decision is made, and every week we all know the summer goes by in a blur, and we want to make sure we're well prepared for the upcoming school year with out trying to make haste with certain decisions that actually take some time to get it right.
And I will just say, from speaking to families in my community, not knowing who's going to be the leader of their school that was closed, not knowing kind of those impacts have caused a ripple effect throughout my district. And it was very important that we settle this. We are now, this is our third or fourth meeting on it. We are now on hour 5 on the org chart. I don't think any of us are rushing this decision, but giving it thoughtful analysis, and also recognizing the very human element in all of that is that we have people who are finding out their jobs are being cut from this dais. We have senior directors who have worked diligently with their teams and had really hard and heartbreaking conversations about the reality of where we are. So any delay to that, I don't think is for the benefit of our community's students or our families. I did have, and I know this is a little disjointed, there was either a public comment or one of my colleagues brought up budget guideline committees. Don't we still have SACs, and isn't one of their roles to give guidance on school budgets? Or can I get clarity on that?
Yes, that's correct. The schools get guidance on their budgets from their SAC committees.
All right. I just wanted to make sure we didn't, because I hear from my school SACs. And then I wanted some information on the impact of the cutting the DHH teacher, the deaf and hard of hearing teacher. I know we have a public speaker that wants to speak to it, but we're cutting a teacher, and I'm told that we don't have enough teachers to cover those students. So can someone walk me through that?
I'm sorry, Ms. Thompson. Can you repeat that?
The deaf.
The DHH?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Hollingsworth?
So the deaf and hard of hearing teacher that was cut was a district department teacher that's been vacant, and we can do contracted services. There was no one in that position.
And we haven't had,
Frisco?
and can you detail the amount of time that it's been vacant?
I believe it's been vacant for the entire year. I can confirm with the team.
But was that due to the hiring freeze, or was that because it's, because at least what I've been told about the breakdown is there's a teacher for like kindergarten through first, and then a teacher through second, and so.
That's prior, prior to the hiring freeze, that it's been vacant. Go ahead.
So we have two different things. We do have, and I know the speaker's here, I'm not going to speak for him, but at schools, so at Tropical and some of our other schools, we have self-contained programs where there's teachers. So that's a school budget. This individual was on the district department budget, and it has been vacant for multiple reasons. A little bit of the hiring freeze, but then also it is a very hard to find, certification.
So what is this individual that's on the district budget then?
They were an itinerant person that would then go out and support the teachers and, service certain students as well.
So were they like a substitute teacher?
No, they're a full-time, well, there hasn't been anybody in the position, but they then service other schools outside of, that cluster, or work with the cluster teachers and our students in the classroom.
Okay. I guess to general counsel, without making a motion, is there a way that public speaker could speak on the DHH program?
Well, it's my understanding that this is a special school board meeting on the organizational chart. If it has something to do with the organizational chart, they certainly can speak.
Okay.
Okay, so let's have decorum in the audience. Ms. Thompson has the floor right now.
Okay. So I'm gonna make a motion to bring the DHH coordinator position back.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Dr. Holness. Public comment on the motion.
Yes, thank you all. Miles McGrain, I'm a resident of Plantation, Florida. I'm talking about my daughter Parker, who's enrolled to Tropical. They absolutely have 3 teachers right now. They have one for K through first, second through third, and fourth through fifth. We were told this morning that one of those positions being eliminated, and now the teachers will be K through 2 and 3 through 5. Same number of students. 20 students this year, there will be 20 students next year, and yet a position is being cut. And sorry, I'm very emotional about this issue because we already have students that are graduating from 5th grade who barely can read that are in this program. And now you're taking away a teacher from a special needs group who absolutely needs extra help and extra attention, and that's why you have these programs. We've been talking about directors who are making $180,000 a year. Pay an extra teacher to help special needs students. That's what we're asking for, and I believe Broward County deserves that. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Rochelle Sofer, speech language pathologist. Do you know what I said? Because I surely said things that are not appropriate for this, but none of you know sign language like I do. None of you know sign language like I do. My husband is a proud product of the DHH program here in Broward County Public Schools. You have been paying your itinerants piss poor wages. They're awful. You wonder why you can't fill it? Because you've dumped all over your DHH itinerants. And until you learn sign language, you don't know what you're talking about. To do this, my DHH people, they know what that is. They're not clean words, but I'll put it on public record because that's what I think. And I don't have to say it. I'll sign it. Awful, horrible, rotten decision. Walk a mile in my shoes at my home. See what it's like to be a CODA, child of deaf adult. See what it's like to be in the deaf world. These kids can't read. They have difficulties. I have them in my private practice. Don't dump on these kids. That's rotten.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Candace Blake, representing Coral Springs, and I just wanted to say that I too am in support of exactly what all of them said, because we need to be here for all of our students, those that speak, those that do not speak, those who can't speak for themselves. We need to make sure that we have them in our minds, in our thoughts, and also in our hearts.
Dr. Natalie Lynch-Welsh, Plantation, Florida. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought we weren't cutting at schools. Did I misunderstand that? Because that sounds, based on the text I'm reading from a friend, that, that's why her father showed up, is that you're cutting, and for deaf and hard of hearing, of all groups. And you reduce staff for the homeless kids. What vulnerable group are you going after next? Because I know it's not the people you want to save in the witness protection program. Didn't do any hard work there. You let MGT do all the hard work, and then they wanted to keep themselves and their friends. But we're not cutting anything at schools. So I support the motion. Do not take support away from the most vulnerable kids. That is wrong. You should know that. You, the board, know this, but the problem is the person you tasked, because you don't see what's happening at the school, does not. And it's
Oh my gosh. Are we serious? Listen, we cannot hurt children. You cannot do that to students. I feel like this line right here makes it seem like this whole side of the room is saying one thing and you all are saying a whole nother thing. Like we're not even in the same space. It's like I'm in the Twilight Zone. What's going on? You're gonna hurt the children and want us to support you. Just so you know, people do watch these meetings. You may not think so, but they do. And we're not going to support you when it comes time for election. Let me let you know that right now. Thanks.
Dr. Trudy Jurmanovich, the problem here is what it's always been, and it's magnified this year. You do not have a communication system that really tells you what's happening at the schools. Thankfully, you have social media and people get in touch with you. Thank you so much for bringing this up so that this person could come and speak. You are taking teachers out of schools. They may be because they were in this position or that position and came in or out or whatever. You are taking teachers out of schools, and you said you wouldn't.
Petruskaville Tamarack. So I'm speaking to, once again, somatics. Just like you stated, you're not removing people that directly impact children. Lies. You said 0 will be impact. Lies. The truth shall set us all free. You're not speaking the truth. Just because their position is in district doesn't mean they're not impacting children. That doesn't mean they're not working directly with children. That doesn't mean they don't report to a school building each and every day and are helping the staff and helping the children. Just because our position is district, it doesn't matter. We're still impacting the children. We're still impacting the school. We're still impacting the staff. You guys are affecting the school. You're affecting the children. You're neglecting them. Like, this don't make sense at all. You're creating chaos and confusion and trying to put labels to it. Somatics.
Anna Fusco-Broward, teaching union president. I'm still at a loss why you're not understanding this. And by the way, Rebecca, tons of schools don't have physical education, bands, and art. I challenge you to walk schools with me. That is a fact. There's tons of schools that have band instruments that haven't even been touched. That's a whole nother story. But what don't you understand? I'm at a loss. Nora's a teacher, Rebecca's a social worker, Debbie's a teacher, Sarah's a teacher, Jeff, you're a teacher. Heard your sister's in charter school teaching, by the way. Alan's a businessman, you're an attorney, Mari, you're an attorney. So I'm confused. What's you're not understanding? Seriously. You're impacting the student. I'm going to say it again. You continue down this path, next school year, it is going to implode. You're being told a false narrative.
Thank you, Board Member Hickson.
Thank you. Dr. Hepburn, can you, because I think there's two different things going on here. So if you look on the chart that we had, there's a teacher, deaf and hard of hearing. There were 14, and that's going down to 11. 2 positions were vacant. 1 position is being removed. That's at the district level, and that's
Correct.
what Ms. Hollingsworth was talking about, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, then there's the teacher, monitor, DHH, there's 1, and still 1 remains.
Correct.
So, but the gentleman, the public speaker that came to talk is talking about a specific school. So is that a decision that was made at the school level by the principal?
That's a school level decision. We're talking about 2 different things here. When we're talking about this initiative, the district budget, district-based positions that we're talking about here. And to the speaker who was talking about that school, that's a school-based position. If you haven't met with the principal, I suggest you meet with the principal because it's a school-based position. And if there's concerns at that school level, you can feel free to communicate with the regional office for additional support. But there are 2 different things going on. We're talking about district initiative, district-based positions, and what you mentioned, sir, was at this school-funded position. So if you haven't talked to the principal, I suggest you do. If you have, the regional office will be helpful to support you.
So we do need decorum in the audience. Everyone did get an opportunity to deliver public speaking. Okay.
So, and thank you for explaining that, because I think, and we've said it a number of times, I know that I've said it a number of times, when we talk about the initiative today, the initiative is this chart. Are teachers being our teachers being let go at school levels, they are. That happens every single year because it's based on how many students are enrolled. Some schools get extra teachers, some schools get less because of student enrollment. That is not anything new to today. That has happened across the time. The one place where we have kept up with enrollment was at the school level because we have to. So this is a different thing that we're talking about today. So I think it's really important to keep those together or keep them, that idea separate. So these are teachers, some of them, that work at a district level that do go into schools, but it's a different initiative than teachers who are being let go at a school because there's not enough enrollment. That, I think, we have to be very clear and, again, transparent. That happens on a yearly basis. It's not new to what we're doing today. It has happened for as long as I've been here, 37 years. Those of you that have been here that were principals or teachers, you know that that is true. So you have to make sure you understand that there's two separate things happening here. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other board member discussion? Dr. Zeman?
Chair, are we back on the item?
No, I believe we're still on Ms. Thompson's motion.
Could you tell me what motion that is, please, Chair?
It was to bring back the DHH.
The DHH coordinator position.
And I think we've determined so far that that is a staff level position, not an in-school position, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Chair. I'm good.
Any other board member discussion?
So I just have a question. Where was that on the org chart? Because I don't see, I mean, DHH is still on this org chart.
So just to clarify, I made the motion so that gentleman was able to speak. It's not on the org chart, it's on the below, but he, I thought, should have some space to speak.
Okay, because can you tell us what page on the chart? Because I don't see DHH coordinator here either.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it's on this page.
It's on the spreadsheet, hold on.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
You referenced it early, Ms. Hickson, on the spreadsheet, but I think the
Oh,
motion
that's
was.
not coordinator. So there's a teacher, so the teacher deaf and hard of hearing. It wasn't a coordinator. That's
But I
what.
think the motion was, as Ms. Thompson mentioned, was to allow the speaker
Right,
opportunity
okay.
to speak.
So it's not in a okay.
Yes.
I was just trying to keep up. Thank you.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Dr. Holman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to ask a couple of questions on the DHH position. But just to clarify the record, my sister does work for Broward County Public Schools and is still working for Broward County Public Schools, and I believe I would know that. But I will continue. Madam Chair, the DHH item, Dr. Hepburn, you mentioned the position is vacant, and that the position is hard to fill. So is there any way that, and I don't know, that's why I'm asking, that we could staff that position temporarily until we're able to find an individual that has all of the requirements for the position? Is there any way to bring someone in to provide support that has some measure of experience on a task assigned basis? Because it seems to me to be an important position, especially when we're talking about DHH. So can it be staffed temporarily and while we try to find the individual with the right requirement to fill it?
So if we had the person to be able to task assign, we would. The only way to actually provide that level of service with that vacancy would be to contract out, which would cost way more money than what the actual current position cost is.
Okay, so there's no way to staff it through us with a lower requirement?
No, we don't have the people. That's
Okay.
why it's been vacant for so long.
Okay. All right.
Right, I wanted to comment on the teacher position issue, and kind of, Dr. Hepburn, you and I talked about this last week. I've also had some conversations with principals, and I think there's maybe a communication gap between here and our principals, especially with regards to like the positions and the budgeting for their schools. And so from their perspective, you know, they're being told, like, you get this X number of positions, and because of that, they have to eliminate a certain position or two or more. That they say that is being directed by the school board and the school district. The parent comes up and is upset, understandably so, when a teaching position is eliminated, and we tell them, well, that's a school-based decision. But the schools don't really feel like it's coming from, they don't really feel like they have any autonomy or power over that. So I guess I'm wondering what we can do. And Ms. Hickson said it, like, I remember when I was when I was a probationary teacher, and I was like pretty scared I was going to get surplused. So I guess I'm wondering how we can improve the communication when it comes to a lot of these things, especially with our principals, so that we can all kind of be rowing in the same direction.
And the deputy soup has already initiated a great communication stream with a leadership group of principals. I think she's just started meeting with that group to isolate what different areas to focus on moving forward. But as far as the actual budget, as of right now, this week, the principals are actually having budget meetings with the budget team and any other supporting staff they can ask those type of questions, get more clarification as they start planning out what the actual budget would look like for their individual schools.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Anyone else on Ms. Thompson's motion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All of those opposed, say no. No. Roll
No.
call. Roll call.
Roll call on the motion. Board Member Leonardi,
Nope.
Rupert,
Yes.
Thompson,
No.
Seaman, Aladef, No. Bowman,
No.
Severa,
Yes.
Hickson.
No.
Item fails 2-7.
All right. Ms. Thompson, are you?
Yes.
you're
No, I
done?
still have some.
Okay, go ahead.
So thank you for that. Again, that was to get some clarity and provide the speaker an opportunity to talk. But I also wanted to make a motion, and I believe I can because I was on the prevailing side, to bring back the Executive Director of Enterprise Analytics and
Second.
Intelligence.
Motion made by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Dr. Zeman. Public comment on the motion. And is there anyone in the delay room? Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. Can we get clarity on which one we mean? Because they seem to be all over the place. There's two, at least.
It was the one the board previously cut. It was
Page
Executive
3.
Director of Enterprise Analysis and Intelligence.
Oh, the one on page 3, not the one under academics. Okay. Not if you're gonna bring it back. Oh wait, you were trying to cut it on page 3, and you did cut it. We're losing track, honestly. I was in favor of cutting it the first time because I'm in favor of it being all. It sounded after the explanation like an actual IT position. I had suggested strategy, so it's beyond me why that and the assistant director, which there's another assistant director too, why you would put it under the chief of staff. So I'll be very interested to see where this goes.
Any other public comment on the motion?
Anna Fusco-Bauer, teacher. So the motion was to bring back the director. See how easy that is? So you're going to bring back all of the mental health people that we want to cut and all the itinerant teachers that you're cutting. And you have to have a parent come over here who's out there crying because then again, you guys snowed them and made it believe that it was the principal's decision to do this, when you know very well the superintendent has directed budget people to go into every single budget meeting in every single school to cut your budget. And then the principals do have to make that hard decision. Oh my gosh, who am I cutting? But I'm telling you now, what if I sat up here and been wrong? Why don't you put that in your little brain up there, guys? Every single time I've come up here this last year with you guys, the graduation, personalization, the GLP-1s, the referendum, I mean, come on. It's happening. Again, do you really want to wait to see what happens next school year? Is that what you're going to do? And then go, oh my gosh, how do we fix this wrong?
Thank you. Any other public speakers? Board member discussion? Ms. Thompson?
I'm fine hearing from my colleagues.
Dr. Zeman?
Mr. Superintendent, how much cost savings has this incumbent of this position saved the district this year in terms of overtime and other initiatives that they've led?
For overtime, over $20 million for this current year. As far as other cost savings, Trey or Mr. Davis, if you're over there, if you can, I know you have these in your head.
Sure. Trey Davis, Chief Information Officer. So in addition to that, we also, or this individual or this position has actually worked directly, with other functional areas, for example, in payroll, to identify payroll anomalies and automate that process. Also, this particular resource, two other areas actually. One was instrumental in making our world-class deployment of artificial intelligence district-wide. Without that position, it wouldn't have been successful. And secondly, relative to the operational efficiencies gained and funded by one of our vendors, for example, to assist, is $40 to $50 million bearish case over the next 4 to 5 years as modeled out relative to just energy savings alone. So each of these projects that I'm mentioning with savings is attributed to this particular position right here.
I appreciate that. Second question to the superintendent as well. If you had to hire the talent that's in this position right now, if you had to contract out in order to get that talent, how much would you have to pay to have outside contractors come in and do the same kind of work?
Easily 7-figure contracts.
7-figure?
Yes.
Okay.
Easily.
I think that's enough. This position is a heavy lifter for the district. I have taken several different direct presentations on the cost savings. I'm fascinated, as you all know, with AI and Broward County Public Schools being powered by AI, and the work that this office has done in order to modernize that without allowing AI to go in places that it shouldn't, and to make sure that we continue to make adult decisions about it is very, very impressive. So it's not just the 40 to 50 million over the next 5 years plus 20 million of overtime. It's also just making sound decisions for the entire very complex and large district. So in my mind, given the 7-figure cost of replacing this, Dr. Hepburn, and I know you would want to do that, these are the kinds of things that we all should be proud of within the district. I support Ms. Thompson's motion.
Ms. Bowman?
Thank you. I too support Ms. Thompson's motion. I think that there's been a demonstrated strategy and the benefit and the value of having this position. It has been demonstrated and explained to us by Mr. Davis and the superintendent. I've had multiple conversations, again, not to sound repetitive, but with Mr. Davis about how important this is to the structure and how we are saving money by putting the different technologies into place. So prove us wrong that we spent a couple $100,000 and we didn't save tens of millions of dollars over a period of time. But I'm willing to take that chance because I think it's very important, and the potential for this can't be overstated. So thank you again, Mr. Davis, for your work on this.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, Mr. Cervera.
Just want to bring back and remind everybody what the crux of the original motion was, because it seems as though a flip-flop may be afoot. The original motion, as I explained on page 3 of the org chart, we currently have an executive director of enterprise analytics. We also have an assistant director of enterprise analytics. that reports directly to the executive director. I was not suggesting that we get rid of both those positions and have nobody overseeing enterprise. All I was suggesting is that we get rid of the executive director and have the assistant director elevated to just a director position and fill both roles. So just want to make sure that my position was fully clear as my colleagues consider a revote on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 All opposed, say no.
Aye.
Nope.
Roll call, please.
Roll call on the motion. School board members: Rupert, Thompson,
Yes.
Zeman,
Yes.
Alhadeff,
Yes.
Bowman,
Yes.
Severa,
No way.
Hickson,
No.
Holness,
Yes.
Leonardi.
Yes.
6-3. Motion passes.
Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Chair. So there's been some sentiment about not cutting from schools. And I just feel like it's important to reiterate that we are a school system. So everything we do is going to impact students and the people that come to work wherever they work every day come because they think they are doing right by kids. And so I think a little bit more compassion when speaking about the people who work for us is needed. I also, people talk about voting and how.
1 second, Ms. Thompson.
Yes.
Ms. Fusco, please follow the instructions of the officer. This is the last warning. Go ahead and continue, Ms. Thompson. Sorry to interrupt you.
No worries. So we will talk about voting and what we're doing to advocate. And I think Dr. Zeman brought up a really good point about funding and how we're comparable to our surrounding states. And other speakers have talked about the importance of advocating for more funding. And that is so incredibly vital. And I talk about it every time, and I'm going to continue talking about it because I did not run because I wanted to close schools. I did not run because I wanted to vote on 1,000 people or positions being laid off. I ran because I wanted to create a stronger system for not only my 3 kids that are in public schools, but for every child in public schools. And I think when we are making these really hard decisions, we have to remember that we are only here for a brief amount of time, 4 to 8 years or more. And our goal should just be to have a stronger and better school system when we leave. So I'm just asking, and I know my colleagues are on the same board, but are on the same page of that, but for our community to realize that the decisions that we're making today are in order to stabilize our system so that we can thrive in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Holness?
Madam Chair, I don't have any comment on the item.
Okay. Ms. Rupert?
This is for item 1 still? Yep. Okay, great. I appreciate it. First thing I want to ask for, or actually ask for some clarification, is there was a job called Specialist Board Governance, and this was, hold on, part of Agenda 4, but wait, it's also part of Agenda number 1. So I did not want to miss the opportunity, since it's referenced in both places, to make sure I didn't miss this time. The Specialist Board Governance is a brand new position. If you're looking at the May 7th update, it's a brand new one for 26-27. If you're looking at the number 4, it is a Specialist Board Governance with 1 position prior to cuts, and then it says it's new, and then positions remaining is 1. So either we have twins, cojoined twins, I don't know, but I'm confused with that. And also, I was not able to find anywhere a job description or a job code for this position. And that alarmed me on many levels. The reporting aspect was to the finance department, the finance. So I would think a specialist board governance, which by the way pays $113,000 and some change, would report to the board and not the finance director. So I need a little bit of clarity for that.
Go ahead, Dr. Lozano.
So that is a below-the-line position, so it's not part of this org chart, and it is coming to the board. Remember, these are the 1,000 positions as part of the district discussion today. So in that 1,000 are above and below the line. The job description for that position is coming May 19th.
No. We need to, if we just want to go back to organizational chart and job description responsibilities. When it comes to making changes to a proposed chart or job description, the board is not restricted. If the board ultimately makes those changes, the superintendent would have to implement the changes. However, it goes on to say, the clarification is the organizational chart is a pictorial description of positions the board has created and who they report to in the district. The reporting structure is something the board designates to the job description. So the organizational chart should come simultaneous with or after the job descriptions. So I'm saying no.
Go ahead, Dr. Lozano.
So again, that position is not on the org chart. It is a below-the-line position that's coming on May 19th.
Well, why is it in the backup for here
Because
to
it's
be voted on?
because we're not voting on the
voting on that.
below-the-line positions today.
We're voting on the org chart today, Ms. Rupert. The below-the-line positions that are listed here is just to notify the board of the impacts and the impacted employees as far as the downsizing initiative. But as far as what the board is voting on today is actually the org chart.
But also the job descriptions are item 4.
And that's just one.
No, that's item 2.
Item 2 is just one job description that
Yeah,
the board,
I have that one,
Yeah.
but there's no job description for this, right? It doesn't matter if it's below the line or not. Everybody up here should ask themselves, it was empty, and it's filled, and it's below the line, and it's in the finance organization. All I can tell you is this. I don't answer to the financial lady. I answer to the public. Every one of us should have a say if this position is going to happen. I'm saying no, it's $113,000 before you add in benefits. I'm going to say I'd rather pay teachers more, at least one teacher, put it in there. We do not need somebody who we don't know who's sitting in it or going to sit in. I'm not going to say
it's
it again.
vacant, Ms. Rupert.
I'm sorry?
There is no position.
There is nobody in that position.
There is no position.
And there is no position. We have to create the position through the job description. So the board could easily vote down the job description when it comes because there's nobody in that position.
Okay, well, I'm going to take a little walk over. Please see my specialist board governance position prior to class 25, 26. I got it. Thank you. And it's 1. And it's a new one.
Madam Chair, can you put me on the list?
Yes.
But it says there is. This is new 26, 27. Okay. And then here.
Why don't we go ahead and recess the meeting for a few minutes? All right, we are back. Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. I understand that the superintendent is going to be able to fix that little snafu and move on from there. So I've been assured that it is not a board position, especially on governance. So it would not be on a vote that is here today. So, because if it is, I might be a little mad. Okay, so then the other part, I want to speak on item 2, so just keep me on the list for that. But when it comes to our facilities, our losses, painters, workforce jobs, and I've said this before to the board and definitely to Dr. Hepburn, we have a plethora of workers that are really masters of their craft. And we do receive workforce dollars for those jobs. And it's pretty awesome when you have kids that go through our schools, Sheridan, McFadder, ATC, and my 2 sons both went to one of those, and they're working in their fields still. And we have teachers and programs, and we need to make sure that the money for their programs is there, and also the continuity of making sure that we're growing our own. So that should be a gigantic push, and I would request that the superintendent have a conversation with the AFL-CIO, FOPE, all those guys, the CTASE people, and talk about that. You know, if we're cutting this many people because this is what's going on, we need to find an answer for that. But we also have to make sure that we are fulfilling our obligation when we teach them these skills and they get their certifications, that there is a place for them to work in Broward County. So I think I just wanted you to have that information, and my colleagues, the guys and ladies at AFL-CIO and FOPE, they know what they're doing, they know what the market looks like, and they know how to get there, and these are guys in the field. So thank you. That was all, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mrs. Al-Hadaf?
I call the question.
All in favor of calling the question, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
Nope.
I believe that fails with 1 vote in favor, Mrs. Al-Hadaf. Dr. Zeman?
I have one thing, since my colleague made the motion to reconsider the last change. It starts on page 9 of the org chart. I'll just take 1 minute to kind of present the case. If you look on page 9, you can see that underneath the Chief Student Services Officer, right in the middle of the page, on the first, this is the second of the 2 pages describing the duties ascribed to that position. You can see that the responsibility on that 1 page includes school counseling, school culture, student support, wellness, and mental health. If you go to page 8, you can see that there are more responsibilities ascribed to the same person, looking from the right side and kind of reading the opposite direction we normally do. Specialized ESE, specialized instruction, ESE support and compliance, ESE educational curriculum. I want to make a case to you today that this proposal that came from the superintendent is really juice that's not worth the squeeze. This shift from an executive director of ESE to a director will save Broward County Schools $10,000. And I don't think it's worth it. And I'm going to explain the case why it's not worth it. When you look at the span of control, the complicated operations, the wide variance in outcomes, the operational risks, the need to educate others about how requirements for special needs special needs children and students are inherently different, there is a need for an executive director position. We have a chief and an executive director leadership position this year. And why? Because they have to do financial oversight, legal protection, cross-system alignment, improve student outcomes at scale, and to make sure that ESA services are considered whenever system-wide decisions are made. Both leadership roles, the chief and the executive director, seem essential to me. And I can tell you, when I call them at 6 and 7 o'clock at night, they're still at their desk, pounding away, trying to make this system, which is incredibly complicated, more efficient and more effective. Of course, ESC is not a program. It's a high-cost, high-risk, federally mandated system. And having such high-level leaders like we have today ensured that we have managed the risk, complied with complicated requirements, and made sure that we deliver for these special students. ESC decisions are cross-functional. Every one that is made has to do with academics, transportation, technology, human resources, finance, legal, student services. In fact, I don't know of any public school functions that in some way don't overlap with exceptional students. Why is executive director more important than director? Because if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And special needs need to be advocated for at the highest level. Second point, we have over 40,000 special needs students. If you add students and parents together, that's 17,000 students per single member district. And what I'm talking about will cost us $10,000, less than $1 for the student and parents in each single member district. The juice is not worth the squeeze here. We have legal exposure. Every due process case that we get for one special needs student costs us between $25,000 and $100,000 per case. Large districts like Broward, on average, lose $1 to $3 million in compensatory services from missed service delivery. Again, the juice is not worth the squeeze. This position, in tandem with all the other folks on this org chart, represent 20 to 30% of the total district. It's incredibly complex. And I can tell you that if you look at the other executive director positions that are on this chart, we have one for talent management, great. Technical ops, non-instructive, broadcast, transportation, PPO, capital programs, budget, and now back again, thank you, Ms. Thompson, for analytics, enterprise analytics, and intelligence. None of those are more important than our special needs students, none of them. So I think that this position should remain. I think for $10,000, we can keep this where it is, make sure that we don't take the risk, and we can stand up to those 17,000 members in each one of our single-member districts and make sure we can look them in the eye and say we're doing the right thing for your special kids. Thank you very much, Chair. I move that we change on page 8 the Director of Exceptional Student Education Curriculum. Actually, I would propose that we delete that, the one on the far left, and reinstate the Executive Director of Exceptional Student Education.
Second.
Motion made by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Public comment on the motion.
Obviously, then I'm in favor of giving ESC an executive director, given that you have 3 chunks of departments here. But then which of the directors, I guess it would be the one that has curriculum already, would then have more curriculum, which makes a lot more sense than having 2 executive directors of analytics under the wrong departments. But if you bring one back, which is a lot more than 10 grand because the box, oh, but you're doing the difference, you're getting rid of a director, so that's that. And I guess they're not gonna ask you to make up 10 grand. So, yeah, I'm in favor of the motion. It's ESE. We have a lot of executive directors that we could live without, but this probably isn't one of them. And it should be about the function from a management perspective. The people at the top do strategy, then you have tactical, and then operations. So you have to make sure whoever gets into that box can do strategy.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Michelle Bonsanti, Davie, Florida, ESC specialist. I support the motion. I would not be able to do my job without the director. I was able to call Stephanie Acosta Castro, and I know this is the boss above her, but she got the people in the school to help me get my new school under control. We were completely out of compliance. It was a debacle. And I couldn't even believe that it had gone on that long and that these kids, I said what I did for the West, I was going to do for the East. And I believe that's one of the reasons our program grew by 100%, because I know every single one of my 140 kids. I could write the IEP at the table. I have great parent interactions. I can handle the advocates. And so please do not cut ESE. No matter what, do not cut them. Thank you.
Anna Fusco, Broward Teaching Union President. This is one department that shouldn't be touched at all. I'm confused. I mean, there are so many parents out there that are still trying to figure it out if their child should even be tested and what they may need. And we keep pushing, bring your kids to Broward County Public Schools, but we're continuing to show that we want to cut real important pieces that really affect the student. So, I mean, if we're keeping IT people, well, don't get me wrong. I mean, unless you have this plan that we're going to have some AI robots running our classrooms, then I don't think IT should be more important than an ESC department. That can't happen. Again, anything that is affecting the student needs to be fully intact. Please support this motion.
Ms. Dupree-Bruno?
Dr. Zeman, I just want to make sure that I have the motion correctly. It's to move to change page 8 to reinstate the executive director of ESC and remove the director of ESC curriculum.
That is the motion I made. If I might just intervene, though, before we discuss it. Dr. Hepburn, my understanding is that of the 3 directors, that was the one that would most overlapped with the executive director role. Is that true?
Ms. Hollingsworth, care to provide some detail on that?
So good afternoon, Simone Hollingsworth, Chief Student Services Officer. If you would like, I can give a kind of a broad overview. The ESC curriculum director is doing curriculum. We moved, we had 141 schools that were on the SS sub list 2 years ago. We're down to 20. So that's been very intentional work with our regional directors and regional offices to make sure that we are addressing students with disabilities with their academics. The compliance is, as you mentioned, Dr. Zeman, very much around that due process and any litigation that's occurring, and we do have an increase of that. However, we're settling them better and better, as well as the specialized instruction, which is all of our itinerant and related service work, such as speech, DHH, OT, PT, hospital homebound. Now we've moved specialized healthcare underneath there. So they all have a functionality. However, that executive director individual does really truly cohesively bring that all together so that there is uniformity, bringing that together, as well as working with the directors at the regional office, and then really spanning that scope so that we can be continuous and have a lot of continuity and bringing that strategy and operation together.
Dr. Hepburn, are all 3 of the director positions encumbered?
Ms. Hollingsworth.
Yes.
Okay, that's different than the information that I got, so I'm a little bit stuck right now. I was told that one of the director slots was not encumbered, and so I just got misinformation. But this year, all 3 of those positions are filled.
Correct, sir.
What about as the org chart stands for the upcoming year?
So for the upcoming year, then there would be a movement from one of the executive director into a director role, and then there was an assistant director moving somebody into that role.
Terrific. And what role would that executive director have been moved to?
The compliance director.
Terrific. So to be clear then, Chair, my motion is to delete the director for compliance, exceptional education support and compliance, and reinstate the executive director exceptional student education.
Any other public comment? Board member comment, Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. Just want to clarify with, I guess, the superintendent or Ms. Hollingsworth. So if we were to reinstate the executive director, they're kind of over everybody, and get rid of the director of exceptional student education support compliance, who would be the person over that? Because they'd have a director of ESE education curriculum that they would be over, and they would have a director of ESE specialized instruction, but there would be nobody like they're overarching, and we're kind of replacing one for something very specific. So could you just kind of talk about the logistics of that?
Yeah, and my understanding of the motion is that the executive director's span of control would increase, so they would have two directors reporting to them, and the components of the positions that make up that used to directly report to that director. So the span of control would just expand.
So they would actually be
Correct.
the director and the executive director.
Correct.
Is that the
Yes,
intention?
that's my understanding.
Dr. Zeman.
But that middle block has an assistant director as well, so that's what makes that middle block a little bit different.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out the logistics. Thank you.
Any other board member discussion? Ms. Thompson? Hold on one second. Mr. Pre-Bruno?
I just want to make sure that the record is clear. So, Dr. Zeman, what I have now as your substitute motion is to move to change page 8 to reinstate the executive director of ESE and remove the director of ESE education support compliance. Perfect. And then I'm assuming, Ms. Thompson, you're still seconding. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I seconded this motion. I think there's a lot of room to expand in this department as well, especially with our pre-K programs. I think even as our student enrollment declines, our ESE population is increasing, and to make sure that we have support and also a visionary for this position is really important. Thank you.
Any other board member discussion? All in favor of the substitute motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
Aye.
Substitute motion passes unanimously. Dr. Zeman, anything else?
No, I just want to thank you, colleagues, for the support, and I appreciate the time, Chair.
Ms. Bowman?
Is this my time to talk on
Yes.
item 1?
On the item as a whole, yes.
Oh, all right. Thank you. All right, well, so I'm going to say what I was going to say earlier today, but we've made some changes. So, Dr. Hepburn, and with the changes that have been made today, do you stand by the organizational chart that you've brought to us?
Yes.
And do you believe that you've made sufficient changes to account for the budget challenges that we've faced this year, which kind of left us holding the bag, and that we anticipate facing in the next school year due to projected significant decreased enrollment and other factors?
Yes, as one component of a broader cost savings initiative, yes.
And do you believe these cuts are necessary for the future success of Broward County Public Schools and to achieve a budget that meets the statutory requirements of the state of Florida?
Yes.
And do you believe that you have followed the board's directive to reduce the organizational chart to minimize or fully avoid impacting the school level because we're in the school business?
Yes.
And cuts at the school level decrease parental and employee satisfaction, the overall student experience, and the ability to attract new students?
I feel like I got to raise my right hand here. Yes.
Thank you. All right.
Yes, Ms. Bowman.
Yes, and
all that, yeah.
Our job is to hold the superintendent responsible and to review his performance. And this, as the executive of this giant organization, we will be holding you to this organizational chart as amended. and I look forward to seeing the success. And the other question is, if the projected factors change, do we have the ability to amend this organizational chart? Do we have the ability to be flexible? Have you built that in? Because I don't think we were
Yes.
flexible this year.
We've done org chart changes besides just doing this traditional window. We've done mid-year org chart changes. I think we did a org chart change for the general counsel a couple of months ago. And great question. One of the things, if we see any pressure on the way we want to do business as far as supporting schools, departments, and the like, especially with some of the changes made by the board or even myself, we will bring back that specific organizational chart page to make any updates necessary. So I think the board knows me. I'm not afraid to bring back something if we feel like after analysis and implementation, it's going to become a barrier to us excelling in certain areas. So. Just a FYI on that part.
No, and I appreciate that. I think we're going to need that flexibility as we see. I mean, this is a situation that we haven't faced before, so we are trying to get ahead of it, as Ms. Thompson said earlier, to make sure that we have a stable, successful district going forward. And you'll hear from all of us, as particularly those with children, because we're hearing about it every day, what's happening. So as long as we have your word that we'll be able to make changes as we need to as the things arise, then I'm good with it and look forward to seeing how this works. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I will say that the decisions today were certainly tough decisions. There's this saying that leadership is not about popularity. It is about doing what is right. And so my moral compass when I make decisions is I always ask myself, is it right? And is it right in my mind? And that's usually how I live my life, even sometimes when my decisions aren't popular. So it's always, can I sleep at night with the decisions that I make? And that's what guides me as opposed to anything else. And so unfortunately, besides receiving only $9,000 approximately per year for each student in the state of Florida, as compared to states like New York that receive over $30,000 per student, we are losing students somewhere between $8,000 to $10,000 per year. And so it leaves us where inaction is not an option. And in fact, inaction will lead to consequences such as state receivership if we don't take action. And so what we've done here in reducing staffing, I believe it's the responsible thing to do. I believe this will, as Board Member Thompson mentioned, this will help to stabilize the district. That is why we're here. Because if we don't make these decisions today, the consequences of it tomorrow will lay on our conscience, because we will realize those consequences. And so, although they are tough decisions, I believe that we've done the right thing. Now, Dr. Zeman talked about the amount of money that we would have if we were being funded like other states are. Well, the top 5 most populous states is California, Texas, Florida, New York, Pennsylvania. Guess how much New York gets per student? Over $30,000. Guess how much Pennsylvania gets per student? Over $23,000 from the state. California over $24,000. Even Texas over $13,000. We get $9,000. And so when you look at how we're funded by the state, it's no wonder we have these financial concerns. And as a board, we are working in very challenging situations to make this district work. And I am comfortable with some of the decisions I make, although I wish I didn't have to make them. But at the same time, I can't sit back as a board member and say that I'm being responsible in doing nothing, because if I do nothing, 3-4 years from now, the consequences are too grave that will affect all of us. So I think that the decisions today, Madam Chair, I am happy that we are coming to a close with this. And Dr. Hepburn, thank you for your patience, and I want to thank the audience for their patience as well. But please know that we're doing this in the interest of Broward County School District, and that's why we're here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And before we go to a second round, I just had a few questions. I want to start with the school transformation office. Does the number, do the schools in STO fluctuate at all?
Go ahead, Dr. Fulton.
So this is year 2 of the STO School Transformation Office, and we've kept the same number of schools. And the goal of when we started it 2 years ago was to have a time period so we can calculate what's working and what's not working. So we say that we would keep them for 3 years, and then based on, we have a criteria for exiting.
That was going to be my next question. So next year would be the year we would be evaluating their exiting of the STO?
Correct.
Okay. On page 5, I had seen in org charts in years past, like probably about a decade ago, maybe, no, more than that, back in like the 2008 era, where the director, that level of directors and the principals, they were switched. But would that then change the reporting structure if we switched those, if we like flipped the principals and the directors?
Yes, right now the directors supervise and the principals.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you put the principals first,
then this is,
yes,
yeah, okay.
it was switched.
I wonder, I guess I would, I'm not going to ask for a follow-up, but I'm very curious if anyone has that knowledge, why that would have been back then. So maybe Dr. Wanza, you have the historical knowledge. You and I can chat offline, and I'll show you some of those org charts. Thank you. I want to go back to something that Ms. Hickson asked about, because this is, a concern of mine. When it comes to some of the beacon positions that were eliminated in repairing our security cameras and our ESC classroom cameras, what is the plan to be proactive about, having a transition from having, a number of people who do that work to repairing those cameras to having a reduction in that work?
It's pretty much creating a better project around the cameras. We pretty much have a lot of knowledge around how old the new cameras versus the old cameras. What's been the state or current state of the cameras that need to pretty much be replaced, and how many need to be repaired. So it's creating a better project list. So we can accomplish that with the older cameras, but we also have a lot of new cameras that are coming online as well.
Okay. And the last thing I'll say is, the parent who came to speak about the DHH teacher being cut at their school, that really resonates for me because it's representative of a lot of conversations I'm having with constituents who kind of demonstrate to me that there's got to be like a better way to collaborate and communicate with our stakeholders when we go through these processes. And you and I have talked about, implementing some task forces and working groups and stuff like that. Could you elaborate on how maybe moving forward, we're going to try to communicate differently?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll initiate a soup task force for just some budget initiatives and ideas, especially when they're crafted by cabinet, just to make sure we have an additional stream of people for assurance purposes of how we tackle that, i.e., high school scheduling and things like that. And then Dr. Fulton has already initiated I forget what the name she uses for the group, that are going to tackle not just budget, but a lot of other areas that we need support and guidance and to help empower people to be a part of that process. And then working with our schools and working with us as we improve our communication downstream and upstream, just making sure we're giving our principals the toolkits that they need to communicate with their constituents, what are the largest concerns, or even collecting information beforehand during budget season. Because I know the public hears a lot of information and it raises spidey senses in their brain, and they start, may interpret things a little bit differently than what they actually are. So collecting information and making sure we're communicating appropriately throughout all of our stakeholders, internal and external. So I know our, like I said, communication probably hasn't been the best as we push information out, and we'll get better with that with certain positions on the org chart that's going to help us execute that much better.
Well, and I will just say the importance of collecting recommendations and solutions from our stakeholder groups as well is, I think, a really valuable exercise, and it creates a lot of ownership throughout the district, so it doesn't feel like, or it feels less like something is being done to our community as opposed to, our community is coming up with solutions for the problems that we're facing. So, including as much opportunity for stakeholders to reach out and share their recommendations, things that we can do to save money, I think is really, really important moving forward. Those were my comments. I want to just thank everyone who's participated in this process and everyone who's come out to give their feedback. It might not always be easy for us to hear, but it's important, and it really means a lot that people are willing to stand up and use their voices and be a part of this school district. Mr. Cervera.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Superintendent, how many certified teachers are we slated to lose under these cuts for the proposed org chart that's in front of us right now?
Mr. Lozano, or Dr. Lozano, as far as certified staff of the 300?
112, sir.
So when I look at the summary by positions that was provided in the outlet, I see a line under BTU EP indicating a total position elimination of 196. You see that column there, Dr. Lozano?
What page are you on, sir?
On page 1 of the summary by positions, the updated version from the 7th of this month.
Yes.
Yes, we're there.
59 are vacant and 25 were delimited prior to July 1, 2025.
I'm sorry, give me that breakdown again of the 196?
So 112 are filled positions, 59 are vacant positions, and 25 were vacant positions prior to July 1 of 2025.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion. My motion would be to remove all of the currently filled 112 certified teacher positions that come under the summary by position under BTU EP. So just to be clear, my suggestion is to not have them removed from the org chart.
Is there a second?
I'll second it because I have a question.
So motion made by Mr. Cervera, seconded by Ms. Rupert. Public comment on the motion. And are there any people in the external rooms?
No, we let security know to let them know that that room isn't to be utilized for these purposes. If they went in there, it's on their own.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I'll support the motion to not remove the teachers from the org chart. We're already seeing where, well, there have been hordes of people that have told you that it's going to impact things. And I guess if this doesn't pass, then you guys can wait till the first couple of weeks of school to see how things are impacted, because you've had the head of every bargaining unit telling you you're going to have chaos come school time.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Vanessa Matute. I'm not sure if in that 100, if that includes us. It should, because we are a BTU. I did want to also discussed that Severa has been up here talking about cutting from the top, and I keep hearing the board and others talk about how we can't cut this person because cyber attacks, or we can't cut this person because they're a director, but yet you're cutting the people that are working directly with the students. So from what I've gathered from these conversations is it's more important for a child not to have a cyber attack, but it's not more important for a child to jump off one of our school buildings. So we're valuing technology more than mental health. So I would like to support his motion. Thank you.
Hi, I'm back. My name is Pachuska Ville, and I do hold 2 master's degree, and I work for the SSI department. It's really sad and it's disheartening to see how much you care about these top-level positions versus the lower-level positions. And, you know, thank you for bringing this motion. I thought Thompson, who brought the chaos and confusion to our department, would have rectified it today, but she didn't bring it to the table again to clean up that situation, because SSIS and our supervisors were not on a chopping block. We were not. We're not part of the funding that is being affected, that long hold will save us money. We're part of the referendum. So for us to be put on this org chart by Thompson and for her not to once again take accountability and say, hey, put these positions back, is disheartening and distrustful. You want us to believe in the power and to achieve success, but that's not what I'm seeing here. So thank you so much. Kudos to you for understanding what the important role and the impact is for the children to have us there. So please bring SSIS and our supervisors back.
Any other public comment? Board member discussion? Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I was going to ask this question on a different thing, but since Mr. Severa brought it up, Dr. Hepburn, can you remind us of a couple of things? So when this, first of all, this is not part of the org chart. Is that correct?
Sorry. Correct. These are below the line, below the org chart positions.
Okay, thank you. So when we had this discussion, and I keep trying to figure out when the first time we did this was, but I can't find the workshop date. What was the suggestion of the student support instructional specialists initially? Because now what's on here is that we are eliminating 36 positions. But what was it before the workshop where this consensus was
Okay, gotcha.
given?
Before it was the workshop, go ahead, Ms. Hollingsworth, because I can't remember.
Good afternoon. For the 21st, for the workshop, they were not on the original list of 15% cuts from student services.
Okay, so that there wouldn't have been 36, and we would have remained with 40.
Correct.
And what other position was lessened in order to?
I think it was social workers.
Okay, so what was this?
Yep, social workers and school counselors.
There were 6 program specialists for ESE. I think there were 14 social workers that were filled and 1 that was vacant, so I think 15. And then I believe there were 18 ESE counselors, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
That were part of the original plan.
Okay, thank you. And I'm just trying to figure out how to balance that. And I will say, you know, I really appreciate also everyone coming, and I personally, I'm guessing everyone got emails from students that are impacted by the SSIS employees, and those were really heartfelt and you know, explaining their story and their experience, and parents explain that, and where we said when we talked to students, they said we want someone we can talk to. And so we created these positions because there's someone the students can talk to. And now we're eliminating all of them. So I don't agree with bringing all of the positions back, only because I think it defeats the purpose of what we were trying to do. But I still have concerns about eliminating all of these positions. So I'm not sure how to reconcile that. But to Dr. Hepburn, can you tell us what would the cost impact be of Mr. Severa's request? And then the second question I have is, of those 112, 190, it's hard to Dr. Lozano said 112, but then it says 195. But anyway, the certified teachers on this list, were they also who you were saying would find a place
Yes.
in a classroom if this were to go through? So that they
Correct.
weren't looking at losing their job,
No.
just the position in this.
Just the position they're currently in right now. All the certified teachers will be eligible for positions especially at school-based and probably even other positions. The 112 is actually the field positions that Mrs. Severa made a motion to bring back. Those are filled, but all of these positions, or the majority of them, are certified positions where they will have an opportunity to continue employment here in Broward County Public Schools, just not in the capacity of these current positions. Also, the cost for the 112 at an average of about 75 fringe and salary is $8.4 million.
Okay. So I guess my question to the maker of the motion is where would we be cutting the other 8.4 million?
I don't know, I made a dozen or so motions today to cut some stuff from the top that would everybody rejected. At this point, my main concern is making sure that we don't lose teachers from both ends. I'm hearing that we're losing 196 or 112 certified teachers, and our principals are now being given directives to cut their teaching staff by 10%. So we keep losing teachers, I'm not sure who's going to teach our kids soon. So I don't have an answer to your question. I'm just trying to keep teachers in the classroom and to make sure that our kids are getting a quality education and we keep their A rating.
Are you done, Ms. Hickson? Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much. I just want to be clear because the words matter. These certified teachers, I think, Dr. Hepburn, 100% will have the opportunity to apply for any of the hundreds,
Yes.
plural, of our certified teacher positions that we have in Broward County that open in 75 days. Is that correct?
That is correct. Hundreds.
We're not losing in Broward County 112 or 196 certified teachers. Their positions are going away. They are fully certified to apply and be hired, and they get priority placement in every one of the certified teacher jobs. Broward County every year has 400 to 600 new position openings, even with declining enrollment. And all of them are fully capable, Dr. Hepburn, of applying for those jobs and get priority placement. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Terrific.
We will still need to go out and do a hiring fair for teachers even after this, even after we fill those positions with the people who are on this spreadsheet. We still will need to go out and do a teacher fair.
Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. My question is, are any of these first-year teachers? And the second part is, are any of them holding professional certificates so they're not annually let go?
That'd be for that type of detail, and shipped it over to Dr. Lozano.
Thank you.
And as they pull up that information too, Ms. Rupert, just a reminder that if they're certified, they'll be placed in a instructional position. So,
I know that, but since you said pretty much everybody was going to be having an opportunity to have a position, I wanted to make sure that those who have professional certificates understand that they have an extra asterisk by their name.
yes, they do.
Okay, and how many of the 112?
Ms. Rockelman's saying about 12 of them.
I'm sorry?
12?
So 12 of the 112 are basically protected, and the other ones, the 100, will have the opportunity to apply July 1st.
So we use the involuntary transfer process where they will select, make choices, and then we will place them.
For the 12, for the other ones.
For the
Okay,
whole
and
group.
when will that be done?
Once this org chart gets approved and we finalize the school budgets and we have a total picture, we'll begin that process.
Okay.
Dr. Lozano, just to help Ms. Reaper out, there'd be no lapse in employment for these?
No, sir.
Okay, so they would retain their insurance. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Severa?
Just want to make sure I understand my colleague and the superintendent's position on this. So we're going to cut 196 of these positions, and we're going to give them the opportunity to reapply for them at a later time this year?
No, they don't. We're not asking them to fill out an application. And I'll let Dr. Lozano kind of map out the process for you, but it's not you go find a job and click on the application and go through an interview and all of that process. Go ahead, Sue. Ms. Rockelman.
Hi there, good afternoon. Susan Rockelman, Talent Management. So the process we will follow is outlined in the collective bargaining agreement for educational professionals, and we've met with the union to review this process. What will happen is those instructional employees that have been told that their position's eliminated will basically get a form. We call it an involuntary transfer form. They will fill out that form. They will list up to 10 position schools where they would prefer placement. We then take those forms from all of our EP employees that have been positions eliminated, and then we place them in order of seniority into vacancies. So far from the budget conferences, I think I have collected over 500 teacher vacancies, so I'm confident that I will be able to find them a new home.
Okay, so let me ask the obvious question. We're cutting them now only to bring them back later. So what is the point of cutting them now?
So if I can clarify for you, Mrs. Severa, these are not classroom teachers. These are district instructional personnel that do various duties across the district. Many of them provide services to our schools, but they are not classroom teachers.
So we're taking certified teachers from the district, we're removing them, and we're telling them that they could be placed within schools, because apparently there's 500?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So as we sit here today, can we guarantee all of these 109 folks that are about to have their positions cut and their jobs lost, albeit maybe temporary, can we guarantee them employment within the next 3 to 6 months?
Yeah. Go ahead, Ms. Rockelman.
Thank you. So next week, we will be reaching out to them, and we will gather their preferences, and by the following week, they will be offered a position of where they will be placed.
Okay. Do they have a say in this at all? What if they don't like what you're offering?
Then they are welcome to go ahead and submit a transfer form, and as vacancies start occurring, they can transfer before the school year begins.
So it's no guarantee they'll actually be placed where they want to, but there will be a job for them somewhere.
Correct.
Okay. So the job could be in a fantastic classroom, or the job could be on a roof somewhere, but they'll be offered a job.
No, I won't be on a roof. It'll be in a classroom in an air-conditioned building.
And all our classrooms are fantastic, so they will.
Okay. Okay. So, and listen, joking aside, I just want to make sure that I'm clear here, because this is important. We're talking about a lot of certified teachers potentially losing their employment and them not being able to educate our kids. All of the folks within this line item summary that we're talking about, 196 of them, we can guarantee them there will be a spot for reemployment within the next 3 to 6 months somewhere within a classroom in this district.
Yes, the 112 district teachers that have been identified, if they hold a valid certificate, they will be able to be offered a position at a school, in an instructional position.
Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to point that out because there was a statement made that we're taking all these teachers out of classrooms. So I think it's really important for us to understand, although they do go into schools to do some work, they are not classified at this moment as a classroom teacher. And I had one other question because we've been talking about staff allocations. So Dr. Hepburn, if a school, what we've heard today is that schools were told they have to do a 10% cut across the board, and the principal decides where those cuts are based on what they have. What if the school has higher enrollment? Like, we got a list recently about some schools that have actually grown, so kudos to them for that. I'll use an example, Oriole Elementary. They're bursting at the seams. So next year, when August comes, or I guess September, when we get our FTE, if they're an increased enrollment, do they stay at that decreased budget, or will we meet the enrollment increase with increased funding?
So as we do every year after 10-day count, we assess the enrollment, more specifically head count and also FTE. Just a reminder for the public, FTE and enrollment are two different things. The FTE could be less or more depending on the programming for that specific student. But we assess the head count at the 10-day count. If a school goes up and requires additional staff, they get that additional staff. If a school goes down and they don't need that additional staff, we shift that additional staff to the school that goes up. So that's a traditional routine that we do every year in every school district, the 10, 11, 12-day count, however the other school districts do it, but here we do it after the 10th day.
And so what if there's a school, because I've been to a few, where they've said they already know they're going to be at a higher enrollment than they are right now, and they're concerned about having to wait until that FTE count to be able to hire a teacher? Where do they fall in this process?
Yes, I've gotten that a very long time in my career, and I tell every principal the same thing. Call those parents and have them register. And when they get into our system as a registered student, then the funding. But as far as the hope and the prayer that, hey, I'm going to get an additional 100 students, but that's not reflected in registered students in our system, it's not going to materialize until those students are registered, right? Because a parent may say, hey, yeah, I'm coming.
No, I get that, but my question is, let's say today I'm sitting at a school and I have 50 additional registrations. Is that principal still being told they have to cut 10% of
So
it?
they would communicate with their regional office, and we bring those issues to cabinet to discuss if they have registered additional students that will garner additional staff, they would work through their director and their regional suit.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to get out as much information.
No, for sure. No,
public
those are good.
about
Those are good
staffing.
questions because we hear them all the time, and I've heard them in all the school districts I've worked. If we have to get the students registered, we can't provide funding for students that aren't actually registered in our system.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board member discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
No.
Can you repeat the motion, Madam Chair?
The motion, well, I'll have Mr. Severa repeat it, but it was to bring back the 112 certified teacher positions. But go ahead, Mr. Severa.
My motion is to bring back the 112 certified teacher positions. Ms. Aladef, for benefit of the paperwork that you may or may not have in front of you, it's on the summary pipe positions log that was provided in our packet.
Can we get a roll call?
Roll call on the motion. Board Member Thompson,
No.
Zeman,
No.
Aladef.
No.
That was a no, Ms. Aladef.
No.
Bowman,
No.
Severa,
Yes.
Hickson,
No.
Holness,
No.
Leonardi,
Nope.
Rupert.
Yes.
Motion fails 2-7.
Anything else, Mr. Severa? Ms. Hickson?
I know we already did a vote on it, but I'm just going to say for the record one more time, although I didn't agree with bringing all of them back, I do feel that we need to somehow get the student support instructional specialists back. I made a motion, it didn't pass, so I'm not going to try that again, but just for the record, I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Really, guys?
Any other board member discussion on the item? Ms. Thompson? No.
No, just call the question.
All in favor of calling the question, say aye.
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 All opposed, say no.
Aye.
Motion on the item as a whole. All right, calling the question passes unanimously. All in favor of item 1 as amended. Wait, do we want to vote on it and then, or do you want to recess and then we vote on it with all the changes?
Go ahead, Ms. Sullivan.
We don't need to do that. I spoke to General Counsel, so based on the item, we would bring back job descriptions to delineate the change in reporting structures for the departments as it relates to splitting up those 3 chiefs into 2 chiefs.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. No, I completely disagree. We only agreed on a workshop, to make this from a workshop to a meeting, if there was a recess and you would put in writing what it is we're voting on before we voted on it. And I will not vote if I do not see in writing what it is, because that's not fair. There's been a lot of changes, and everyone needs to see what that looks like on paper. And I don't typically
have to
throw a
recess.
temper tantrum, but that was the agreement last week.
How much time we need, Mrs. Sullivan? 'Cause I know
We
you
can
guys have been working
so
throughout
if
the
we
meeting.
want to recess, I would recommend a 10-minute recess. However, I would table this item. After the 10 minutes, go to item 2, and by the time item 2 is disposed of, we will be ready for item 1 with an updated org chart.
But as an alternative, we could table this now and go to item 2 and see if you come back without the recess. Like,
Yes,
we can make,
I wouldn't want to be a part of.
I need the superintendent's
Review,
attention for at
yes.
least 15 minutes of that.
Where's the deputy? And
The problem is, I think item 2 is going to need your discussion as well. So perhaps we can take a 5-minute recess, and we'll table this item, 5-minute recess. That's all the time I need for the superintendent, and then we can come back.
We will recess for 5 minutes. All right, we are back. Could I get a motion and a second to, or could I get a motion to table item number 1?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Thompson. All in favor of tabling the item, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. The motion to table the item is passed unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second to bring item number 2 to
So
the
moved.
floor?
Second.
Motion made by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Rupert. Public comment on item 2.
We have 2 registered speakers. Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh and Melanie Birkin may proceed to the podium.
I did it.
One of us, anyway.
1 second. I don't know that the mic is on.
Beacon, can you turn on the mic, please, for public speaker?
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida, still here because of the one behind me. Would have killed me if I didn't, basically. So she's been harassing me to look at this job description since I think September. So you mashed together 2 things, and let's just say they were not mashed together well. And this is why, and you already approved the org chart with the mashed together title on it. So if you change anything on the job description, like reporting, then you'd have to bring it back. It's a good thing you didn't vote on it. However, there are some like disturbing things on here. On page 2, minimum qualifications and experience. Call me a purist, but if you're going to say an earned master's degree from an accredited institution in 1, psychology, 2, social work, 3, counseling, 4, mental health counseling, public health, oh, ding, 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 educational leadership, how is that related? Like, how does that prepare them? That's a problem. But in the experience, we crossed out social work. You still have mental health services, now you have student services or related educational leadership role, but kept social work crossed out. You require a master's, but no experience in social work would be relevant. That seems problematic. You did put in mental health services. So then there's some other things that I think Melanie is going to mention, but these are red flags. This smacks of we know who we want to put into this position, and we are going to tweak the job description to match that person. And it generally starts when you have educational leadership, because now we're sneaking in principals who don't have any of these degrees, like in mental health. And I pulled a statute, I think because it mentioned it somewhere in the backup, where you're supposed to electronically submit your school wellness policy, because now this person is in charge of wellness, but there's no mention. There is a generic mention to federal and state mandates, but for a district that gets pretty precise and petty about little things in its job description, you would think you would issue a reminder, which, by the way, you're out of compliance with this statute 1003.453, because the last time you looked at your wellness policy was January of 24, and we are now in May of 26. And then there's some other requirements. So hopefully that will be in this job description that you've mashed together. I would say take a good hard look at this, because you're creating, it's about a person, and it's not about the actual needs of the position.
Good afternoon, Melanie Birkin, Davie, Florida. Natalie mentioned many of the concerns that I have. I have like all sorts of stuff everywhere, because that's kind of how I felt about this position. We talked a lot about co-pilot and AI, and honestly, the district would have benefited you to have taken the previous 2 job descriptions and merged them together with co-pilot. To create something that would have been a lot better than this piece together document, because I really feel like there's a lot that's missing and a lot that's duplicated and really just does not cover everything. So really could use that AI chief to have created this a lot better. This also goes to what happens when you have somebody in a related field create a job description for a mental health coordinator. They may not understand all that should be in here. This is a position that is required by statute. paid for through the mental health allocation plan, it should have a mental health professional in this position. I'm really, really bothered by, there's a lot of typos. If you're going to approve something eventually, I would like to share the typos at some point, but I don't want to use all my time talking about the other pieces that are in here that I just, as Natalie mentioned, I just don't understand. It's disappointing to hear that the minimum qualifications have been extended to so many areas. And I don't know what's left when you talk about public health, ed leadership, or a related field. Like, related to what? What's left? You've already named every other job. It just really is disappointing. Again, the preferred qualifications, moving eligible for or possess Florida certification as a school social worker and or licensed in an area of mental health. Again, your director of mental health should have a mental health background. I don't know how else to make this clear. I mean, it shouldn't even be a question. And again, I have some other typos that could be corrected. Co-pilot's a great thing. It's my best friend when I'm going to write an email, so, and speeches, which I have here. I really thank you. I urge you to take into consideration all of the changes that really need to be made, most importantly, the minimum requirements. Thank you.
That concludes our public speaking.
Thank you. Board member comment, Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. I have two motions to make. I move to strike out the words educational, leadership, or related field, which is, hold on, in the first bullet.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Rupert, seconded by Dr. Zeman. Public comment on the motion.
Yeah, I've got a second, two. I've got two motions. Yeah. Please.
Sorry, Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. It's a difference between personality types. I keep walking a straight line from my chair. I support the motion fully. That resolves the biggest concerns as far as minimum qualifications go. Too often, that, or, as Melanie mentioned, the or a related field. This is how we wound up with, someone with a kinesiology degree running the business support center, because somehow or a related field got us there. So educational leadership is not mental health. My own daughter is getting a master's in psychology, not in educational leadership, and not in a related field. So in theory, she would be eventually qualified, not that she would work here, but that's different. Education does matter, and it should matter, or else we wouldn't have K-12 and we wouldn't have different degrees. We just have all one size fits all.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Melanie Birkin, Davie, Florida. I'm sorry, could you please repeat? It was just take off the ed leadership part?
That was for
or
the
related field. Okay.
Yeah.
I support that, and I thank you so much for that. Oh, I forgot to say too, the title, wellness and mental health. I mean, I think I mentioned it earlier before, but thank you. I support your motion.
Board member comment on the motion, Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Chair. I support the motion. I actually had it written down to make the motion myself as well, so same brainwave. I just think it's really important that if this person is going to be coordinating all the mental health services in our district, that they have that in their background. Thank you.
Thank you. Other board member comment? Ms. Bowman?
I agree.
Ms. Hickson?
Just a question. So was the motion to take it out just in that first bullet, or the second bullet also has it?
I have a motion for the second bullet.
Oh, okay, okay, thank you.
All right. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 All opposed, say no. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Second one, okay. I move that the second bullet underneath minimum qualifications hold on. Oh, I see. Okay. back it up. I moved that the original second bullet to the third and remove a related educational leadership roles in that second bullet.
Motion made by Ms. Rupert, seconded by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on the motion?
Yeah, but I'm going to do one more that'll explain that. Do you want me to do it together?
If you would like.
Okay, because last time everybody made me do it one by one by one. Okay, yes. Under preferred qualifications and experience, I move that the eligible for or possess Florida certification as a school social worker and are licensed in an area of mental health become the second bullet. So that's what I was talking about, moving the second to the third bullet.
Ms. Dupree-Bruno.
You were right, Ms. Rupert. One motion at a time. So we have one motion on the table at a time.
Okay.
Okay, so Ms. Rupert, just for the record, could you repeat just the first motion, please?
The one that we already passed?
No.
No, the one that you just.
Okay.
The second bullet at minimum of.
Yes. I move that the second bullet under minimum qualifications, to move the original second bullet to third and remove related educational leadership roles.
Okay. Public comment, and it was seconded. Public comment on the motion.
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I believe I support the motion from the standpoint of taking out or related educational leadership roles. That does still leave social work crossed out, which just seems weird to me since you're supposed to have a degree in social work. Mental health services is in there. Student services does encompass social work, but it's not explicit. So if that went back in there, that would be even better. But I support taking out or related educational leadership roles because I don't know how that's relevant to this position.
Yeah, it's coming in the third motion.
Melanie Birkin, Davie, Florida. Thank you. I support this motion 100%. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Board member discussion, Dr. Zeman.
I just wondered if the maker of the motion could read the complete bullet when you're done with your changes.
The second one?
The motion that's on the table.
Okay. Move the original second bullet to the third position and remove or related educational leadership roles.
I think.
If you could read it after those changes. Could you read
So
what it would
how
read?
it would look once the changes are done.
I can't. I'm sorry.
I think I can. So a minimum of 7 years of progressively responsible experience in mental health services, student services, period.
There.
So just
How
removing
about
the,
or student services.
yes, I guess, or. Mental health services or student services.
Brilliant. I love the motion. Thank
Okay.
you, Ms. Rupert.
Anyone else?
Okay.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, my last motion, to move the eligible for or possess Florida certification as a school social worker and/or licensed in an area of mental health become the new number 2 bullet.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Rupert, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Public comment on the motion.
Does the sequence of the bullet change anything?
Ms. Rupert?
It makes more sense to me. Priority. But open to amendments.
It makes it a minimum qualification, not a preferred.
Got it.
So just to be clear, you want the first bullet under preferred qualification and experience to become the third bullet under minimum quals?
Second.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Any bullet, you can pick one, that's fine.
Yes.
So this becomes a minimum qual?
Yes.
I'm worried about that.
Okay, can we take public comment and then,
I'm sorry.
yeah. Go ahead.
Melanie Birkin, Davie, Florida. Thank you. I fully 150,000% support this motion. It protects mental health professionals in this role and prevents further related field individuals from being assigned the director of mental health. So thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I support the motion, and I understand Mrs. Rupert's prioritization. You have education, that's been clear, you passed that motion. Then you have certification. So you would have the Florida certification as a school social worker and or licensed in an area of mental health. So you have certification or a license, because for certain fields, those are important. And then the third would be the experience. So now we have education, certification or license, and experience. And that's hard for people to get around if you put that into a job description clearly as minimum eligibility requirements, not preferred, all minimum. And you want the best and brightest. I heard that a lot today, and that's how you get them, by having the bar set high. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Petruska Ville from Tamarack. If we're really going to set the bar high, it should be licensed clinical social worker, because not just a social worker, licensed clinical social worker. That should be the highest level, because if someone is coming in as a social worker and looking for someone to supervise them and someone to be their director, if you're going to make that change, that's the highest bar, licensed clinical social worker. And mental health or counseling services licenses. Because if I am a mental health licensed counselor, I don't want to be supervised by, I'm in a higher position than a social worker, because I'm clinical. I could actually open a clinic versus a social worker who can't. A licensed clinical social worker can open up a clinic. There's a difference in the levels in the title, so that should be the requirement. Licensed clinical social worker, not just a social worker.
All right, board member discussion. Dr. Zeman?
I'm bothered by the language here. We have a dangling participle, which drives me batty.
Okey doke.
Eligible for, possesses Florida certification as a school social worker. Get that. But then we say, or licensed in an area of mental health. What if you're eligible for becoming licensed in an area of mental health? Is that covered?
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't say that. It says you're eligible for or possess a Florida certificate as a school social worker. That's one thing. And or licensed in an area of mental health. Do we really mean eligible for or licensed in an area of mental health? Because that's what we say about social work.
Would you like to make an amendment or a substitute motion?
I'd like these things to be written well, to be honest with you. I mean, it's a really, really important thing, because job descriptions, you know, people read this and they say, oh, I don't meet that criteria, they don't apply. And so, like, I hope we can increase the quality of these things over time. I'll make a motion, I'll make one when we're done with this so that we can clean up the language.
Any other board member comment? Ms. Bowman?
To that point about eligible for, what does that really mean? Thank you.
Is there a social worker in Georgia or something?
Go ahead, Dr. Lozano or Ms. Rockelman.
Yes, so the way that the Department of Education works, if you have, they set a different qualifications in order to be eligible. So yes, I can have a master's degree in social work and qualify to get a Department of Ed certificate.
Yeah.
Whereas to get a Department of Health license, I have to complete all the requirements to get the licensure. There isn't, you have to meet all the eligibility to get the licensure, so there isn't a provisional way to get one. You have to be done with everything and then you get the Department of Health license. But if I had my master's degree from Georgia in social work and I wanted to come and work in the state of Florida, I would be eligible for a Department of Ed social work certificate. I would get the certificate on a temporary provisional, and then I have that time frame, 5 years, to complete all the Department of Ed requirements. But I could be eligible for one. Does that help?
So should it say something about provisional licensing then? No? Okay, I mean, based on education, you're eligible for something, but does that mean that you pass all of the background and all of the other things? Okay, all right, I'm not wading into this if you guys think that that's okay. I'll deal with the law stuff.
Ms. Thompson?
Oh, I was just gonna try to help because I have a social work master's from Virginia. When I came down here, I had to get a certificate to be a school social worker. That's how it's different. And then to be a licensed clinical social worker, you actually have to go through a practicum and you take a licensing exam. It's a different process. And I'm guessing for mental health, it's like counselors and psychologists, it's probably also a similar process. But I don't believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that they could practice if they're not licensed as a mental health counselor. So I think that has to be licensed in that area, I believe.
Correct.
Make the change. Great. Anyone else? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 All opposed, say no. Motion passes unanimously. Are you done, Ms. Rupert?
Yes, I'm done.
Ms. Thompson?
Thank you. I just have one motion. I would like to change the name of the position to Director of Student Services and Mental Health. I feel like wellness is not an appropriate term.
Second, public comment on the motion.
Melanie Birkin, Davie, Florida. I support the motion. I think that's a great idea. I'm really, really happy. Child abuse, homelessness does not fall under either mental health or wellness. Thank you. Oh, there are some typos too before you guys totally finish everything, but thank you.
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I support the motion. That's a more, it catches more and seems to be a better fit. I still wish you could get that stray Assistant Director of Student Support Initiatives somewhere, but I guess they're not going to find a director to attach themselves to. But I support the motion.
Board member comment? Dr. Zeman?
You mean throughout the whole job description?
Yes, so the
good.
title would change to Student Services and Mental Health, and I only really saw System of Wellness, so System of Student Services on the, now I don't know, in the position goal. So it would be an integrated system of student services and mental health, but I'm sure staff can clean up. Yeah.
Anyone else? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say no. Motion passes unanimously. Anything else? Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much. I just moved that we, under what I think now is the second bullet, as we've amended this under minimum calls, that we amend that language to say licensed in an area of mental health and or eligible for or possesses Florida certification as a school social worker.
Second.
Motion made by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Public comment on the motion.
I got it.
Come on, guys, it's grammar.
Could you repeat it? I'm sorry. I'm sure I support it.
The new language would say licensed in an area of mental health and
Licensed.
or eligible for or possesses Florida certification as a school social worker, period.
Okay, thank you. I support.
Teamwork.
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I support the motion. I'm not going to claim to be an English major, but yes, I get Dr. Zeman's point, and that should read better. I suspect that there's going to be further tinkering, if not today, next year, because of some of the other adjectives that could get added here. But it would be nice if we could get the grammar hammered out before it comes here. So that you guys aren't constantly tinkering with grammar every time, it seems. I support the motion. Thank you.
Board member comment on the motion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 All opposed, say no. Motion passes unanimously. Any other board member comment on the item number 2, as amended? All right, all in favor of item number 2 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes as amended. Could I get a motion and a second to bring back item number
So
1 to the
moved.
table?
Second.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Thompson. Dr. Hepburn?
All right, Mr. Sullivan, I think they're wrapping up to get it displayed, and
Do they need us to?
are they ready, Dr. Lozano?
Do we need to read? Okay, we'll,
Okay,
we'll
we'll
recess the meeting for 10 minutes.
There's other typos in the document, though.
All right, time to do my walk.
Where you go?
All right, we are back, and we also have to take a vote to extend the meeting. So I'll make a motion to extend the meeting by 15 minutes. Seconded by Dr. Zeman. All in favor of extending the meeting 15 minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say no.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
I took it first time in 4 years. Seriously.
All right, Dr. Hepburn, do you have your amended org chart?
Yes, Mr. Sullivan.
Beacon, if you could display my screen on Teams. Okay. I think there's a little delay. Yeah, that's coming. All right, I think I got it. And we're making some hard copies as well. So I'm going to go to the pages that were changed based on the chief's positions change. All right, this is academics. All right, so there's going to be 2 pages starting on page 11. And these are coming to you guys, but in the meantime, so you'll see on this first page, the chief building official, executive director, student transportation and fleet services, and the executive director of food nutrition report to the chief strategy and operations officer. You'll see the director position was eliminated based on board motion. Page 12 is also going to be this chief strategy and operations officer. You'll see a director of demographics, director of athletics, director of the SIM team, and the director of charter schools.
That's no change, Mr. Silva.
It's the change that school choice is probably the only change. Everything else was already, it was in strategy and innovation. But school choice moved over here, so that is new in terms of the who they're reporting to. All right, now going to facilities. So there's no change here for facilities.
I think you skipped the page.
Sorry, this is the first page of facilities.
Can you walk through verbally too? I know we have Ms. Aladeff on the phone.
Sure, she can see the screen.
Oh, okay.
But Chief Fire Official, Director of Facility and and Planning and Real Estate, so that's a realignment that used to be under the Strategy Innovation Officer. Now it's under Chief Facility Officer, Director of Physical Plant Operations, Exec Director of Physical Operations, and then Director of Sustainability and Compliance. That's the first page, and this is the second page. Anyone have any questions, or should I go back to any other pages?
I have a question. Where is the building department?
The building department is under operations.
Okay. Just wanted to.
Right here.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions or pages? This has been printed out as well, but that's going to take a little longer. Oh, and then let me go to page 3, I believe. Page 3. The Director of Family and Community Engagement is back in communications. That was going to originally be part of strategy and innovation.
You mean back in Chief of Staff?
Yes, sir.
And what about the other changes? I mean, that's all just for the chief changes, right? You're going to show us the other ones. Like we changed some directors and added an executive director. Are we going
to? Let me see. So for ESC.
You had it, John.
Sorry, too fast. That one's back here, and then the elimination of the ESC support compliance.
And then the transportation one?
That one was in the operations that I showed you guys. Let me go back to it. Right here.
Anything else, Mr. Sullivan?
That's it. I can go through each page real quickly again for a couple seconds on the screen if that makes everybody more comfortable, or go over more questions, whatever you guys like.
Does anyone have any questions?
So go ahead, Ms. Leonardo. You can ask
go ahead,
a question.
Dr. Hepburn.
So, Mr. Sullivan, if you can go to the ops and facilities, one recommendation.
That's the first page for
where the chief fire official is. I think it's under facilities.
Yes, sir.
To put the chief fire official, I think that was one of the points of separation. Put that under the ops. So we'll make that move too.
Are you talking about the chief chief building official, sir?
That's okay. The chief fire official is still under facilities, so the chief fire official would need to go under strat and ops as well, because that's one of the other sticking points, I think, for the acts for the separation of the chief facilities and chief of operations. And correct me if I'm wrong.
Very important to keep it separate.
Yes. So we'll make that shift.
So that would be an additional change, moving the chief fire official out from the chief facilities officer under the chief
correct.
operations
So that
and
would be
strategy.
the only additional change that's not printed out.
I have a question. So how many direct reports does that give the chief facilities officer as opposed to the chief operating strategy and operations officer?
So this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, I'm sorry. No, because they have a.
Yeah, you were right. 7.
No, because the executive director.
That's 1.
They all report to the executive director. So it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4. They would have 4.
Okay, and how many does the chief strategy and operations officer?
7.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 8 with the
So
fire
one would
official.
have 7 and one would have 8.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
I don't want
So the only difference with the handouts is, again, page 13, the chief fire official would be going under the chief strategy and operations officer.
Ms. Bowman?
Thanks, Chair.
Can I correct the record? I just said something real quick. So the chief facilities officer will actually have 3 direct report because there's some executive directors in there, and versus the COO, I think it was 8. So just
It's
wanted
8.
to yeah, because I said 7 before. I didn't count those executive directors and the span of control they have.
Thank you.
Oh, go ahead, Ms. Hickson.
So that's why I kind of asked, because we have the chief facilities officer at a T-band with 3 direct reports, and the chief strategy and operations officer at 7 or 8 or whatever, only at S. So does that make sense? I mean, since we've shifted things around, we shifted most of them to combine the 2 of those. And I just have concerns about how many direct reports they have and the pay band.
I think, the controversy here, or as I hear from the board and sometimes the public, is that traditionally under the chief facilities officer, the building department and fire official will be under them. So that's the difference here in Broward County, is the continued acts that they be separated under 2 different divisions. But nonetheless, they end up collaborating and at the same table anyway, because we don't allow them to work in isolation from the capital program, because the collaborative decision-making was drives completions of projects.
But either way, you'd still, even without that part of it, you'd still only have 3 direct reports for the chief facilities officer. Chief strategy has everything else. Just asking.
Ms. Bowman?
I just wanted to look at page 11, revisiting transportation.
We're going to have to vote to extend in a few minutes, so.
Okay.
Go ahead,
It
Ms.
was very hopeful, though. Did we only do 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, so just looking across the line in the middle, we took off the Director of Student Transportation and Fleet Services, and the others have directors that are on that line. So I'm just wondering if that's problematic for down the chart for the executive director for student transportation and fleet services, and maybe could get some input on how that's going to impact.
I'll defer to Dr. Wanza, since she's been working with that group.
Valerie Wanza, Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer. Make sure my title's right today. So I will certainly respect the will of the board, but I will say, in working closely with that department, as I have since middle January, I do see the need to at least have the director position there, similar to physical plant operations as well as food and nutrition services. When you look at just the span of control of that that body of work, that's approximately 1,400 plus people over 5 different transportation terminals, as well as managing and maintaining the entire white fleet. So a lot of people think white fleet is just the cars that maybe directors or the police would ride around in. These are also the vehicles that go out to schools to repair, to maintain. So it's that whole operation as well. And I would just say that the terminal managers do an exceptional job managing their individual terminals each and every day. However, the director is there to help with compliance and leadership, and that then allows the executive director, similar to what Mr. Davis said as it relates to IT, with the entire strategic efficiencies, reimagining what that operation looks like, and really designing systems, not for today, but systems for tomorrow. So I would say that there is a need to at least contemplate the director position being there.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to put the Director of Student Services, Transportation, and Fleet Services back on the org chart.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Bowman, seconded by Dr. Holness. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I just want to point out where, on the other ones, where there are executive directors and directors, we got rid of the assistant director. In this position, there is assistant director, even though there's not a director. And when you go to the chief building official, they don't have an assistant at all. So I know you were looking at the food and nutrition piece of it, and then the finance part, which is complicated because it's in the CFO thing. But I just would point out there is an assistant director there.
If I may, Dr. Hepburn, so
Yes, go ahead.
okay. And so I certainly respect your point and what you're making, Ms. Hickson, but if you look at the, we actually combined a position to combine it so that the assistant director can focus on additional duties as well. So I would just say, again, while I respect the position that the board is in and what the work is here today, I would just make the argument that director position is essential, and we did eliminate another position that is at the same level as the assistant director to realign some work over there.
Dr. Zeman?
I think this has been asked and answered already. I think you can always find a rationale for moving back layers of management, but this is transportation services. This is a process that is, predictable, and it needs help in terms of efficiency. But adding more management layers back is actually not helpful. Sometimes you do addition by subtraction, and that's what this is. They have an executive director. They have tons of management. They have lots of folks. And I know that we've already debated this, and I don't want to go back and debate every cut that we've had on this chart. I think that this has been asked and answered, and we need to move quickly through this and approve these charts and go home.
Anyone else? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 All opposed, say no.
No.
Roll call, please.
Madam Chair,
Dr. Holness?
could you have the maker of the motion repeat the motion again for everyone?
The motion was to put the Director of Student Transportation and Fleet Servicing back on.
Okay.
Roll call, please.
Roll call on the motion. School board members Zeman.
Nope.
Alhadeff.
Yes.
Bowman.
Yes.
Yes.
Severa.
Nope.
Hickson. That was a no?
No.
Holness.
Yes.
Leonardi.
No.
Rupert.
No, thanks.
Thompson.
No.
Fails. 3-6.
You have the floor, Ms. Bowman.
That's all.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you, Chair. Knew there was a really important thing to say, but after a few hours, I'm sorry. I don't have anything else to add. Apologize.
Okay, anyone else on this item? All right, all in favor? Oh, go ahead, Mr. Sullivan.
Through the superintendent, if it's okay, just on page 9, I forgot to mention that also the director and before and after school care is going under student support services.
Okay, anyone else? All in favor of item 1 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say
Aye.
no. All opposed, say no.
No.
Roll call, please.
Roll call on the item. School board members Alhadeff.
Yes.
Bowman.
Yes.
Severa.
Sticking to the sign. No.
Hickson.
Yes.
Holness.
Yes.
Leonardi.
Yes.
Rupert.
No, thanks.
Thompson. Zeman. 7-2. Item passes.
All right. That concludes the business of our special school board meeting. Do any of my colleagues have any student successes or issues they'd like to share? Ms. Bullman?
I have one. I wanted to congratulate Sebastian Gonzalez of South Broward High School, who won fourth place at the state tournament for track and field in the 800 meter with a 1:54. And his parents, Rodolfo Gonzalez and Jenny Garcia, are assistant coaches. And so I just want to congratulate all of them for all their hard work and for all of the great work that they've done for all of our other athletes. So thank you.
All right. Mr. Severa?
Thank you, Chair. The Sun Sentinel released yesterday its 2026 winners of their annual high school journalism contest. And I'm happy to announce that in the photography category, Miss Isabella Pardo of Western High School won first place for her girls exhibit. So big shout out to Isabella for her excellent photography skills and the first place prize.
Ms. Hickson?
And just congratulations to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas baseball team. They will be making their way to the state competition again. Final four, yes.
Ms. Thompson?
Shout out to Flanagan Track, who won 4A in the state championship.
Anyone else? The scheduled order of business for the special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no objections, I will now adjourn the special school board meeting.